Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A flock of blackbirds flew over the mountains, and the protagonist noted that 40 years had passed since he came to this world. The guy struck the monster with his sword. He pulled his hand back for another blow, noting that when he was at level 1, he began his journey without a penny in his pocket. Then the guy struck the monster several times. He jumped into the air. Then he raised his weapon above his head. The brunette attacked the enemy. He flew noisily to the side. The protagonist remained standing. Then he put his sword in its sheath. Something caught his attention, and then he replied that his journey ended today. The ground around him began to explode, and the system noted that Yu Seung-woo level 255 and 3 more people were approaching the destruction of the Demon Lord. After a while, the 4 of them rested. Seung-woo raised his head, seeing a light. A glowing girl began to descend towards them. She spread her arms out to the sides and said that she believed in the brave warrior. The goddess named Gaia smiled and noted that he would undoubtedly be able to defeat the Demon Lord. The guy's gaze darkened, and he asked if she was laughing at him. The blonde smiled in confusion. The brunette, grinning, approached her and repeated his question. The girl began to darken while he told her that she had given them excellent abilities, weapons, and made them the strongest members of the party. With a grin, he reached for the hilt of the sword, saying that she had given him nothing. The goddess smiled nervously and began to mutter that since she had been furiously calling on the inhabitants of this world, her wizard's powers were becoming less and less. The brunette was grabbed by the torso by an orc when he began to indignantly ask if she really wanted him to make a divine salad out of her. Gaia flew up. She frowned, wondering why he was so strong and if he was even human. She coughed into her fist and said that she was just about to reward them and asked what they wanted. The orc crossed his arms and replied that he was calling them to go to the next battlefield because he wanted to test his moral principles. The girl folded her arms with a smile, declaring that she did not want to get anything from her because she already had wonderful colleagues and memorable trips. The protagonist grabbed her cheek and asked if she was ashamed, to which she replied that she was ashamed and that he was the best colleague in the world. The blonde frowned, saying that he made the right to move to any dimension and the ability to use weapons. The goddess raised an eyebrow in confusion, replying that she could provide him with the move, but regarding the weapons, she would like to hear an argument. The guy pointed his finger up and started talking about revolution. He struck a pose and exclaimed that he wanted to start a revolution for the alienated races that had suffered humiliation. The girl's expression darkened when Seung-woo approached him and said that this was very much like him, after which she mentally asked them to stop exchanging warm words. She covered her face with her hand and asked about the brunette's wish. He touched his hand with his hand will become more expensive. Remembering the chests of gold, he mentally noted that he had more than enough wealth and things. Then he remembered the warriors kneeling before them, thinking that he did not consider what could be achieved at any time, such as fame and power, since he was already at level 255. Then the main character imagined a blue seal at his feet, noting that it meant that he had the power to move between dimensions and conquer the world. He lowered his eyes, thinking that what she needed most now and what he did with all his heart. A city street appeared in his memories. A guy was walking down the road. It was Seung-woo on level 1. He grabbed his growling stomach and said that the first thing he needed to do was eat. Something caught his attention. The brunette saw a tavern sign. It had cutlery on it. The protagonist sat down at one of the tables. Suddenly, a man not far from him put his hand to his mouth and loudly called the hostess, saying that he had the same as always. Seung-woo raised his hand and asked her to bring him the same thing as the man. After a while, a plate of food lay in front of him. The guy looked at it with an ecstatic look, mentally noting that he could finally eat normal food. Grabbing the cutlery, he cried, having a nice meal. His fork stuck into the dish, and suddenly he was called. The goddess circled around him, trying to call and asking if he was thinking about the old days. The brunette abruptly grabbed her finger. She darkened when he answered that it was true and that he remembered a good moment. The protagonist looked at her with an evil look and began to tell that he remembered how he could not get the potion in that happy day when he came to this world. When he let her go and walked away, the girl began to mumble, and Seung-woo said that he had decided everything. He put his hands on his belt and said that he wanted to return to his homeland and open a diner there. His comrades and Gaia were caught in shock. The blonde opened her eyes wide and asked again. The guy glanced at her and began to say that he was thinking about spreading the food of this place in his homeland. The elf picked his ear with his finger and asked again about the dishes. The brunette looked at everyone and spread his hands, saying that for earthlings their cuisine is already a familiar thing, and of course, the local dishes will be a novelty for them. The two men grimaced, and the girl asked for a blessing for the lands in annoyance. The goddess looked at him with shocked eyes, asking what he was talking about and noting that the food here was considered the best in all dimensions when it came to lack of taste. The protagonist grabbed his sword. He stabbed it into the ground next to the blonde. Seung-woo looked at her with a gloomy face. Gaia hid behind his friends. The guy smiled widely and said that he was annoyed that he was the only one eating it. In the peaceful and prosperous Seoul at dawn, the lights were on in the windows of the houses. A lantern illuminated part of the street. Suddenly, a giant foot stepped next to him. A survey gate appeared above the city, from which monsters oozed, and then only one name remained of the city. Monsters began to occupy the city. The man stepped on the fence on the roof. From above, he looked at the monsters in Sector A, the emergency restored disaster area. The guy gritted his teeth and cursed. A man approached him from behind, saying that he was one of the 100 best hunters of the First Order. The brunette in the suit folded her hands behind her back and asked him to remain calm. The blonde man named Baek Kang-hyuk lit a cigarette. Looking down with the woman, he said that he couldn't help the fact that the curses were pouring out of him, and then asked if she was really asking him to close it, to which she replied that there was no need to take on a gate of this level since she was sure that it would close soon. The guy squeezed the cigarette between his teeth and said that he was already tired of working at night and asked if she knew anything, to which the brunette replied that this place was danger zone as she sighed and noted that it would be strange to say that nothing special had happened here for 4 weeks. They were too cramped. The blonde man pointed his hand down and asked to look. Watching the 3-headed monster, he noticed that it was acting as if it was being chased by some kind of predator. He jumped away from the woman's hand, who began to tell him that Min from the Second Order was of the same opinion, and he believed that he would soon defeat the boss monster, and then asked him to refrain from smoking. A drop extinguished his cigarette. Rain began to drip onto the floor. Kang-hyuk raised his head and said that it irritated him. He turned around abruptly and said that since Min thought so, it meant that the raid on the boss would begin very soon and asked to tell him that he would take a couple of days off. The brunette raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked why he decided to take a vacation so suddenly and where would he go in the middle of the night. The guy frowned and said that his mood today could not be worse. He smiled slyly and said that therefore he would go reward his stomach, tired from the night shift. After a while, he saw a sign for a cafe on the street. The blonde touched his chin and smiled. He pointed to the side and said that he was definitely heading there. There was a small snack bar in that direction. Kang-hyuk grabbed his growling stomach and began to think about the fatigue from working overtime, the stress of the upcoming battle, and his hungry stomach. He sharply drew his eyebrows together, mentally noting that the stress had now reached its limit. The guy warmed up his hands, thinking that if the food turned out to be bad, then he would need to prepare for this snack bar to close, but maybe there were some delicious dishes there. He smiled evilly, declaring that in that case, he would eat this food day and night. The blonde reached for the door handle. Suddenly, he saw a sign on it that said the snack bar was closed. Kang-hyuk raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked why it was already closed. He buried his face in his palm, saying that he was sorry, though. The guy touched the sign, saying that he would not let just one such sign block his way. Clutching it in his hand, he broke the sign. The blonde kicked the door, saying that it was even funny. Meanwhile, the light of the lamps illuminated a clean kitchen, and the man inside was talking about a contract for groceries. The dishwashing area was sparkling with cleanliness. Making a list, the guy noted that he also needed to buy more dishes. Standing at the counter, he took a sip of coffee. The brunette looked up and thought that 4 days had passed since he returned to Earth. With a smile on his face, he said that this matter was not urgent, so he was far away to do everything step by step. The main character took out a packed disc from the box. He smiled sweetly and said that an evening with a movie and a cup of coffee was really wonderful. Suddenly, his front door was kicked down. The blonde adjusted his coat and said that it was a bit empty here and apparently there were no customers today. Seung-woo froze. He froze and turned around, saying that there was no official opening. The guy sat down at the counter and said that he didn't care. He waved his hand and asked to bring him something tasty. The brunette smiled nervously, mentally noting that his plans to watch a movie had been ruined, and that they were addressing him so familiarly at their first meeting, and that he was apparently tired of life. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Meanwhile, the blonde was tapping his fingers on the table. He looked at the main character. The guy turned around abruptly and indignantly asked why he was staring at him like that, and he replied that everything was fine. Seung-woo glanced sideways at the guest. Examining his hand, he noted his skinny forearms. Looking at his legs, he mentally noted that they would probably break if he hit a low kick. Then, noticing the blonde's disgruntled face, the guy noted his eyes and intelligence, unable to recognize the sign that said closed. He brushed away a tear and thought that this man was very poor, and if he couldn't eat properly for so long, then there was no way he could have any etiquette. Kang-hyuk grinned angrily. He slammed his hand on the table and indignantly asked why he was looking at him so pitifully and declared that he was a member of the First Order. He perked up when the brunette silently opened the refrigerator. The blonde sat down on a chair and crossed his arms, telling him to try to cook something delicious. The protagonist looked at the contents of the refrigerator, mentally noting that most likely these ingredients would be too spicy. On one of the trays lay a piece of meat. He reached for it, thinking that he would put it into his soul and cook something valuable. Seung-woo walked with him to his workplace. He put the piece on the board. While imagining the drawing of the dragon, the guy thought that this was the meat of the red dragon, which was located between its long neck and wing in the shoulder joint area, and it was similar to a cut from the cheek compared to pork. He swung the knife. Then the brunette cut off a piece. When energy began to come out of it, he mentally noted that the meat of the red dragon was filled with the spirit of fire, and for this reason the taste of the flame was quite strong, and to give the meat an exquisite taste, it should be poured with fruit juice. The protagonist took out a jug of grape juice. He poured it over the meat in the pan. Then Seung-woo scooped up some oil, thinking that at least this meat itself did not have such a taste. He poured it over the meat. The guy looked at the flame in the pan with a smile, mentally noting that this effect would make a good impression on the first customer. He smiled and thought that, as expected, cooking was very fun. The blonde boy jumped up in fear when he heard the sound. He smiled in confusion and asked if he had heard his granddaughter right. The brunette smiled sweetly while Kang-hyuk asked if the piece of meat had really screamed just now. He waved his hand and asked again. The protagonist took out a pepper shaker and said that he must have misheard. He began to sprinkle spices on the meat. Seung-woo put asparagus on a plate, saying that this was all that was left. He placed the plate in front of the guy and said that his dish was ready. Kang-hyuk saw the steak with asparagus. He began to examine it suspiciously. Then the blonde boy looked up, mentally noting that he did not want to admit it. When the brunette in front of him smiled sweetly, he thought that he was much cooler than he thought. The blonde reached for the cutlery and said that he did not have the feeling that this fire show was clumsy, after which the protagonist asked in surprise if he recognized this dish. Kang-hyuk took the cutlery in his hands. He touched the meat with his fork and began to think about the faint aroma of fruits, the smell of burnt fat, and the perfect roasting. The guy smiled slyly, mentally noting that it could not be bad. He looked up at the owner and asked what the dish was called, and he replied that it was roux steak. The blonde pointed the knife at the meat, saying that he had never heard of it. He tried to stick the cutlery into the steak. Suddenly, his face appeared in confusion. Kang-hyuk tried to cut the meat again. He began to roughly wield a fork and knife. The guy looked at the brunette with irritation and muttered that the meat was not cut. The protagonist took the plate and said that he would cut it now. He looked down, thinking that he deserved not to be cut. Seung-woo remembered the dark cave. He turned his gaze to the light that appeared. The guy turned around and said that he looked like a sly one. Elder Red Dragon Kale Ruse was looking at him with burning eyes. The brunette stood in front of him, mentally noting that he, who had existed for 18 years, was an elder and the right hand of the demon lord. The toothless monster screamed loudly. The protagonist struck him with his sword, thinking that he had suffered enough. Now he was cutting a steak from its meat. The blonde turned away and muttered that he did not know anything, because he saw how the meat resisted the knife. He looked at the steak with a puzzled look and asked if it was cutting well, after which Seung-woo said that he must have just been tired. Kang-hyuk stabbed a piece with a fork and noted that it must really be like that. He put the fork in his mouth. Suddenly his eyes widened. The brunette looked at him in confusion as he bent over. Suddenly, flames started to come out of the blonde's mouth. He covered his mouth with his hands. Kang-hyuk started shaking, muttering that besides, it didn't taste good. The protagonist acrosomed his hands and chuckled, saying that it meant he managed to make a tasteless dish after all. He slammed his hand on the counter and declared that this was food that was eaten for effect and also to fill up. Seung-woo gave a thumbs up and pointed out that this is what makes a terrible dish. The blonde was shaking with a shocked look, trying to understand why he couldn't even spit out this tasteless piece of meat. He started sweating, thinking that he wouldn't be able to hold out until the end because it was too hot, and apparently he had no choice but to swallow it. Then he did it. Suddenly, a reaction started to happen in his stomach. The guy's eyes rolled back. Then, he collapsed on the floor. The brunette leaned on the counter with interest in his eyes. An hour later, Kang-hyuk suddenly jumped up. The protagonist was sitting in front of him on the couch. The blonde was holding his throat, saying that he, a crazy chef, lures people with his food. He swung his leg sharply, indignantly asking how after that he can just sit and yawn. Seung-woo intercepted his leg. The guy perplexedly shook himself. The brunette held his leg and said that he was really weak if even after eating that dish, he was only capable of this. Remembering the kale ruse steak, he said that it was a 3-star meal and called him a weakling. The blonde pointed at himself and asked puzzledly if he was talking about him. The protagonist poked him in the leg and confirmed. Kang-hyuk froze and shocked. He immediately stood up. The guy swung his fist and asked how dare he call him weak. Trying to hit the protagonist, he shouted his name and noted that he was a member of the First Order. Seung-woo touched his finger to both of his. At that moment, the blonde flew to the side. When he fell, the brunette asked if he was a stubborn lover of waving his fists, regardless of the situation. He put his hand in his pocket and told him to rest for a while. The protagonist took out his phone and asked what the First Order meant. Starting to read information on the internet, he began to talk about the 100 strongest hunters in the world. Looking at Kang-hyuk lying on the floor, Seung-woo loudly asked if this weakling was really one of the 100 best hunters on Earth. He propped his face with his hand and asked if it meant that he had the power to resolve the world and said that even if so, He did not want to interfere. The guy looked up and thought of something. With a sly grin, he looked at the blonde. Several people stood in front of the monsters, as they were the ones who fought the monsters that swarmed the streets due to the sudden appearance of the thief and were called hunters. Kang-hyuk stood among the black shadows, as he was one of the top 100 retailers who had received the title of First Order. His emblem had a large F on it. Lights were shining in the windows of the diner. The blonde was kneeling, loudly begging for forgiveness. The guy was sitting at the bar, noting that he had overcome his sleep and immediately began to bow. He looked at Kang-hyuk and asked if he did the same thing when he came to other stores, to which he laughed. The brunette took a sip of coffee, telling him to forget it because he was sure of it. He looked up in surprise and asked if it was true that these days it was called Blu-ray. Looking at the displeased face of the blonde, the protagonist mentally noted that this kid was definitely a returnee. Drinking his hot drink with a forged face, he grimly noted that if he made a mistake, his days were numbered. Seung-woo put his mug on the counter. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would make a man out of him. Kang-hyuk smiled puzzledly. The brunette leaned towards him and noted that he was part of the First Order, which meant he had to protect the earth. He leaned back in his chair and began to say willfully that in addition to passing on skills and knowledge, teaching implies guiding a person on the right path and also teaches him to become useful, so he is going to teach him. Kang-hyuk grimaced and asked what would happen if he refused. Darkened, the brunette began to roll up his sleeves. The blonde abruptly raised his hand up and began to thank his future teacher. The protagonist waved his hand and said that they need to begin their training with one human wisdom and delivered that, first of all, a human is called someone who has a sense of love, who is able to sympathize with others and express compassion to those who need it. While his ears were bleeding, the guy closed his eyes and thought that his chatter was endless and he was sure that he could play Sonata No. 14 Part 3 with his tongue. He raised his hand and asked him to wait, then began to ask if he had worked there before by any chance, and Seung-woo finished with words about a high school ethics teacher and noted that he had good intuition. He clapped his hands. With a smile on his face, he began to say that it was time to reflect on the fucking food. Kang-hyuk indignantly pointed at the meat and loudly asked if he really called it food and added that anyone would say that it was a chemical weapon. The protagonist loomed over him gloomily and asked how he dared to speak like that about a dish that another person was cooking, and the frightened blonde asked him to stop. After a while, he held the plate with a dissatisfied face. The guy bent over and asked Seung-woo if he wanted the table. He ate it all, to which he replied yes. Kang-hyuk's face turned white. When he started crying, the brunette patted him on the shoulder, saying that when he ate, he would feel better. He grabbed his hand when the blonde picked up the plate and screamed that he didn't want to eat it, and it wasn't food, after which the protagonist began to ask if there was anything he would be ashamed to say in front of the person who cooked it. Continuing to cry, the guy screamed no. Seung-woo smiled wickedly. Then he stuffed the meat into Kang-hyuk's mouth. His eyes rolled back. A moment later, he fell to the floor. The brunette grabbed his legs and said that when he woke up, he would either throw up or he would make a scene about pumping his stomach. He dragged him, adding that he definitely had to digest it. The protagonist reached the basement door and said that he didn't want to see the earth destroy it. He smiled grimly and noted that for this you need to become incredibly strong. The lights were on in the windows of the ISAC headquarters. The woman tapped her pen on the table. Propping her head on her fist, she said that for the second day, nothing was known about it. The guy stroked the blade of the knife. The leader of the Second Order support team, Min O'Keefe, asked if that was why she called him. The brunette put her face on the table and muttered that he was Kang-hyuk, which meant that he could not be kidnapped, arrested, or captured. However, and the brown-haired man interrupted, asking where it was seen that a member of the First Order was kidnapped. He frowned and sighed, asking if it was possible that he got into trouble and disappeared, or was spending time with a woman. The brunette stood up and folded her hands on the table, answering that there was only a day left before the boss showed up, and this was truly an emergency. The guy clenched his teeth and wiped his forehead. He put the knife away and turned around, saying that he would bring him, so she should be ready. After a while, he was walking down a narrow street. O'Keefe stopped. He put his hand on his stomach and muttered that he was looking for this impudent woman, but his abilities were already running out. He squatted down. The brown-haired man closed his eyes. Drops were slowly dripping onto the water. A blue light shone at the place of their contact. The guy opened his eyes. He looked back and noted what he had found. The light was still on in the diner. O'Keefe looked at the stand near the door and asked what he had forgotten there. Then he pulled the handle, but realized that it was locked. The brown-haired man took out a master key, mentally noting that he could easily open it with it. A rustling sound began to be heard in the area of the lock. A few moments later, the guy opened the door. Entering inside, he began to look around, asking his head if Kang-hyuk was really sitting in the basement. Not noticing the silhouette behind him, the brown-haired man wondered how he could get there. He looked back in fear. The protagonist frowned and asked if he knew that this was against the law. The guy opened his mouth in confusion. Seung-woo smiled widely but grimly and asked if this was self-defense. Sounds were pouring out from near the basement stairs. The blonde was hitting the stones with a pickaxe. He read it on the floor. Kang Hyuk leaned on it and muttered that he would definitely find it. He looked back sullenly. Seeing the silhouette descending towards him, he cried out that he could not believe it. Looking at the brown-haired man in front of him, the guy shouted that he believed that he would come for him. O'Keefe passed him while he was asking how they could get out of here. The blonde looked at his comrade in confusion. The guy took the pickaxe and turned around, saying that he had been caught too. At that moment, Kang Hyuk grimaced sadly. After a while, the two of them were hitting the rocks. One of them threw down his pickaxe. While Kang Hyuk continued working, the brown-haired man crouched down and asked what he was doing, to which he replied that they were currently expanding the basement. O'Keefe swung his fist at him and indignantly asked why he even dug up this monster. He fell and grabbed his back, after which the blonde noted that he also did not know that he was so strong, as if returned. He crouched down next to his comrade and began to ask what he thought about his strength with the help of his abilities when he saw this monster, noting that he even saw Haken. The guy looked at him, that he really saw the noble warrior Haken, who occupied the 6th place in the First Order. He began to rise, saying that level 85 guy was a completely different league, and he could not even imagine, and the blonde asked if he was really starting to work again and did not want to give it back at all. The brown-haired man clutched the pickaxe in his hands. He swung it at his comrade and shouted that he almost wanted to smash his appendage skull for angering this monster. Kang Hyuk sighed when the pickaxe weakly touched his head. He grabbed the tool and said that this is why he works here, tirelessly, to preserve his share of glory. The blonde threw the pickaxe over his shoulder, noting that there was a bigger problem, and he believed that the boss would show up soon. Looking down, O'Keefe breathed heavily, saying that they were the best in sector. The guy perked up when his stomach growled. Kang Hyuk smiled nervously and asked not to look at him with such eyes, because he worked hard, and this was normal. The brown-haired man sighed and said that in any case, they needed to apologize to the owner and ask to be let out of here. As he headed towards the stairs, the blonde asked if he would let them down if they just apologized, to which O'Keefe replied that if they just explained it to him like it was, he would understand everything. Moreover, his magic was surprisingly pure. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and said that they could go. Kang Hyuk jumped in shock, and his companion bowed gratefully. Seung-woo took out his apron and asked if it was true that he was O'Keefe's sniper and noted that he was lazy, so he would not speak to him formally, to which the brown-haired man decided to ask how he knew this. The brunette showed the two of them his phone and replied that he found everything on the internet. He began to tie the apron around his waist, telling them to wait a little. The protagonist waved his hand and said with a smile that it was not polite to let customers in before opening, but he would treat them to one dish. The blonde started pounding his fists on the table, shouting that he didn't want any because they were disgusting, after which Seung-woo said that there were tasty ones and bad ones and asked which one he would like. The guy looked at him with a worried look and asked what kind of oven would want to eat a bad dish, adding that of course he wanted a tasty one. The brunette reached into the drawer, saying that in that case he would serve him fried salmon in foil, but only the salmon he had eaten as an appetizer was left. The brown-haired man raised his hand and began to say that in that case he would too. Suddenly he perked up, remembering that he had offered them a choice. O'Keefe frowned and pursed his lips, mentally noting that this was terribly strange. The main character smiled widely when he looked at him seriously and asked for something that was not tasty. Seung-woo took the fish out of the fridge. Then he started to unpack it. The guy cut the salmon. Next, he took a bottle of sauce. He poured a lot of the contents on the fish. Then the brunette started to cut vegetables and mushrooms. Watching him cook, the brown-haired guy said that he was simply incredible. Kang Hyuk frowned at him and asked why he asked him for a dish that was not tasty, after which O'Keefe muttered that he already regretted it a little because this food looked delicious. The blonde raised his eyebrows and noted that if you look at it like that, it was weird. Watching the main character sprinkle spices, he said that first you need to leave the fish for 5 minutes 10 minutes to get rid of the smell. The brunette drew his eyebrows together and replied that it did not see, but he adjusted the magic and sprinkled salt on the fillet and splashed liquor again. While Seung-woo was wrapping everything in foil, O'Keefe said that he was able to eliminate the smell at once. The guy put the foil with the contents on the frying pan. Then he covered it with a lid. The dish began to cook on the fire. The brunette turned to the others and said that that was all, and they only had to wait until the food was ready. He pointed at the brunette and asked if it was true that he had something wrong with his kidneys or liver, to which he replied that everything was correct. O'Keefe put his hand on his stomach and said that he also had gastritis. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in confusion and noted the fact that it meant he was unable to maintain his fighting power. Kang Hyuk smiled stupidly and pointed at his comrade, saying that this guy would start puffing and fail within 5 minutes of the fight. Seung-woo thoughtfully touched his chin and noted that in that case he would bring him food for the sick. Then he reached for the saucepan. Holding it on the fire, the brunette stirred the contents. Watching him, the blonde propped his chin and mentally noted that the most dietary food is porridge. He patted his comrade on the shoulder and said with a grin that eating tasteless porridge is even harder. The protagonist removed the lid from the frying pan. Looking at the cooked salmon, he said that everything was ready. Kang Hyuk looked at the dish with delighted eyes and exclaimed that this was a completely different matter. He broke off one piece with chopsticks. His eyes widened when the guy tried it. As if he found himself in space, he blissfully closed his eyes. The blonde started pounding his fist on the table, saying that it was incredibly delicious and wondered why a person who was supposed to cook such divine dishes cooked something tasteless. Seungwoo put the sauce in front of him and told him to think that it was just his hobby. Kang Hyuk gave a thumbs up and shouted that when he tried it with the sauce, it became even tastier, to which the brunette replied that he understood and asked not to talk with his mouth full. When he moved away again, the brown-haired man realized that it was his turn. The protagonist began to put the dish on a plate. O'Keefe's face darkened, thinking that he had to find out why he was served such a dish. He closed his eyes, mentally noting that if they were playing baseball, it would be a sacrificial hit, and that he was ready to eat this disgusting dish, and maybe then he would find out the reason. Suddenly his eyes widened. Seungwoo put a plate in front of him and said that it was not tasty. He smiled widely and noted that, however, he would never try anything like this again. The brown-haired man looked at the turquoise dish with confusion. Kang Hyuk looked into his plate and asked if it was porridge. He looked at the dish and the plate. The protagonist asked with his hands on his chest when he was asked if he had added uranium to it and answered that he hadn't put anything like that. After which the blonde man began to assume that he had added an energy drink to it and asked why it was this color. He waved his hand and said that you definitely can't eat something like that. Meanwhile, O'Keefe stared at the dish with a dissatisfied face. The guy looked at him with confusion and asked what was wrong with him. The brown-haired man began to move his spoon through the porridge, thinking about the color and movement of magic. Imagining a bottle of liquid, he concluded that this dish had an effect similar to healing. O'Keefe frowned and looked at Seungwoo, wondering if he had prepared it here and noting that I wouldn't even let a professional keep magic in such a pure form. The brunette looked at him with a slight smile. A drop of sweat ran down the brown-haired man's cheek as he decided to ask if it was an accident. Suddenly, the protagonist put a finger to his lips. O'Keefe looked up, realizing that he was asking him to be quiet and mentally noting that, whatever it was, he would recover by eating this concoction, so he should at least try a spoonful first. He stuck the spoon in his mouth. The guy perked up, puzzled, feeling the healing. While the blonde ate happily, he grimaced, asking why the consistency was so chewy. With a trembling hand, the brown-haired man picked up the spoon again, thinking that if he wanted to feel good, he needed to finish it. He closed his eyes and put another spoonful in his mouth. After 30 minutes, he slumped in his chair. Kang Hyuk smiled widely and exclaimed that it was wonderful, and then asked his comrade how he was doing. His eyes widened when he saw the brown-haired man turn white. He put his hand on his side and began to think about how the kidneys removed from the injury had regenerated, and the magical power had also returned. A soft smile appeared on his face, and the guy mentally noted that he had never felt such calm. He began to get up from his seat, and the blonde decided to find out what it was. The brown-haired man bowed to the owner of the diner and thanked him, noting that he would never forget his kindness. The protagonist crossed his arms and smiled. Kang Hyuk began to look at each of them in turn, asking what kind of atmosphere was between the two of them right now. He grinned and ordered to give him some plates. After a while, there was a stack of baking sheets on the counter. The boy leaned back in his chair and said that he felt alive now. Seungwoo, clearing the dishes, touched his chin thoughtfully when O'Keefe asked if he could help them if a boss monster suddenly appeared from the gate tomorrow. His comrade threw his hand on his shoulder and said that it would not do, and O'Keefe asked what he meant. The blonde began to point at the main character, saying that he was returned and very strong, and this was not a reason to fight for them. He touched his chin with his hand and noted that he had his own reasons, and if he wanted to fight, he would have said so in advance. The boy winked, wondering if it was true that he did not want to interfere for their sake. Seungwoo looked at him with a puzzled look. Kang Hyuk spread his arms out to the sides and noted that if the master interfered, then the work would become much easier, and they would miss the chance to become stronger on their own. He raised his fist and said that it made sense, because they would gain strength themselves and overcome everything. O'Keefe frowned and said that it was very funny. With a grin, he approached his colleague and told him to stop talking nonsense. The brown-haired man began to point his finger at his forehead, saying that if the teacher participated in the raid on the boss monster, the Hunter Association would find out about it, and then the teacher would become the first in the first order. The brunette watched as he continued to get angry, exclaiming that in that case, he would be pushed out of 100th place to 101st. Kang Hyuk smiled widely and said that he was caught. O'Keefe pointed his finger at him and told the protagonist that he was an idiot, after which the protagonist noted that he should definitely make a real person out of him. He leaned his elbow on the counter and said that despite this, he could not disagree with his words. Seungwoo looked down and started saying that he had seen many kingdoms that counted on one great hero, but the end was always the same. The two boys looked at him carefully when he started talking about destruction. The brown-haired man stood up from his chair and said that in that case, they would not bother him anymore. The boy leaned on the counter and told them to come to him more often. When they approached the door, he called Kang Hyuk and suggested that they meet more often, to which he replied that he did not want to. The door of the diner closed. As the two of them walked along the narrow street, O'Keefe said that no matter what the situation, eating 10 servings was too much and asked how it was possible to eat so much just because it was free. The blonde clenched his fist and exclaimed that the eaters of stinky porridge were not given a word. The brown-haired man smirked. Continuing to walk along the street, he mentally noted that someday he would understand what an opportunity he had missed. The next day, a boss monster appeared in the city. Raising his head, he roared loudly. Two guys looked at him from the roof. Noticing the helicopter, O'Keefe said it was already here. Kang Hyuk began to load his gun with a smile, saying that he was in great shape. The brown-haired man grabbed his sword and said that he didn't care. The blonde man adjusted his vest. Jumping off the roof with his colleague, he exclaimed that he offered to be the center of attention today. The TV screen was showing a news program, and the girl was telling that an A-class creature had been discovered in Sector A this afternoon. Showing the moment of its destruction, she noted that, however, superstar Kang Hyuk, along with Team Min O'Keefe from the Second Order, had defeated the monster. The guy was watching the screen with interest, listening to the words that, as a result, the government of the Republic of Korea had decided to award medals to all members of the team. The host lowered her eyes, telling that superstar Kang Hyuk, for the first time since his moron, had refused to give an interview due to an upset stomach from overeating. Chewing a sandwich, the brunette smiled and said that it seemed like he had taken well. He chuckled awkwardly, mentally noting that, to be honest, the gates had opened with his arrival, because during the movement through the dimensions, the impressionable monsters had sensed danger and leaned out. The main character brought the mug to his lips and asked the respected hunters to take care of their world. He stretched tiredly, noting that there was a week left before the opening. Seung-woo went to the window and asked if he was going to cook something today. Suddenly his eyes widened. Light paws were dragged into a puddle on the street. The guy opened the front door and said hello. A cat in a red cloak held a box over his head, saying that he had received a package. The sun's rays illuminated the diner. The beast raised his paw. He was standing next to a chair, asking if he could sit here. The Illuros animal jumped on him after permission, and the protagonist noted that this species has a cat-like appearance and habits, but is very smart and intelligent. It has more taste cells than a person, so they are good at cooking, and their sense of smell, hearing, and other senses are also excellent. The animal licked its paw. Seung-woo propped his chin up, watching it, mentally noting how they like to take care of others. He imagined Illuros as a laundress and a military doctor. Then he imagined how he was being dug up by a chest and thought that they were the best support for a warrior. However, the gamers' bellies were sticking out from under their clothes. The fat guy was lying on the bed, saying that he was too lazy to do anything, so he refused to be a warrior, and it was because of excessive care that warriors began to turn into lazy pigs, so Illuros were nicknamed cats, humming brave warriors. In the past, the brunette watched as two guys showed pictures of their animals, arguing whose would be cuter. Almost crying, the protagonist bit his handkerchief, mentally noting that this is why he desperately wanted only this when he was a soldier. He fell to his knees and turned to the sky, asking Mrs. Gaia to send him Illuros, because only he did not have a cat. Meanwhile, the blonde was lying on a cloud, asking what was that sound. Now Seung-woo clenched his fist, saying that his anger meter was increasing just thinking about it. He put his elbow on the box and said that he only asked Renato for pudding, and he sent him Illuros. The guy pointed to himself and said that he was not a warrior now, but the owner of a diner, and if there was flying cat hair here, he would not be able to sell. The beast put his paws on the counter and said that he did not shed, after which he offered to try to pull. The brunette pulled the gray hair. He smiled in relief, saying that he really did not shed. The protagonist began to stroke Illuros' back, asking how he got here. The beast crossed his paws on his chest and said that he defeated the cat god, so now he is here. Seung-woo saved his eyes from shock and asked again. The cat smiled and covered his mouth with his paw. He remembered the big cat on the throne. The beast stood before him, frightened. The cat god looked at him and refused. Illuros looked at him with pitiful eyes. The god turned away and said that being nice wouldn't help him, and that guy was very dangerous. The beast sank to the floor and began to cry. The ruler looked at him and noted that he didn't understand what a danger he represented, which was why he was crying. Illuros crossed his paws over his chest, saying that he was a big guy, and a fallen angel was much better than usual. The cat god grimaced. He looked at the beast, mentally noting that since he wasn't born, he was a completely different brave warrior. The forest was covered with a blue sky. The upset cat sat by one of the trees, asking why he couldn't just meet the warrior. A blue butterfly flew past his face. It flew to a flower, then it turned around abruptly. Illuros watched as it flew away. He hit the ground with his paw and said that he realized that he just wasn't right for them. He clenched his paws into fists and exclaimed that his abilities weren't enough, and that day he started training. After a while, he was throwing punches. The cat's paws hit the target with lightning speed. Then he read books. He also practiced cleaning, and thus gained strength and wisdom to become Ailuros, a brave warrior. The guy looked at him with an awkward smile, asking if that was how Ellen. Introducing the defeated cat god, he asked if he really beat him because of this, that he didn't want to send him to the warrior. The cat put his paws on his belt and proudly noted that it was. Watching him box, the brunette mentally noted that he seemed to know why Renato sent him with him. The protagonist darkened, thinking that he felt the rich smell of an idiot, which he only felt from Cly and Theo. Looking at the cat in a fighting stance, he mentally noted that he could feel it from him. He put his hands on his belt and noted that he had already retired. Ailuros looked at him pitifully. Seungwoo covered his slightly embarrassed face and said that he could, however, hire him as a worker. The cat happily jumped up and thanked him. He jumped down to the floor. The beast bowed and said that he was very pleased to meet him. The guy touched his chin and began to say that his name was Naobai and something affectionate was needed. He stroked the cat's head and said that he would call him Nabai and welcomed him to the diner. The sun's rays illuminated the diner where the first worker had just appeared. Two silhouettes were watching it from across the street. Two men were looking through binoculars. Looking around the diner, they noted that everything looked quiet. The men lowered their binoculars, saying that self-employment was a war, a kind of flag confiscation game, and all new businesses were the enemy. The two chefs tucked into the snack bar, asking if it was time for them to crush the enemy. Park Dalsoo, the owner of the Reason restaurant, gritted his teeth and asked if his friend could see the coffee machine in the window. Tishik, the owner of the Vanna restaurant, grinned wickedly and said it looked expensive. The two of them stood in front of the snack bar, saying that they were probably going to make it into a cafe. The men's expressions darkened, and Dalsoo clenched his fist, asking how about using the first order like the previous cafe and tearing them to pieces. Suddenly, they saw something outside the building. There were two gift wreaths with congratulations on the opening from Kang Hyuk and O'Keefe. The men's eyes widened. The two of them trembled, and Tishik, holding his mustache, said that they were the leaders of the first and second order, and Dalsoo muttered that the owner had already made connections with such influential people. He clutched the towel tightly in anger and shouted that he was thinking about placing the occupation troops at the entrance as guests, paying them for it. The two cooks looked at each other. The man put his hand behind his neck and said that this would not do, and this snack was pissing him off, to which his comrade suggested that they prepare properly and come again. The cooks ran away. Suddenly, someone touched their backs. Ailuros was standing behind them. He pointed at them and asked if they were customers. The man froze with shocked faces, asking where a talking cat came from. Nabai threw up his paws and happily welcomed them to the diner. Then he dragged the cooks inside. A few moments later, they were already sitting at the counter. While the cat was walking around the kitchen with a tray, Tishik whispered to his friend if he was a monster by any chance. When the beast put the glasses on the tray, Dalsoo also whispered that he was not a monster, but a trained prisoner. He smiled slyly and offered to show them what a complaint was. The man ran his finger along the countertop. His eyes bulged, and the cook asked if he had really found more hair than they thought. The cook looked at his finger, shining with cleanliness, exclaiming that there was not a speck of dust on it. They began to look around. The men saw the cleanest room. They grabbed their heads, and Tishik began to say that even he, who had violated all the sanitary regulations only once in his entire career, could not find fault with anything. Nabai put the glass on the countertop. He showed them an apron with a name and said that it was because he did not shed. The cook started to feel him up, asking what breed he was. Tishik touched his chin, saying that anyway, the place was pretty clean and asked if the businessman cleaned it himself, to which the cat replied that he was responsible for cleaning. The man looked at him silently, darkened. He buried his face in his palm and muttered that he needed a cat like that too. Nabai put the menu in front of them and asked to look at it. Dalsoo started pointing with his fingers and whispered if it was time to move on to plan B. Tishik gave him the sign of approval. Maslina pointed to the menu and asked for the specialty of the day in 2 portions. The beast ran to the kitchen, exclaiming that the order was accepted. A brunette entered the room, saying that he understood the order. While he was putting on an apron, the cooks watched, muttering that, as expected, the owner was one of the hunters, and Dalsoo muttered that, in addition, he was also handsome. Tishik looked at his comrade and indignantly asked what he just said. The protagonist took out a large vat. The man looked at him with admiring eyes. Examining Seungwoo's arms, he noted his muscles. Watching him clean the vat, the cook muttered that he did it so easily, and now it was as if he came out of a picture. He began waving his arms when Tishik indignantly asked if he had forgotten the reason for their coming here, and he loudly replied that he was simply amazed at his abilities. He coughed into his fist. Dalsoo glanced at the boy with one eye. As he stirred the food on the fire, he mentally noted that he was skilled, experienced, and unflappable. The brunette grinned as the man thought that this was the first time he had seen a happy expression combined with such qualities. After a while, Nabai carried 2 plates. Placing them in front of the cooks, he noted that today's specialty was squid top-up. In front of the men was rice with squid as an appetizer. Tishik and Dalso touched their chins, saying that they never thought they would be served this, and that it was written that a new menu would be made that day depending on the ingredients available. The man scooped up some food and mentally noted that since the ingredients were in front of them, it would be easy to make an allergy claim. The cooks looked at the spoon, thinking that all that was left was to try it. Dalso put the spoon in his mouth. While he was chewing, Tishik asked him how he was, to which he replied that it was quite tasty. The 2 of them began to eat. The men ate without stopping. After a while, their plates were empty. The cooks leaned back in their chairs, saying that it was delicious. Dalso wiped his mouth, saying that for any Korean, this taste is undeniable. His companion smiled broadly and noted that this was different from the theme of his establishment, where they exposed coffee and a light lunch. The cook put his hand on his shoulder and said that this was also different from the theme of his restaurant, and it was completely different from a place where you can eat at home. The 2 of them began to take money out of their wallets, saying that such snack bars are good. Nabai happily waved his paws at them, telling them to come again. The man waved back. They walked along the green grass, saying that they would probably drop in on them sometimes, and that perhaps looked to give them at least one congratulatory wreath. The protagonist looked at the sheet of paper. The cat came up to him and asked what it was. Sungu handed him the sheet and said that Kang Hyuk sent him the correct list, which had the names of these 2. He put his hands on his belt and noted that they had defeated them with 1 serving of squid top-up, and Nabai exclaimed that he was an archer warrior. The guy closed his eyes and said that neighbors should be respected. While they were visible through a large panoramic window, he mentally noted that from the very beginning he did not think to cross paths with other establishments. Bright rays of the sun illuminated the diner, and the brunette mentally noted that this is like a cycle of almost elements, and it is very important to coexist with everyone in harmony, and in the end, the warrior's habits remain forever. After a while, the protagonist looked puzzled at the 2 new wreaths, asking when they had time. People were walking around the building, resembling a coliseum. The battered Sungu was breathing heavily. He picked up the bloody sword, thinking that it was heavy. The guy turned around when he heard a scream asking for a kill. The people in the stands with forged faces loudly demanded more blood and murder. They raised their fists and shouted. In front of the brunette, there was a man lying on the sand. He clenched his teeth in anger and asked him to do it faster. The protagonist touched the hilt of the sword with both hands. He raised it above his head. The blade flew through the air. Then it stuck into the sand. The brown-haired man opened his eyes and looked at Sungu with confusion. He smirked and said that he would not do it because it already made him sick. After that, the spectators began throwing crumpled paper at him. The guy touched his stomach. He sat down on the sand. Then he raised his head. Looking at the blue sky, he said that he really wanted kimchi. After a while, the hunter put down the empty plate. He wiped his mouth and said that as always, it was excellent. The protagonist, crossing his arms, looked into one spot. O'Keefe waved his hand in front of his face and asked what was wrong. The protagonist put his hand behind his head and said that he just remembered something. While Nabai was taking the empty plate, the brown-haired man repeated that the kimchi chigo was very tasty. The cat ran with the plate, and Sungu asked if this was his first time trying this dish. The guy reached for the mug and began to tell him that he first lived in America, so he was not used to kimchi. Drops of rain began to fall weakly on the window glass. All 3 of them were drinking drinks in the diner. O'Keefe smiled and said that it was cozy and calm here. Putting down the mug, he began to get up, thanking for the food. He looked at the brunette and said that he wanted to tell him that about the weekend, a city officer will come to check the real status of things. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked again about the real state of affairs. The hunter sat down in front of the cat and began to tell that they need to know whether Illuros is able to receive guests, and whether it harms civilians and does not pose a danger. Seungwoo scratched his cheek and asked how he found out last time and told him about the ways to help the returned. The brown-haired man stroked the beast's head, saying that he has instructions. He rose to his feet, noting that the returned are also victims of the gate incident, so they react appropriately, because there are many cases of their unexpected arrival in this world, and the guy noted that they are doing everything right, and this is worthy of praise. O'Keefe turned around. Looking at the brunette, he wondered if the inspector was also a returned one and noted that everything must definitely happen without incident. In advance, the sun covered the diner. Nabai, with a smile on his face, noticed the yard. A man sat down next to him and called him. The cat jumped up in fear. He began to hit the intruder with a mark, shouting that he sensed his presence, to which he replied that this was a feature of his work and asked if he was very scared. The white-haired man ran his hand through his hair and said that he was glad to see Illuros, and then apologized. The beast froze with a raised broom and asked if he really knew about them, to which he replied that he himself had once aspired to become a warrior. Nabai jumped joyfully, asking if he too had once been a warrior, and the man asked if he was working now. The cat sadly touched his chin. Remembering the darkness of the door, he mentally noted that when the owner was busy watching a movie, he should not be disturbed for anything. The beast looked sadly at the guest and replied that, unfortunately, they were already closing. Shell's eyes began to water. Suddenly, he began to beat himself on the chest, loudly saying that, however, if he was very hungry, he could cook something for him personally. The white-haired man happily grabbed his paw and exclaimed that he would be very happy. After a while, he stood with a dejected look, asking again about the dish. The man folded his hands on the tabletop and said that he would like kimchi jjigae. Nabai began to run around in confusion, shouting that he would try it first. But the problem was that it would not be easy for a cat's tongue to taste the salty sauce, and he was also not familiar with the local cuisine and kimchi. He dragged a stool for himself. The animal climbed onto it. Then he began to cut the meat. In 2 containers, he put the main ingredients, kimchi and pork ham. The cat poured the meat into a saucepan. In it, he began to cook a rich broth. Nabai touched his chin with his paw and said that everything simple ends here. He looked at the 3 containers of ingredients with fear and said that he did not know how to make the sauce. The beast poured them all into the pot. He wiped his forehead, saying that it seemed almost ready. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He grabbed the onion by the greens and exclaimed that this was definitely it. However, the correct way to add only green onions. After a while, he buried his face in the floor. When the white-haired one looked at him, he muttered that something seemed to have gone wrong. The man looked at the contents of the pot and said that after looking at this, he also thought the recipe was slightly wrong. He looked at the food with confusion, saying that it looked more like kimchi porridge. With a smile, the guest looked at the gloomy cat and said that he tried anyway. Suddenly the door opened. A brunette entered the room. Meeting the man's gaze, he asked if he was a guest, and Nabai sadly muttered that he was from Terra. The man rose from his seat and said that his name was Park Sunghin, and he's back. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that he had the same sunken face as O'Keefe, and by all appearances, he had worked hard while in Terra. He put on an apron and noted that he understood the situation he was in, then asked if it was true that he wanted to have kimchi jjigae for dinner. As he began to approach the man noted that work hours had already ended, then asked if he would be an inconvenience, to which Sungu replied that he considered this business a hobby, so it would be okay to pretend that they were open. He took the tray of food, saying that he would eat what Ilaros had prepared himself. The guy went to the kitchen, mentally noting that this was the first meal of the returnee. He rolled up his sleeves, thinking that he should take this seriously. The guy walked to the stove. He stabbed the knife into the pork leg. Then he started to cut it. Boliet brought the cutting board to the frying pan, mentally noting that this product is not particularly expensive, but it should not be underestimated in any way, and despite the fact that the meat is elastic, it gives an exquisite taste. He poured the pieces into the frying pan. The protagonist turned up the heat. He began to stir the meat, thinking that if he fried it, it would turn out incredibly delicious. Nabai watched him from the side. He looked with admiring eyes. Turning to him, Sungwoo told him to come here so that he could teach him. He stirred the cabbage with a spoon, telling him that he puts kimchi in the oil soaked in pork fat to stew. Then he scooped up the sauce. When the guy put it in the frying pan, he began to say that the required ingredient is soybean paste, and it is needed to get rid of the unpleasant smell of meat. Looking at the contents of the pan, he said that it is also sometimes interrupted with alcohol, but there are those who skip this step, and also a considerable amount of garlic is added to kimchi, because it emphasizes the taste. The cat clapped his paws. He looked at the main character with a smile and exclaimed that it turns out that the axial paste is put when cooking for sensitive people, to which he replied that adding alcohol can also be a matter of religion, and moreover, there are sauces when people put less garlic in kimchi. Sungwoo added garlic. Then he began to put the spice. The guy looked at the beast, saying that this is enough. Nabai, meanwhile, wrote everything down in a notebook, saying that this point should be underlined and marked with an asterisk. He happily threw his paws to the sides and exclaimed that now he can cook kimchi jjigae, and the brunette suggested that he try to cook it next time. After a while, there were more for the guest on the tray. The white-haired man froze in amazement. He looked up and started saying that apparently he wasn't the only one who wanted to taste this dish and asked if the guy did too. The brunette wiped his hands on his apron and started saying that he didn't appreciate it when he lived on Earth, but when he got to another world, he especially wanted to eat kimchi jjigae, and the guy replied that he completely understood him. The man stuck the spoon into the plate. Then he put it in his mouth. His eyes started to water. He stood up, remembering the cafeteria where he ate the same dish. Sunghin chewed and cried a little, mentally noting that this was the same taste of his homeland. Crying, he trembled, thinking that he really returned. When the plate was empty, the white-haired man started telling that he had been in Terra for 13 years. Nabai started to clear the tray, and the brunette came up to him. The man buried his face in his hands and said that 13 years there are 6 on Earth. The protagonist sighed, mentally noting that he had been there for 40 years, but only 9 had passed here and concluded that there really was no pattern to this. Sunghin waved his hand, saying that he was a level 50 hunter. Seungwoo touched his chin and asked if that meant he was a silver-ranked adventurer, and he answered in the affirmative. The white-haired man's leg twitched. He walked over to the window and began to explain that, unlike Terra, the gate control system here was flawless. The man lowered his eyebrows sadly, saying that even more memories of Terra had surfaced in his mind. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked if he had returned because he wanted to. Sunghin looked at him and replied that he had been banished during his adventure in the dungeon. The brunette's eyes widened, asking if this was not a deliberate return, but an exile. He imagined a man falling into a portal, noting that banishment was a spell that forcibly pushed the target out of it. The protagonist placed his fingers on his chin and asked why, of all the possible changes, an earthling was exiled to Earth. Sunghin turned away when he told him that it was incredible luck and replied that it was a miracle. His face darkened. Seungwoo, looking at him, noted that he was now home. The white-haired man looked at the door and began to tell him that he had a loving wife who was waiting for him, as well as Iluros. He closed his eyes, saying that 13 years was enough for his home to be somewhere else. The man remembered the blonde and the cat. He fell to his knees and began to cry. Nabai ran up to him with a stream. The protagonist grimaced and looked away. He waved his hand and asked if he wanted to go back there. A tearful Sunghin looked at him puzzled and asked again. He slammed his hands on the tabletop, shouting that if possible, he dreams of going back there. Seungwoo snapped his fingers. At that moment, a portal appeared under the white-haired man's feet. Shock appeared on his face. The guy laughed and said that he was glad to meet them. At that moment, the man fell into the portal. Then it began to close. The brunette shook his hands and said that he did not like to see a person cry, after which the cat began to say that if he was careless about his ability to move through dimensions, then the goddess. The main character covered his ear with his finger and replied that he wanted it himself, then it was necessary to drop his desire. And what he would do next was none of his business, and Nabai replied that he thought he sent him because he was annoying him. He began to leave, saying that in any case, the cat did a good job today, but now they were definitely closing. The beast raised the tray above his head and said that he would take the failed dish to the basement to the pooling slime. Seungwoo took the tray from him and said that there was no need to do that because he would eat it himself. He smiled widely and said that everything was fine. Memories of the dungeon appeared in his head. He himself was sitting in one of the cells. The man knocked on the bars. He smiled and asked if he knew that 200 days had passed since he arrived here. The guy looked up at him and said that he couldn't remember that. John chuckled. He put the tray of food on the floor of the cell and said that it was kimchi jjiggy, a gift for him. The brunette looked up at him and asked where he got it. The man put his hands on his belt and began to tell how one person had an ingredient called kimchi, which he kept as his property, and he bought it for a copper coin and made a stew out of it. The protagonist began to laugh, saying that kimchi as property was simply genius. He removed the lid from the dish. Looking at the contents, Seungwoo muttered that it was not kimchi jjiggy. In front of him was kimchi porridge, which he said. John patted his hair, saying that he must have been tricked. The protagonist looked at him and said that he was still grateful because he wanted to eat this too. The man gave him a thumbs up and said that in that case, he should finish it and come out in the ring safe and sound next time. Seungwoo began to eat the porridge. Now he scooped up a spoonful of the porridge, saying that when he asked for green onions, he put a head of onion in it, and now he understood. He ate the dish with pleasure. The guy looked away, thinking that luck had smiled on him too. Recalling his fight in the ring, he mentally noted that instead of being angry at the aristocrats who left the parishioners from other worlds to kill each other in the arena, the brunette imagined a smiling lobster John, thinking that his memory forever imprinted memories of such good-natured people like him. After a while, the plate was empty. The protagonist looked ahead and mentally noted that perhaps if he had not been there then, he would have become not a brave warrior, but the embodiment of evil. The protagonist smiled and said that it was delicious, despite the upcoming indigestion. Sunghin, meanwhile, was sitting in the bushes in Terra, Sector A market. Many people were walking around the market. They stopped near the stalls. Seungwoo and Nabai were also walking around the market. Chewing, the guy looked up and mentally noted that everything here remained as before, however, many things were destroyed. He looked at the cat and asked if he wanted to eat anything else, to which he replied that he would finish his hot dog first and then think about it. The brunette looked to the side. There was a counter with sauces on that side. On the drone side there were packages, fish and vegetables. Nabai rushed forward when the main character said that the market was more interesting than the store and asked if he wanted to buy something. After a while, they stopped at the counter. The cat followed Seungwoo, who said that he did not like anything. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He ran to the side. The animal stopped at a large shellfish and asked how he liked it. The guy came up to him and began to say that he saw such a large shell for the first time. He leaned towards it and asked if it was ripe. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he asked if it was harajigas by any chance. Looking at the shell, the brunette noted that these were giant shellfish, which giants had their bellies. When a woman came out to them, he asked about this shellfish, to which she replied that she knew nothing since her husband had brought it. The main character's eyes widened in confusion and noted that it weighed at least 200 kilograms. The brunette laughed and replied that he was a strongman. Seungwoo touched the shellfish, noting that this majestic harajigas had certainly seen a lot. He looked at the woman and said that he wanted to buy it. She patted the shellfish with her hand and said that it was more than just decoration. The guy pointed to her counter and asked for 10 mackerels and the shellfish, to which the brunette replied that he was being generous. The brunette put his hand behind his head and replied with a smile that he had a small snack bar. The woman pointed at him with an angry expression and exclaimed that this was not enough for a snack bar. She quickly began to serve him fish. After a while, the protagonist picked up the shellfish. He carried it and thanked the saleswoman, after which she noted that he was even stronger than her husband. Seungwoo then brought the shellfish into the snack bar. He touched his chin, saying that it was a wonderful product, but it was not yet clear what would be the best thing to do with it. The guy tapped the shell and said that first you need to open it. He grabbed it, saying that the shellfish wouldn't open because of the mud stuck to it. The brunette frowned. He opened the shell with a cave. With puzzled eyes, he finished inside. Looking at the scallop inside, the protagonist noted that it was even bigger than Nabai. He grabbed a knife and began to say that if it was a scallop, it should be cut into thin slices. The protagonist cut off a thin piece. Then he dipped it in the sauce. Seungwoo began to chew it, saying that the only thing missing was sajo. He looked at harajigas again and said that this huge shellfish could be used to make clam chowder. He presented a bowl of soup, noting that it was an American cream of clam soup that had a delicate creamy taste. The guy grinned and crossed his arms, noting that they would have scallop slices and saju for dinner, and clam chowder for a hangover for breakfast tomorrow. He suddenly darkened, saying that it was definitely an ingredient that needed to be given to the hunter. The brunette poked the black part of the scallop with his knife, saying that of course it was a sack of poison. Looking at it, he mentally noted that this sack contained a deadly poison, after consuming which if you were lucky enough not to die, then no other poison would work in the future. Radiating negative energy, the protagonist squatted down and noted that one of his eyes grew wide, so he felt that the effect would be amazing, after which the cat asked if he was afraid of anything. Seungwoo began to laugh forcibly, saying that it would also be worth preserving it so that even slackers could eat it. Meanwhile, Kang-hyuk hugged Sleep with his arms, asking where he saw the fat. The guy waved his knife and offered to start. Suddenly, the door opened. O'Keefe entered the room and said hello. The brunette snatched the bag of poison and said hello in return. The brown-haired man looked behind the counter and noted that he had already been doing something unusual since the morning, to which the protagonist replied that he was simply cutting up a shellfish. The hunter perked up and asked if this was the same shellfish that was found in the river and could it really be eaten. The protagonist turned around in surprise. He immediately got to his feet and asked if harajigas really appeared in the river, and he gave him a positive answer. He put the knife on the countertop and asked him to tell him more. The guy showed him 2 fingers and began to tell him that 2 days ago there were complaints about a loud noise in the sewer. He frowned, saying that what the hunters who arrived at the scene saw was a very small crack in the dimension. O'Keefe imagined a blue crack in the ground. Seungwoo looked at him. Standing in front of the hunter, he asked if he really wanted to say that the gate could open in the near future. The brunette frowned. After a while, Nabai walked through the kitchen. In his hands was a tray with sliced scallops. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and asked the brown-haired man again if he understood correctly that the crack that foreshadowed the opening of the gate would be found in the cesspool, and he answered in the affirmative. He took the chopsticks and said that since the authorities cannot predict when all this will develop into an abnormal situation, they sent the appropriate special group. Seungwoo smiled and replied that now he understands, because he was trying to understand why Kang-hyuk was not visible all this time. The hunter glanced at the scallop slice and noted that the chef's skills were excellent, and it was sliced so thinly that it was translucent. He waved his hand when the brunette said that in that case it was worthy of his taste and asked if he should give him pepper paste or soy sauce, and O'Keefe asked him for soy sauce, but only without wasabi. The protagonist glanced at the bottle. His expression darkened, remembering the crack. Then he remembered the white-haired man, thinking about how people return to Earth due to mysterious coincidences. Then he remembered the recent discovery of a clam that appeared in the river. He imagined a black silhouette with glowing red eyes, mentally noting the family of arrogant and cruel level 90 giants that often devoured such clams, and he was sure that these bastards were definitely involved in the crack. Seungwoo tightly gripped the bottle handle, thinking that it would be strange to call this event a series of coincidences. He frowned. He grimaced, saying that whatever it was, it seemed like it was all because of him. There were tents in the dark tunnel. Kang-hyuk was sitting in a sleeping bag, saying that he really couldn't do it. A woman was standing next to him, saying that in that case he should give up, and he asked if there really was no turning back. He jumped in anger when the brunette started saying that if he continued to sit in that sleeping bag, looking like a caterpillar, and grumble about not being able to write a resignation letter, then he would write it for him. She threw a nasty look back, saying that she was going to treat him with respect for a month, but apparently that was impossible. The guy, almost crying, trembled, saying that she was too cruel, and that he even gave up his day off to sit in the sewers waiting for a miracle, and this did not seem like the actions of a member of the First Order. He perked up when the woman turned away and asked what the people of the First Order were doing in that case. Kang-hyuk jumped out of the sleeping bag and exclaimed that they were shining and destroying monsters on live television. The brunette darkened and asked why he did not then quit this business and go to TV. The blonde froze. He wrapped himself in the sleeping bag again and asked her to leave him alone, adding that he would not talk to her anymore. The woman frowned forward. In front of her was a blue crack. She sighed and thought that the order's words were wrong, but it was unclear how much longer they should easily wait. The brunette glanced at the hunter and mentally answered that, however, he still works, reducing the time for rest and sleep like his predecessor, who was ranked 10th in the top 100. She reached out to him and asked if he should request a replacement team from the chief. The woman froze, hearing a loud sound. He turned around abruptly. When their cracks began to glow, she exclaimed about the change of situation. The people with equipment immediately stood up. The blonde took out a gun and cursed. The brunette looked at the device in shock. The indicator on it was covered with cracks. Her face darkened, and she said that the gate was out of control. The woman fell to her knees, saying that their rank exceeded S rank. She covered her face with her hands, screaming that this cannot be changed. Looking at the blue light, the brunette asked if everything would really disappear without a trace. The military watched with fear on their faces. A man's hand fell on the woman's shoulder. Kang-hyuk furrowed his brows and said that before it grew any larger, someone needed to enter the gate. He smiled and reminded them of the emergency manual for cracks, G3. They looked at each other and simultaneously exclaimed that they needed to use the crack stabilizer to stop it from expanding and wait for backup to arrive. The boy chuckled and said that they needed someone to sacrifice themselves now. The brunette grabbed his arm and yelled that there might be a power surge. The blonde waved his finger with a smile and pointed out that O'Keefe wasn't here, and if he didn't fix it, she would just be a nuisance. He placed his hands on her shoulders. The hunter pushed the woman away and said that he would enter the gate with the coordinator to stabilize the crack. Her eyes reflected his frown as he demanded that she listen to him. Kang-hyuk furrowed his brows and told her that there was a place called the Warriors Snack Bar on the outskirts of Changjeongun, and asked her to tell the owner what had happened and bring him here as soon as possible. The brunette looked at him, puzzled. The guy patted her on the shoulders and asked her with a smile to tell him his name and ask for help, because that was the only way to survive. He furrowed his brows sharply and shouted that it was an order. The woman saluted him. Then she turned and ran. The blonde took out a cigarette with trembling hands. He dropped it and cursed. The man handed him the pack and told him that he had been very cool today. The hunter pointed the barrel at him and said that he should continue filming everything with his camera now. The soldiers looked at each other, puzzled. Kang-hyuk squeezed the cigarette between the fence and told them to only stop the monsters that came out. He grabbed the device and ran forward. Then he jumped into the crack. The shells fell to the ground. The soldiers fired many bullets, saying that they needed to hold their positions and get rid of everyone. A crowd of monsters was walking towards them. The man clenched his teeth and exclaimed that there was no end to them and demanded a reload. He crouched down on the ground. Seeing a shadow, he raised his head. A huge monster was looking at him with burning eyes. He raised his paw sharply. The man closed his eyes and cursed. The guy took the sword out of its sheath. He killed the monster with a few blows. Then he landed on the floor. The bats looked at him in fear. The brunette sank his sword. Blood splashed in all directions. The soldiers looked at him with shocked eyes. The protagonist covered himself from a drop of blood with the hilt of the sword. The corpses of monsters lay on the floor. The puzzled soldiers opened their mouths and began to ask what was happening. A man stood in front of the gate and a pile of bodies. A moment later, he disappeared into the gate. The men covered themselves from the native flow of wind. Approaching the corpses, they began to say that in all likelihood it was a man. In the post, one of them exclaimed that they were convinced that the monsters were defeated, after which he gave the order to decipher the video recording and check if there were any escaped monsters. The guy clenched his teeth. He grabbed his hair, thinking that the energy canopy was almost at the ranks. The blonde was hiding behind a column, on the other side of which a crowd of giants was walking and asking the question, was he really destined to die here? The monsters approached the gate. Two of them looked at each other, and one asked why there were no changes, and the other replied that he did not understand anything and offered to hit once. He swung his fist. Then the giant hit the gate. The hunter opened his mouth in shock, whispering, asking were they really going to hit the energy curtain. The monsters began to hit it with their fists. Covering his head with his hands, Kang-hyuk trembled and began to ask the returned one to come here quickly. Swinging, the giant hit a column. The stone flew straight at the boy. He looked up, puzzled. With a loud cry, he jumped away from the stone. The monsters turned around, asking what was that noise. The blonde was hiding again and covered his mouth. Frowning, he looked back. The giant was looking back at him. The hunter darkened and began to laugh nervously. 3 monsters surrounded him, saying that apparently this bastard opened the curtain and that he needed to be crushed. Kang-hyuk clenched his teeth tightly and cursed. He began to shoot at the giants, loudly asking if they really thought he would give up so easily. Small bullets flew off the giant's chest. He raised his leg. Legs and fists were aimed at the boy. At that moment, the main character began to crawl out of the gate. The blonde leaned back in relief. Seung-woo landed on the floor. He grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then the guy swung it. White light began to come out of it. The giants looked at him, asking who he was, and one of them said to avoid him. With one swing, the guy dealt them many blows. The monsters' bodies instantly collapsed. The hunter watched what was happening with sweat on his brow, laughing nervously and saying that he was no match for the giant. He remembered how he had swung his fist at him earlier. Kang-hyuk saved his eyes and asked him in a trembling voice how dare he do that. The brunette glanced at him. A stone flew towards the guy. It hit him right on the forehead. The blonde fell to the floor. The protagonist approached him. He squatted down and asked what he was watching there, sitting in his shelter. Seung-woo ran his hand through his hair and noted that, by the way, he was not going to kill the giants. Looking at the bodies, he said that perhaps they were trying to conquer the earth. The guy grabbed the bag, saying that he put the artifact and resources in the inventory first. He threw the hunter's body over his shoulder, saying that he would not forget about this fool either. He threw it into the gate, noting that the hunters would deal with him themselves. The brunette smiled, saying that it was dark and all was over. Meanwhile, a loud cry for help was heard in the diner. The family was hugging Nabai, saying how cute he was. The protagonist, seeing him, froze in shock. Standing in the passage, he watched as the cat tried to get out, indignantly asking if they really couldn't hear him at all, and Seung-woo noted that he now understood what would happen if he were left here alone. A woman entered the room when the guy began to drive people away, apologizing for distracting him, but this cat was his employee. The brunette grabbed his hand and asked if he was the owner of this establishment, to which she replied that he was. The woman furrowed her brows, saying that she was an assistant of the First Order named Hwang Ji-hyun, but it didn't matter because she wanted to ask him for a favor. The protagonist looked at her with puzzled eyes and wondered if she really wanted to ask him to go to the cesspool. He realized that Kang-hyuk headed to the gate, asking the woman to address him. Meanwhile, he himself ran to the cesspool, sensing something was wrong. Seung-woo pointed to a chair and asked her to sit down. The brunette rubbed her face under her glasses when he asked her to tell him what was wrong. There were 2 mugs of coffee on the counter. The guy was sitting with the assistant, offering to summarize. He waved his hand and said that their daredevil Kang-hyuk had entered the crack and sent Kyo to get help for him, to which Ji-hyun said that this gate was higher than S rank, so it was an emergency and he needed immediate help. The brunette turned away and laughed softly. With a smile, he raised his mug and said that Kang-hyuk was really good, and that was how they met. The protagonist smiled widely when the woman asked him what he was talking about, and replied that there would be great news soon, so she could smile and rest. Seung-woo pursed his lips and mentally noted that apparently she hadn't received a call from the branch yet. Looking at the family that continued to circle around Nabai, he whispered that if there was an emergency, this one was barely more serious. The cat tried to fight off the people who said he was too cute. The guy frowned in irritation, thinking that he had a feeling that this was a cat cafe, and they didn't even have the thought of ordering anything, but just came to visit. He pushed the people out of the diner, and they indignantly asked how dare he treat the guests so disrespectfully. The brunette slammed the door. He looked at the woman and asked if she was a hunter, to which she answered yes and told him that she was awakened, although she worked in the office. The protagonist smiled darkly and muttered that he had caught a new prey. He patted Nabai on the head, and when Ji-hyun asked what it meant, he replied that if she came to a diner, she needed to have a snack. When Seung-woo tied an apron on his belt, the woman waved her hands, shouting that now was not the right time, and he mentally noted that it was already over. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that over the past few days the number of mischievous customers had not increased and wondered why. Remembering the dragon steak, the brunette thought that even if this creation effectively improves abilities, everything is spoiled by its unpleasant taste and the fact that it does not bring the body of the person who ate it into shape. He began to pace the kitchen, mentally noting that, however, the healing dish that worked instantly was not bad, and it would definitely interest the tired and exhausted hunters of the modern era. The protagonist slammed his hands on the table in front of the woman, thinking that for this reason, he needed bait first. He put his hand on his belt and asked if it was true that she often got goosebumps, sometimes did not suffer from chills and cold symptoms, to which Ji-hyun replied that she just often worked late and sometimes slept on the street. Seung-woo began to examine her from different angles, saying that this is why her body is more like an ice cube, and that she devotes enough time to mental work. But because of this, her neck and shoulders are clogged, and the woman apologized and asked if this was really a snack bar, noting that it felt like she came to a pharmacy. The guy turned around and pointed at her, saying that he had a suitable menu for hypothermic people. The brunette frowned and wondered what kind of nonsense this was. The protagonist pounded his fist on the clam, thinking that he had gotten many of those from the giant before. The woman began to bite her fingernail, trying to understand why he was acting as if he considered this situation a trifle, noting that when the order itself asked him, he should act differently. She looked at her phone, mentally noting that there was no notification from the branch about the opening of the gates, which meant that someone had finally solved the problem. He raised his displeased gaze. Jihyun looked at Seung-woo, thinking that perhaps that person gave it to him. She lowered her intense gaze, mentally noting the basic instructions for responding to a returned R1, which stated that she had to be careful as if she were dealing with explosives, but at the same time respect him as a person. The brunette smiled awkwardly when the guy noted that she seemed to have put her thoughts in order, and she wondered if being devoted to food was part of this duty too. The protagonist poured garlic into the pan. Then he poured oil over it. Then he began to stir it all. After a while, he picked up a plate with pieces of scallop. The woman looked at the plate and noted that it looked delicious, after which she asked if this dish would be made from seafood. Seung-woo began to pour the scallop into the pan, answering positively and telling that it was called clam chowder and was a soup from dreams with the addition of milk and clams. The brunette looked at him with puzzled eyes and asked where he got such soft meat, and in such quantity. She perked up when the guy laughed and told her that it was harajigas. Jaehyun saw a huge shell to the side. Gloomy, she adjusted her glasses and wondered if it was a monster shell. She immediately jumped up, mentally asking if this little bastard really thought of feeding a hunter such food. She frowned angrily when the brunette asked her in confusion what was the matter. The woman grabbed her head and began to think that this dish was from the returned one, and if she refused, then she would be finished. The city exploded in her head. The brunette sat back down on the chair and asked him not to pay attention. Looking at the contents of the pan, the protagonist mentally noted that in order to make clam chowder, you need to fry garlic, potatoes and bacon, add wheat flour, and after frying the potatoes and clam meat, you need to make broth and milk. He began to pour Minotaur milk, noting that it contains less lactose, more vitamins and fats than regular milk. Seung-woo began to stir the soup. The pan glowed blue when he used magic, and also continued to stir to avoid burning. The guy tasted the soup. He smiled and said that it was delicious. After a while, he poured it into a bowl. Jihyun looked at him with puzzled eyes, saying that he invited him very quickly. The brunette crossed her arms over her chest, noting that this dish is called clam chowder, but in fact, it is just milk porridge with clam meat. The woman crossed her arms in front of her when he suggested sprinkling it with parsley and yelled that she shouldn't do that, in case it turned out to be some kind of monster skin. She scooped up some soup with a spoon. She closed her eyes and tried it. The protagonist looked at her questioningly. Jihyun wiped her mouth with surprise in her eyes and said that the soup was hot. She imagined that she had been walking for a long time along a snowy road. Then she saw a house. Inside, the brunette was able to warm herself by the fireplace. She tried another spoon. Sweating, she unbuttoned the top button. After a while, the woman put her jacket on the next chair. She began waving her hand at herself. Seung-woo smiled and asked if she felt better. Jihyun closed her eyes and answered that it felt much better. She sat with a smile on her face, mentally noting that the first time she tried a dish made using ingredients that monsters eat, she liked it. Meanwhile, Kang-hyuk was lying on the ground, screaming in his delirium that he was from the First Order. The man clasped his hands. In the Korean Hunters Association, the blonde man stood in front of him while the hearing was taking place regarding the gates above rank as he looked up with a frown and said that he understood what he wanted to say, but he was speaking as he saw it. The director of the Korean branch of the Hunters Association, Lee Young-hoon, frowned and began to talk about that unknown monster. Kang-hyuk closed his eyes and said that it was not an unknown monster, but the owner of the diner. The brown-haired man waved his hand and asked if he meant to say that an ordinary diner owner killed dozens of monsters whose rank was supposedly above the S mark in just 5 minutes. The guy calmly looked at him and corrected him, noting that their rank was not supposedly above S, but definitely, but in his heart he was furious, wondering how much he could ask if the measuring device exploded. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure and mentally ordered him to stop provoking him. He adjusted his tie and said that he would ask again if it was true that the owner of the Warriors snack bar had killed several monsters above rank S. The blonde man yawned tiredly and replied that he had seen it with his own eyes and asked if he should just catch him if they suspected him. Young-hoon buried his head in his palm and asked if he understood that this was an extraordinary situation, to which he replied that he had no idea. The director slammed his fist on the table and shouted that a man with unimaginable strength was walking around the city, but for him, it was like a normal thing. The hunter smiled smugly and asked him to think about how that man with unimaginable strength had not appeared yet. He waved his hand and asked if it was true that he was immediately registered as a returnee after arriving on Earth, and the association had a rule that said not to touch a returnee unless they wanted to, and the man agreed. Kang Hyuk crossed his arms and grinned, exclaiming that this was why he ran a snack bar and was a good citizen. He slammed his palm on the table. The guy leaned over Young-hoon with a dark smile and said that this was why he was a returnee, and the director asked him what he meant. The blonde touched his chin and noted that he was the most calm and proud person who never even thought of hiding. He leaned on the man's table and said that he didn't think he would be a potential enemy, after which the man noted that the world was not divided into enemies and allies. The director frowned and said that it was their job to guess possible circumstances, and he couldn't trust him and give him freedom just because he looked kind, and they had to ensure the safety and comfortable life of the townspeople. The hunter looked at him with a smirk and said that no one was denying it, but all decisions were still made by those higher in rank. The girl in the office darkened when he looked at her and said that at least he, a field agent, judged it that way, so the secretary should emphasize it. An embittered Young-hoon wiped the sweat off himself, mentally asking, did he really think that he could shift such a difficult matter to someone else with just one word? He frowned, thinking that he was wrong. The man imagined a destroyed city and thought that just like in another country, half of the sector couldn't fly apart just because one return made a mistake. The sound of a clock rang out in the room. Kang Hyuk turned to the director as he said that he would pass the information on to the management. The boy scratched his ear and told him to do as he saw fit and asked if he could go now since he had an urgent matter. Young-hoon looked up at him and gave him permission, noting that he still had to investigate and patrol the city because the civilians needed to be taken care of, to which the blonde noted that the man had completely forgotten that he needed to buy land. The director looked at him with puzzled eyes. The hunter approached him and whispered that the strongest returned of all time now had his own diner and asked if he thought that even if the earth ended, that territory would survive, and did he see how the land prices were rising in his eyes. Young-hoon took his folder with a smile and said that he hadn't thought about that at all. He hit Kang Hyuk and indignantly asked if he really thought that he would answer him back and exclaimed that people's safety is above all else. The guy grabbed the bump on his forehead and muttered that protecting citizens was also good, and then asked if they shouldn't first take care of the integrity of their wallets, after which the director ordered him to shut his mouth. Soldiers were walking behind O'Keefe, saying that the person thanks to whom they were still alive was the returned one. The order could not cope with him. When they stopped, the man looked at the brown-haired man and said that this purchasing office looked somehow mediocre, and the guy replied that he had already warned them many times that they should behave politely. The military perked up when they realized that they were also from the order. O'Keefe opened the door of the diner. The main character smiled and greeted the guests. He and the brown-haired man exchanged sly glances. The hunter coughed into his fist and said that thanks to him they were all safe, and then thanked him. Seung-woo put his hands on his hips and said that there was nothing to thank him for. When everyone sat down on the chairs, O'Keefe said that they could not do anything big, so they thought that they could at least increase the sold to him. The military sat with puzzled faces. Covering their mouths, they began to whisper, saying that they thought that he could defeat 3 to spot it in one go, and they thought that now the shaggy cold-blooded man with a beard would fly out, but he looked like an ordinary diner owner. Looking at the guy's face, they noted that he was very handsome. The military blushed a little and wondered if he was an idol. After a while, Nabai carried the plates on a tray. He placed the soups on the countertop. The men smiled and wished each other bon appetit. After trying them, they all froze. The soldiers began to smile, saying that it was very tasty. One of them looked at O'Keefe and said that now he realized that he would not have given in under such an impression, even if he had seen the universe explode, and he asked what he was talking about. The man cried with happiness, saying that he could not help himself because this taste was simply unsurpassed. The brown-haired man looked at his subordinates in bewilderment. After a while, there were empty plates on the table. The brunette crossed his arms over his chest and mentally noted that he now had 5 advertising agents. He imagined how the military man would return to the base and tell the others about the diner. Then he imagined how they would follow him, thinking that the rest of the workers would be interested and come to him for reconnaissance. With a sly smile, the protagonist looked at the men, thinking that first he should eliminate the unpleasant idea of food and monsters. He smiled evilly, mentally noting that when they came to their senses, he would turn them into humans who would no longer be able to eat the same dishes. A bloodthirsty laugh came from the snack bar. The sun was shining on a multi-story building. Seung-woo was walking along a crowded street. Putting his hand to his forehead, he looked up, saying that yesterday it was cold, and today it was already incredibly hot. People in light clothes looked at him in surprise, and the guy replied that he knew he was dressed a little inappropriately for the weather. Picking up his phone, he said that this is why he definitely had to check the weather forecast. Suddenly, he noticed something to the side. In front of him was a grocery store. His hand reached for the ice cream boxes and took out one of them. Seung-woo opened the ice cream and took a big bite. Walking with ice cream in his hand, he thought that 40 years ago, no, 9 years ago, there was a noticeable difference between the seasons of the year. Now a month has passed and the weather has already changed. Looking at the popsicle, he said that the ice cream did not melt so much. Looking ahead, Seungwoo said that he would take a day off today. Where to start? In front of him was a tall movie theater building. Seungwoo put his hand on his hip and said that of course there was nothing better than a movie. Holding a ticket in his hand, he said that he had come at a good time. The movie starts in 10 minutes. Suddenly, the guy heard a sound from the side. In front of him was a street with stalls. Shouts were heard calling for people to buy cheap in exchange for weapons. He looked there in surprise, saying that it was an old market. Suddenly, he saw a cat near one of the stalls and next to a girl and asked if that was Nabai. Turning around, he asked if he had already found a girlfriend. Looking at the phone screen, he said that time was running out. When the movie ended, he would need to ask him. Seungwoo hummed and walked towards the movie theater building. People were walking along the shopping street. A girl with 2 ponytails was looking ahead. Nabai was sitting next to one of the stalls, asking what it was. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. She exclaimed that it was a huge cat. Coming closer, she thought that he was very cute. She wanted to meet him. The girl closed her eyes, thinking about what to do, because her mother certainly did. Yuna remembered how the woman, crossing her arms, told her that there was nothing special about friends. If she got benefits from them, she could be friends with them until she got bored. The girl beamed happily, thinking that this was true. She walked past the cat to the stall. Pointing her finger, she asked for 1 chicken kebab. In her hand were pieces of meat on a skewer. Turning around with a smile, Yuna asked if Mr. Cat wanted a treat. Nabai looked at her pitifully, saying that she did not take food from strangers. She then offered to be friends. The cat sitting opposite asked again, and she clarified he doesn't want it. Nabai happily waved his paws, saying that he had an earthling friend. He was very happy. Yuna handed him a kebab, saying that she was also very happy that she had a cat friend. The animal bit into the meat. He jumped with delight, saying that it was very tasty. Raising the skewer in his paws, he asked what effect this chicken kebab gave, and the girl asked again in surprise. The cat looked extremely amazed. He asked, "Is there really no effect?" Awkwardly scratching his cheek, Yuna asked, "Isn't taste all that is needed?" Nabai's face darkened. Disappointedly lowering his ears, he said that this dish was disqualified if he ate it. He imagined himself holding his fat tummy and said that he would become a fat pig cat. He pushed the food away in fear when he heard that it was possible to eat without gaining weight. Yuna looked surprised. She waved her finger and said that her mother said that concentration and restraint were the most important things. She picked up the paws with the kebab, and with a sweet smile, she explained that all food in large quantities is very harmful to the body, but if you eat a little, then everything will be fine. The cat looked at her in surprise. He heard that experience is also important. They say that you need to eat a lot of delicious food to study well. Waving her finger, the girl hastened to add, and to grow and succeed. Nabai asked again in surprise, did delicious food give such an effect? He stared at her in amazement when he heard that a monotonous diet is harmful. The paws with the kebab were shaking. The trembling cat held the food in his hand. After taking a bite, he said with a shining smile that it was delicious. Yuna pointed her finger forward and said that they would go there to eat next time. The cat agreed. There was a multi-story building ahead. Kang Hyuk leaned on his hand in displeasure, saying that the director was a damn bald head. His hair flew up in anger when he heard O'Keefe say that whoever was listening to him would get scared, let everyone keep quiet, and furiously clarified, did he just say anything? The agitated guy grabbed his head, asking that the boss himself was going to check the situation in the restored sector and the condition of the crack in the sewer. Holding a cigarette in his fingers, O'Keefe said that he was already tired of seeing these important people's faces. Even while on duty, there was no peace from them. The blonde said furiously that he was saying that the president of the World Hunters Association was the end of them. It was necessary to restore order in advance. The blonde crossed his arms in displeasure, saying that he was stuck in the sewers, and it turns out he had committed a crime. Putting his hand on his hip, he told the brown-haired man that he was leaving the destruction of the search to him. That suited him better. He replied that he understood, he really was better at surveillance, and he was good at patrolling. Looking down in frustration, he said that the others were watching movies, going on dates on their day off, and he was patrolling. The blonde touched his chest with his palm, using his camouflage ability. O'Keefe walked ahead of the squad, saying that they would go too. Lights were burning on the wall. His foot took a step forward. The men took aim at the man in front. O'Keefe looked sternly ahead. The bandits were aiming their pistols. The lights were burning yellow. Movement flashed past them. The pistols fell to the floor. The men clutched their wounded hands. The brown-haired man swung his hand. He stood in front of the squad in helmets, saying that they were sneaky fools. He was catching them, but there was no end. Handcuffs snapped on their hands. With a frown, O'Keefe said that they were criminals blinded by money. Do they even know how many people sacrifice to maintain their cultural level? The men in glasses lowered their heads. The guy asked, "Is that all? How many have they tied up already?" He heard the man in the helmet answer with displeasure, 13 people. O'Keefe waved his hand, ordering them to move, maintaining the line. His hand touched his neck from behind. The man was pacing back and forth in the office. He picked up a glass. In-hoon took a sip and spat out all the water, hearing the girl who opened the door shout that the power was being cut off. He turned around in shock, asking what she meant by that. How many workers were there? The brunette, with her eyes closed, said that O'Keefe's supporters had dealt with the criminal organization, and a stray shot had hit the energy shield. The man said that they could turn it off for the whole year. The girl awkwardly looked away, saying that that was exactly it. Golden lightning spread from her palms. The blonde, surrounded by lightning, laughed, throwing his head back. He had a crazy smile on his face and shouted that he felt the power growing. O'Keefe held the phone and said that he didn't know there was a person with electricity abilities. He was absorbing the energy now, thereby becoming stronger. He would soon faint from the strain. His knees hit the floor. The electrified blonde fell back. Words were heard that things were bad. His hand sank into a glass of popcorn. Seung-woo was sitting in the cinema, chewing popcorn. The red-haired girl on the screen said that he knew she had been waiting for him for 200 years. The brunette took her hands, saying that he had wandered for the same amount of time looking for her. The guy on the screen sheepishly said that in order to tell her something. His gaze became angry. He continued that he would kill her enemy, who killed his parents. Seung-woo dropped the popcorn in defeat. The cinema screen went dark. The guy looked ahead with round eyes. The cinema employee bowed, saying that he apologized. The film could no longer be shown due to a power outage. The discouraged hero asked, "Is this a joke?" "Right." He left the cinema upset, saying that 40 years of life without films, now another episode of the film he watched a long time ago has come out. It's a miracle. Turning to the cinema, he shouted furiously, calling on the goddess. Gaia scratched her ear with a stick, saying that her ear was itchy. Seung-woo sighed in frustration, saying that he had asked her but received no answer. Under the clear sky stood a gray building. The guy looked into the refrigerator, spreading a dark haze. He said discontentedly that fortunately his snack bar was outside the power outage zone. If the ingredients spoiled, he would be very angry. The guy rubbed his neck. Standing in the kitchen, he thought that even mild anger can turn into stress when a lot of things accumulate. He reached for the shelf with dishes, thinking that in such cases he gets rid of it with food. The hero took out an object in the shape of a penguin. Looking at it happily, he said that it was an ice crusher. How he missed it. Putting the penguin on the table, the guy said that today is very hot, should they make bingsu? The ice was sprinkled with toppings and sprinkles. Mainly Koreans eat pat bingsu. It is a dessert with red beans and jelly, on top of which oatmeal is scattered. Looking down, the brunette thought that he remembered something. He held the penguin in his hands, thinking that the alcoholic drink that his father drank most often was bingsu. He once told him that he would be able to find out what it tastes like when he grows up. Seung-woo lifted the chopper and said, "Here it is, isn't it?" He waved his hand and said he would begin. Ice fell down from the rotation of the lever. Milk and sugar frozen with magic should be passed through the chopper. Liquid was poured onto the ice, then add some condensed milk. The guy cut strawberries. He glanced at the fruit and thought that O'Keefe gave them to him. How nice that he continues to support his teacher. The hero laid out pieces of fruit on top of crushed ice. Then comes the most important ingredient, alcohol. Putting his hand into the inventory, he thought that there must be wine somewhere, a gift from the king. Seung-woo held a red bottle, on which was written that an invitation to a warrior for defeating the demon lord. The taste of aged 500-year-old wine should be incredible. A red drop fell on the dessert. Seung-woo stuck a spoon in his mouth. He crossed his arms and thought that the burning spark of alcohol went well with the cold bingsu, creating a cooling yet warming dessert. He smiled, thinking that this was it. He dipped his spoon into the dessert and thought that it was a smart idea to burn off his stress with wine and then cool down by eating the ice. Now he seemed to understand how his father felt. Seung-woo turned to the side and asked if this meant that he had finally grown up. The door opened and the cat said that they had arrived. Yoonha bowed and said that she was sorry for the inconvenience. She bowed and asked if he minded if she took a break with them because the power was out. The brunette replied that it was fine, let them have a good rest, and thought to himself that it was obvious that she was very polite. Leaning closer, the hero thought that even though it was a day off, it was a guest brought by Nabai, and asked if they wanted something to eat. The girl and the cat exchanged glances. Then they looked at the guy in surprise. The hero turned around, looking at the penguin. Ice was pouring into the container. The guys happily watched as the hero made dessert, thinking that this time he would not add alcohol because they were still too young. The light reflected in the windows of the restaurant. Disgruntled guys appeared at the threshold. Seung-woo greeted them while wiping his plate. Burning with anger, O'Keefe wished that this director would die. Kang-hyuk sprawled on the table, tiredly saying that he wanted to give up on everything. Looking at his friends radiating a strange aura, the guy thought that they were probably not themselves. Seungwoo thoughtfully touched his chin and said what did he mean when they heard the news that a big boss was coming. They dealt with a criminal gang, but that person didn't show up. O'Keefe grabbed Kang Hyuk by the hair, asking what he had ever done for this world. Don't make him laugh. The blonde asked furiously, did he mean that he arrested the weaker criminals, worked harder? Putting his hands on his hips, the brunette said it was like serving in the army. They say that the division commander will come to clean up the barracks, but in reality no one comes. He understands their feelings. The furious friends turned to him. The brown-haired man shouted that they were talking about the same thing. The blonde added that he had important business in another country. Clenching his trembling fist, Kang Hyuk asked to give him something tasty and to abandon the idea of that flaming steak. Seungwoo smiled slightly, thinking that the introduction was long, but he asked for a medicinal dish. He turned away and agreed, saying that it would be fine, he would feed him something delicious today. The name on the sign was the management department. A bear named Piro looked at the document in surprise. He became a prisoner of the crack and landed on the ground by mistake. A stack of papers was placed on the table. Piro raised his head. Jaehyun, who was standing next to him, said that she had received an order to help him. The bear thanked him. He put his hand to his growling stomach. Sitting at the table, he said that the local food did not suit him at all. The girl sitting opposite asked, is that so? Is it difficult for him to work? Piro, looking at her, replied that it was difficult, but his work was useful, so everything was fine. Leaning on the partition, Jaehyun said that she really liked his sincerity. It would be wonderful if their order was at least half like his. He replied that he thought that Mr. Kang Hyuk was doing his best for this. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that she was afraid he might hear, so she advised him to keep the praise to himself. Putting his pen on his nose, the bear said that he wasn't here because he was tired from work anyway. Looking at him, Jaehyun noticed that it really seemed like it was about food. It was hard to eat cooked food. He liked it raw better. Drawing a fish in the air, the bear said that he had tried raw food, but it didn't suit him either. The girl said that it seemed like he needed food from his homeland. Piro sadly lowered his ears, saying that he didn't know the name of his homeland. Watching him throw his head back, the girl asked, suddenly feeling nostalgic, and heard that it looked like it. The beast blew his nose, and Jaehyun said that he had been in continuous service for 3 years. He was also a veteran. It could have happened. Her eyes widened in realization. Handing Piro a roll of paper, she said that the man definitely knew something. People were standing by the building, and she heard a request to ride on her head. Piro was holding the children, saying that although they liked hanging from him, they should be careful because they could fall and get hurt. They looked at the building ahead. Putting down the child, the bear said that today was all, he had somewhere to go. He promised with a smile that they would play tomorrow instead. The children waved goodbye to him. Adjusting his glasses, Piro said that it seemed to be here. He stood by the red door, saying that this was the warrior's snack bar. A man appeared at the threshold. Seungwoo stood at the entrance and asked if he was Mr. Piro. He had received a call. He waved his hands, saying that at first glance it might seem rude. The bear looked at him in surprise. Glancing inside, the hero said that he couldn't come in. Tears poured from the bear's eyes. The hero exclaimed that it wasn't what he thought, it just had fur. Looking at the man with hope, the beast said that that's how it was. He was asking for forgiveness for misunderstanding him. Sitting on the ground, the bear turned his head from side to side. The girls looked out the window, saying that he was cute. I wonder if he liked cola. The girlfriend replied that she was stupid. He liked some salmon. What kind of cola was that? Piro twitched his ears, hearing that he was a polar bear. Cola would be to his taste. Waving his paws, he thought that he wouldn't have to. He hated sweets and gas bubbles, and people kept offering them to him. How tired he was, but he wouldn't refuse salmon. The girls smiled sweetly, thinking how cute he was. The guy who came up held out a cup, saying that Jaehyun told him he came to ask about nostalgia. The bear replied that that's exactly it. Taking the drink, he sadly said that he was getting tired. He cried from time to time. Looking at him, Seungwoo thought that this was a characteristic symptom of nostalgia. Apparently, it worried him a lot. Angrily turning around, he thought, he wants him to cure him. Is he an almighty center of moral support? Seungwoo said next to him that he understood him. Food is a universal cure for any disease. It is, of course, food. He tried to cook in his own way, but there are ingredients. The bear sat nearby, upset. Touching his temple, the hero thought out loud that when he lived in another world, he saw one bear, but it was very different from Mr. Piro. He imagined an enraged bear and said that his kind of orc belonged to the warrior class summoned from another world. The beast's eyes were burning. The guy thought that there was no talk of protecting nature, being aggressive and cruel. This beast demolished everything in its path. Shaking his head, the guy thought that such a thoughtful and intelligent bear certainly could not be an orc. Turning around, the hero said that he suggested talking over dinner. Mabai was pushing a cart with dishes. On a plate lay a red feather of a bird eating fire. On the next one was a branch with leaves from a tree in which a spirit lived for 1,000 years. On the ground lay a large wing of a pterosaur that feeds on stones. Looking at it with a smile, the guy thought that this would be enough. 3 hours later, Seung-woo sat with his fingers intertwined. The heroes looked down sadly. 3 hours of preparation had brought no results. The heroes sat on the ground in the evening. Seung-woo closed his eyes, upset, saying that he had shown him enough different dishes, but there was no reaction. He waved his hands when Piro apologized and said that he did not need to apologize, it was just a little strange. The guy thought that among all the dishes, there should have been at least one suitable one. There were stacks of dirty plates next to the bear. With a frustrated look, the bear said that a similar one lived on the outskirts. He raised his head, looking at the full moon. Piro stood up, saying that it was already late. Today he really caused them a lot of inconvenience. Seung-woo replied that it was okay, he was more sorry because he could not help him. Nabai began to warm up, saying that it was time for exercise. Clenching his fists, he let out a deafening meow, and then he began to beat the air with his paws. Touching the glasses, Piro asked what he was doing now, and was told that he was deliberately using up energy. Ailuros belonged to the warrior race. The cat waved his paws. The bear asked, "Warriors, but aren't they so small and cute?" The guy grinned and said that they were. He put a stack of plates on the table while the cat ran in a zigzag pattern. His figure in a jump appeared against the background of the moon. The bear thought how great it was. Holding the plates in his hands, Seung-woo asked if he felt a slight tingling sensation from time to time. If he wanted, he could jump with Nabai. Piro replied that he didn't even know, because they spent all their time only working and reading, he didn't think he could do it. The guy put the plates down. He turned around in surprise, asking if he really did only this for 3 years, without doing any exercises at all. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the bear answered that yes, are there any problems? The guy exclaimed that of course, he was a furry. He imagined a bear on 2 legs and on 4 and said that no matter how accustomed he was to human life, furries should not forget that they are still half animals. If they ignore their wild nature, they can catch diseases. Piro asked again in fear. He was struck by lightning by the words that he had a disease called apathy, and the fat on his belly was proof of it. The wet bear was breathing heavily. He stuck out his tongue from fatigue, saying that this was unreasonable. Seung-woo looked at the stopwatch, said that only 30 minutes had passed. Piro tiredly fell on his back. Covered in sweat, he asked, "Is this how the effect should be?" Shaking his head, Seung-woo said that if he were a human, the effect would have appeared, but he was a furry, so one should not expect a pronounced result. The bear thought with displeasure, why was he forcing him then? His eyes widened as the cat jumped on his stomach. Nabai asked him not to move, moving his paws. Piro covered his embarrassed face with his paws, saying how ashamed he was. Sitting on him, the cat said that he had not done any exercises, that's why he was so soft, he was obese. Leaning over, Seung-woo said that this was a massage, the technique of which only Ailuros knew. In fact, it was a very effective remedy for fatigue and muscle pain. Surprisingly, when he did it right after training, the fat burned twice as fast. The bear asked in amazement, was the effect so unimaginable? The guy looked at him sadly, thinking that he did not see any signs of savagery. Walking up to the table, he said that there was only one way left. He picked up a knife, saying that this was the name of baby food. The guy presented the coat of arms, thinking that the baby food was passed down to the Franchberg warrior family. Unlike knights, warriors consider victory in battle the best virtue. The child was lying on the bed. The boy thought that if a child who could not stand duels was born in such a family, everything was lost. The maid handed the screaming boy a ball, while the hero thought that this is why the child with the last name Franchberg ate special baby food. The boy ran quickly with a sword. It has a tonic effect that artificially increases a person's fighting spirit. If he were a teacher, he would not see any advantages in this. Smiling a little, the brunette thought that he could still teach him something with this. Holding a piece of meat, he thought that the main ingredient was cow meat from the femur. The hero reached for the knife. Seung-woo held the knives, thinking that the point of this dish was that it was baby food. In other words, even babies could eat it. The hero swung the knife. Sparks flew from his quick movements. The first thing you need to do is chop it into small pieces. There was small minced meat on the table. Pepper was falling. The guy formed a ball. There were meatballs on the plate. The hero thought that up to this stage, anyone could cook the dish, but he needed to use one secret formula. The plate was surrounded by a blue glow from the use of a spell. The meatballs glowed from the magic originating from the ice dragon. The basis of the spell is ice. It increases the effect of all the ingredients. Holding the plate, Seung-woo said that it was impressive. Saliva flowed from the sleeping bear's mouth. He woke up abruptly and wiped it with his paw when he heard a request to try it. Hero held the plate embarrassedly, hearing that he could choose the sauce to his taste, and said that it looked delicious. Meatballs poured into his mouth. Drops of sauce flowed there too. The bear's eye became round. Hero, with bulging eyes, covered his mouth with his paws. Crossing his arms, Seung-woo told Nabai to get ready, great things await them. The beast's mouth opened. The eyes glowed red. The polar bear roared. Seungwoo held a training dummy and said that he should go here. With a roar, Piro rushed at the dummy. The guy clapped his hands, saying that it couldn't be better like this. Nabai dragged another one. The bear turned around. Under the moon, the torn dummies flew up. The sun was shining through the window of the building. Jihan glanced sideways in confusion, saying that Piro had taken sick leave today and was resting. Words were heard that he belonged to the orc class, so everything would be fine, he would recover soon. The girl looked at Seungwoo, who explained that they were a family of famous warriors. The blue-haired girl thanked him for his help and said that Piro said that he was a little sick, but he slept well and now feels good. Putting his hand on his hip, the hero heard that she did not know how to repay his kindness, and said that she should not worry about it, Mr. Piro would compensate for everything. The girl smiled, saying that no, she was his mentor. If her subordinate owed something, it was her duty to pay for it. With a sly face, the guy smiled, saying, so that's how it is. He climbed into the refrigerator, saying that then he was asking for mercy, and Jihyun was discouraged, asking why he opened the refrigerator. With a sweet smile, Seungwoo took out the meat and told her not to worry, as this food would be disgusting at worst. The girl screamed that he was going to feed her something similar to the dishes he ordered. She opened her mouth in shock, shouting to wait, she would pay in another way. Seungwoo held a spoon in his hands and said that it was too late, he had already started cooking. The knife that cut the vegetables broke. Looking at the chipped tip, Seungwoo said that this one too. Nabai ran up to him, asking what happened. The hero replied that nothing special, he just miscalculated his strength a little. Putting his hand into the blue portal, he said that nothing could be done, it was a simple factory knife, he would look in the inventory. There were many different weapons. The brunette said that there was no kitchen knife, and sacred and magical swords could not act as a substitute for it. Nabai sat on his shoulder, saying that definitely it was not polite. Seungwoo crossed his arms in frustration, and then, snapping his fingers, said that great, then today he would go looking for a knife. Walking down the street, Seungwoo said that there were a limited number of them in the store or at the market, so shouldn't they go straight to the forge? The cat asked, is there even a forge here? The guy pointed at the object of a passing person and said that of course, but here it is called a workshop, they sell such cases there. Standing by the gray building, he said that he would see what they were offered here. Seungwoo said that last time he received an invitation to the city government. The administrator girl stood in the Crystal Valley workshop with a smile. She bowed with a smile, saying that it was nice to meet you, she is his guide Neri. The guy replied that he was looking for a knife. Continuing to smile, the girl asked, he means a sword, right? What kind does he need, a two-handed or a one-handed? Seungwoo indicated the size with his hands and said that it was a regular cooking knife. The smiling girl inside showed a lot of dislikes, thinking that he even knew where he came to. Such absurdity, he even surpassed the first order. Standing next to him, the administrator said that to her regret, at the moment they did not have them in stock. If he did not want to buy the sword on sale, there was an option to make a suitable one to order. The hero replied that they would do so. Biting her lip, Neri thought that he was asking like this to make something that cost as much as an airplane wing. He did not know anything at all. Holding the tablet, the girl said that she understood. He had already decided which craftsman would be responsible for the order. Putting his hands on his hips, Seungwoo replied that he was unfamiliar with the local craftsmen. Do they by any chance have gnomes or elves working? The girl replied that they had one elf. The hero said that he would ask him. Waving her hand, Neri agreed, saying that they could go up to him on the elevator. The finger touched the B25 button. Standing in the corner, Nabai said that the masters were elves, he did not like them. Seungwoo asked why. Looking down, the cat replied that it was because their weapons could not stand him. Looking at the cat, the brunette replied that nothing could be done. Speaking of dwarves, the master himself chooses a person, but speaking of elves, the weapon chooses its owner. At the exit of the elevator, the girl bowed and said that they had arrived, and now she would say goodbye. Walking along the corridor, the trembling cat said that it was very cold, replied that it was all because elves work with metals not at high temperatures, but in the cold. The white-haired girl knocked a hammer on an anvil. Seungwoo looked at her in surprise, thinking that a woman usually in most cases due to problems with strength and power, the profession of a blacksmith among elves is passed down through the paternal line. The girl pulled off her protective glasses, looking at them questioningly. The brunette smiled, thinking that she must be the one who stands out with her superior abilities. Leaning her hands on his back, the white-haired one apologized, saying that she was thinking for a while. Seungwoo replied that he had not warned about his visit in advance, so everything was fine. A hammer landed next to the cat. Leaning on the handle, the girl introduced herself as Alistair. The hero told her to call him Seungwoo, but isn't Alistair a boy's name? The elf adjusted her hair and said that it was passed down to her by inheritance. Looking at her, the brunette thought that the name that was passed down by inheritance means the head of the family. She is a much more important person than he thought. Warming her hands, the girl said that before accepting his order, she must clearly explain. Raising a finger, she continued that firstly, she is not at all demanding in terms of qualifications, but her children are. Holding up 2 fingers, she continued that secondly, if her children couldn't choose, she wouldn't return the money or lend the children. Holding up 3 fingers, Alistair continued that it had been 2 years since she arrived in Korea, but during that time they hadn't chosen anyone yet. Nabai bent his ears, saying that if that was the case, then there was no point at all. Looking at the cat, the elf agreed there was no point, so let him think it over well and then place an order. The hero replied that he understood. He smiled at the question of what he wanted then, and replied that she should make him a kitchen knife about the size to work with Chinese food. Handing the guy the phone, Alistair said that it wasn't a weapon, so what, it would take an hour to make, would that be enough? The hero agreed. The cat exclaimed, how many zeros? The gloved palm grasped the handle, slyly nudging the guy with her elbow. Alistair said that if he was free, she would be glad if he looked at her children. He replied that he was not eager, he thought that something bad might happen. Pointing her finger at him, the girl exclaimed that he wanted to say that he was going to steal them. If he wanted to do such a thing, he should get their approval, let him try if he could. The hero winced in dismay and told her to forget about it. But the girl was already pulling him by the hand. The brunette asked why all the masters had such a character. Alistair stopped at the wooden door. There were many different weapons in the room. She said that these were her children. Worthy, isn't it? Her nose rose with pride, and the brunette said that wherever he went, it was the same. Was this the 6th or 7th time? Seungwoo waved his hands, saying that he would tell first. When he refused, he had no evil intentions. The hammer on the wall trembled. The shield lying on the floor began to shake. The swords hanging on the wall also began to vibrate. Even the guns. The weapons began to spin around themselves. Alistair, with her mouth open, looked at them in shock. Looking at the weapon, the guy said that it was not even a fidget spinner, but it worked well. Looking at him furiously, the elf exclaimed that it was a revolver. Stop comparing it to a toy. She bowed down in sorrow, and the guy reminded him that he said that there could be problems. Terra 10 years ago. 2 blacksmiths sat in front of the protagonist, saying that they were going to show him this. The blonde lost the sword, saying that it was the best creation of his entire life and asking if he wanted to touch it at least once. His hand was shaking. Seungwoo abruptly snatched the weapon from him. The other blacksmith pointed his finger at it and exclaimed with a sly smile that there was nothing special about his product. Then the guy took the shield from him too. He smiled awkwardly and said that it looked like a set. The elves, almost crying, looked at him with anger because this was repeated 6 times. The brunette coughed into his fist, remembering that this was why the hard-working elves called him the killer of elf creations. He looked at the weapons surrounding him without enthusiasm. Alistair was pulling the red sword towards herself, asking her children to look again and not choose it. The protagonist darkened with shock when the girl loudly asked if this womanizer was really that good. He closed his eyes and ran his hand through his hair, saying that it was not his fault and that he initially refused to go. He frowned angrily when the white-haired girl, hugging the sword, muttered that he was a womanizer because he lassoed not just one, but 808 of her children, after which Seungwoo indignantly asked if she wanted to watch her language because he did nothing. The girl pointed her finger at him and exclaimed that he didn't know what elves felt. The guy forced a smile onto his face and replied with irritation that he had heard that for the 7th time already. The white-haired girl started shaking him, asking if he even understood how it felt for her, as a mother, to have to summon all 88 of her little ones to marry one man at once. He bared his teeth and asked if that had really happened and asked how much elven equipment he already had, after which the brunette began to count. Alistair's mouth dropped open in shock when he said that it seemed like about 500. She furrowed her brows angrily, mentally asking if her beautiful children really went to a man who owned 500 elven equipment clinics. The main character was stretching his body, while she mentally added that, moreover, he usually didn't carry anything with him. The girl furrowed her brows even more, thinking that their handling was obvious. She imagined the weapons lying around, noting that he had nailed them up in a warehouse where they would all be covered in dust and never see the light of day. The white-haired girl imagined her swords on the floor. Imagining this picture in more detail, she exclaimed in her head that they would spend their entire lives in the warehouse. The elf grabbed her head. She fell face down on the floor. Looking at her with puzzled eyes, the protagonist asked what was wrong with her. While the swords continued to circle around him, he said that, however, the rules of conduct for elves include respecting the decision of the weapon. Seungwoo looked at the swords, saying that therefore, even taking them all, he would be innocent. He took off the red sheath from the sword, noting that this blazing sword was created using magic and the soul of fire. The flame has the ability to block regeneration, and the sword also has a special property, which is high resistance to ice. Then the guy threw a hammer on his shoulder, which would easily improve his physical capabilities and increase the strength of the blow, and simplicity is the best. Then he tried on 2 pistols, which Alistair spent a year and all her ardor on making. Looking at them, the brunette mentally noted that it would be good if it was used by a person who had reached about level A, and since Kang-hyuk looked like he was about level 20-30, it would be difficult for him, but they were not suitable for his level either. He looked at the weapons and said that he would take responsibility for them at first and would distribute them when suitable owners were found, and then ask the weapons to line up if they agreed. The protagonist then began to put those who wanted them into storage. Suddenly, he saw a glove trembling. Seung-woo's eyes widened, mentally noting that they had chosen someone who was behind him. He waved to Nabai and asked him to come here. The guy pointed to the gloves and said that they had chosen him. The cat, embarrassed, walked towards them. When he extended his paw, they lit up. The brunette closed his eyes from the light, noting that they had chosen him as their owner, and asked if he was happy. The beast took the gloves in his paws and exclaimed that he now had a weapon. He put them on. After that, the protagonist began to photograph him from different sides. Meanwhile, the girl wielded the sledgehammer, muttering discontentedly that she was now making a knife for the man who stole all her children. She bared her teeth when Seung-woo waved at her and asked her not to swear so much, because they were now friends, to which the white-haired girl replied that from now on the entrance to her workshop was close to him. She hit the sledgehammer again when the brunette asked her how much was left, and replied that she was already finishing. After a while, the elf held out the knife. Taking it from her, the protagonist said that her abilities were truly amazing, and Alistair said that this was, of course, not another child, but she appreciated the night made in an hour. Seung-woo stroked the blade with a smile. The girl's name was engraved on it. He threw the knife to his other hand and mentally noted that it was durable and had a good center of gravity, and if you cut food with it, the taste would definitely be excellent. The white-haired girl angrily perked up when the guy said with a smile that he didn't know how with other babies, but he would use this child well, to which she ordered him to treat the others just as well. The brunette put the knife away in the storage room, answering that he had held a meeting with her children and decided that when suitable owners appeared for them, he would give them to them, and the elf noted that this was much better than just gathering dust in the warehouse. She frowned and asked if these same owners would appear, however, and noted that over the past 2 years they had not chosen anyone. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, saying that there was always a way. The next day, there was a sign near the diner. It contained information about a disgusting food tasting competition, which could reward a weapon officially certified by ISAC. After a while, hunters began to appear in the courtyard of the diner. Yuna and Nabai peered around the corner, saying that there were many more people today than usual, and the beast said that it was probably because of the large menu. He looked up at the girl when she asked if they had something new, and replied that the owner had told him that he wanted to start a strange food challenge. The brunette took the ball and noted that coffee apparently went into it, and for some reason adults like tasteless food. The cat dropped to all fours and said that the ball might burst, and Yuna replied that everything was fine because it was a special ball that she had asked her mother for. The blue ball with yellow stars was a beast tamer that was created at the request of hunters who tame monsters, and the toy combines environmentally friendly materials and durability. In a moment, Nabai chased the ball. Then he thought about it. He jumped when the toy burst, and the girl said that it was very strange because she heard that the ball should be fine even if it was bitten by a lion. From above, a man was watching her. On the roof of the house, there was a man wearing sunglasses. The man in the suit was Seotiji, and he was a level 55 Yuna guard with the ability Magnetism. He touched his glasses with a scanner and noted the cat's level 80, saying that even for him, he would not be a rival. Looking at the crowd at the snack bar, the guard thought that it turned out that the one who returned was his master. The protagonist looked at him with a smile. The man perked up, mentally noting that this meant he didn't need an optical camouflage suit either. Seung-woo watched as the man on the roof disappeared. The guard crouched down, thinking that even if he was caught, he should still pretend to hide. While the guy was mixing the dough, he mentally asked what the hell he was mixing there. Hunters had gathered in the courtyard of the diner near a large table. The brunette had a microphone in his hand and was saying that before starting the strange food test, he wanted to clarify something. Introducing a plate with a dish, he said that this test does not involve a quantitative race, and only as much is served per person as is considered the norm for one adult, so he wants to warn them right away that the taste will exceed all their expectations. Then the main character presented 3 dishes and noted that there are 3 stages in this competition, and if a participant fails to cope with the previous stage, then he will not be able to move on to the next one. He smiled, saying that the time limit was 30 minutes, and upon successful completion of the test, a weapon officially certified by ISAC itself would be presented. The hunters looked at the protagonist while he said that participants pay 100 million as a fee for this test, and this money would be donated to the Disaster Prevention Fund. A certain Parquet knitted his eyebrows and asked about 100 million. He thoughtfully touched his chin and began to say that the price of 100 million for one portion of food, of course, is a lot, however. The hunter looked at the weapon for completing stage 1, the blazing sword. He, like the others, licked his lips and said that it was worth the money. The other guys looked at him and started laughing, saying that he was challenging the hunters and apparently wanted to go broke. And one of them said that no matter what, if he was the one who was returned, then the money should be through the roof, so it was more like a donation. The guy went forward. He sat down on a chair. The hunter named Kim Chansik put his hands behind his head and mentally noted that tolerance was his ability. He waved at the protagonist and said that he wanted to try himself in the first stage of the strange food challenge. Seungwoo picked up a frying pan and offered to bless the participants in such a press and start cooking. Clouds began to thicken in the gray sky. The guy looked at it, mentally noting that it was the rainy season. With a smile on his face, he imagined the dish, thinking that Paejon and Makjolly would be just right now. The brunette looked at the hunters and began to say that the dish he was starting to prepare was called quack in another world where he had been for some time. He pointed to his eye with 2 fingers and said that in the language of the inhabitants of that world it meant look or don't take your eyes off. Chansik looked at him puzzled and asked why they gave him such a name. The protagonist began to knead his hands, saying that it takes no more than 5 seconds to prepare, and if you look away for a while, it will burn. One of the hunters was sitting at the table, saying that it looked like a traditional dish from their country called goslim, and another noted that it looked like jian, adding that in short, he would now prepare a dish similar to jian or paejon. Seungwoo pointed his finger and confirmed, saying that the comparison is almost the same. However, there are some differences between normal food and monster food in that the food here can be eaten, while the strange food can also be eaten, but with difficulty. Chansik touched his chin and asked if this paejon is so bad that it is called monster food. The guy clapped his hands and confirmed. At this moment, Nabai brought him the ingredients. While putting the batter on the pan, he mentally noted that the history of cooking is a history of struggle, exploration, and thinking about how to improve the taste. The brunette began to add other ingredients, thinking that Terra's cuisine is completely different and it is a story about how to make the taste worse. The dish was cooked on the pan. The hunters began to drool, and one of them said that the egg pancake looked exactly like paejon. The protagonist began to take out the pancake, mentally noting that delicious food is a crime and tasteless food is an integral part of food. He smiled widely and said that the ability to make food that cannot be spoiled tasteless proves the skill of the cook. The hunters froze in confusion, asking what kind of pointless activity this was. The egg pancake was ready. Seungwoo put it on the plate. Looking at it, he told the others that he was done. Chansik looked at the plate with his mouth open. As he began to cut it with chopsticks, he thought that he expected something completely different from the food of monsters. The guy poured milk into the cup. Taking a piece with chopsticks, he smiled widely, mentally noting that it was time to try it. He put the food in his mouth. The others stood behind him and began to ask how he was doing. Chansik froze with a gloomy face. The protagonist imagined an ancient chef and mentally noted that the history of cooking is a story about how to improve its taste. Then he imagined a modern chef, thinking that when the experience and culinary experiments of numerous chefs accumulate and receive recognition in the form of compliments to the dish. Next, Seungwoo began to imagine scrolls and cookbooks. When rice and potatoes appeared in his mind, he thought of the canvas of paejon and goslim, and following a recipe filled with history and sincerity, 100% potato starch will instantly turn into incredibly delicious paejon. The guy grinned darkly and noted that, however, on Terra everything was secondary and the opposite. Holding 2 plates in his hands, he said that they used lukewarm water to achieve a viscous consistency and replace potato starch with ant starch. The hunters, sitting at the table, looked at him in confusion. One guy raised his eyebrows in confusion and said that, of course, he expected tasteless food from monsters, but he heard about ant starch for the first time. The brunette looked into the plate with a smile, saying that this ant starch was collected in the vicinity of Conswell and asked if they knew monsters that appear near trees, and also have blue sprouts sprouted all over their bodies. Chansik covered his mouth with his hands when the main character said that they are very similar to potato sprouts and even have poison. The hunter squeezed his hand and exclaimed that if they eat this, they will not live. Seungwoo pointed at the gloomy guy saying that he was an expert, so of course they wouldn't die, and if you add this ingredient in moderation, it would allow you to develop resistance to poisons, to which he exclaimed that Chansik was already half dead. While drooling in all directions from his mouth, the brunette said that moreover, the ingredient called winter spirit, which was used instead of green onions, is incredibly beneficial for the body. It helps to cope with the cold that enveloped the whole body. He smiled, mentally noting that it was worth it, and this dish would get 3 red stars on Terra. Looking at the rest of the pancake, the protagonist thought that if he were to suggest this to guests who were having this for the first time, then the snack could easily become a funeral home. He laughed wickedly. The woman pointed at herself in confusion and asked if he wanted her to try it. Seungwoo and Nabai held several plates in front of her. The guy put them down, and the brunette took the chopsticks. After a while, she fell on the table, darkening, and the hero of the romances tried to understand in what quantities it is possible to eat this What is the reaction to the taste and are there any health problems? He showed a finger up, noting that the experiment was conducted thoroughly. The hunter reached for the dish with chopsticks, then his body trembled. He moved the chopsticks to the pancake again. A moment later, Chansik fell on the table, saying that he gives up, and thus the participant with the patience ability was defeated. The other guys hung over him, asking what happened. Chansik stuck his finger in the soy sauce. On the table, he wrote them a message that this food is not from this world. The hunter darkened, asking her about such a terrible taste and noting that it looks like it is worth trying. The brunette sat down on a chair and exclaimed that he will be next. After a while, they were all defeated by the poison. The girl looked at the piggy bank and said that she felt like it was about to burst. The protagonist approached her and agreed, saying that the guests' stomachs were growling and the piggy bank was about to burst. He looked at the exhausted hunters, saying that no one could succeed today. Seungwoo looked down in disappointment, mentally noting that he had even worked hard to prepare a dish that had resistance to poison. He imagined a knight. Next, he imagined someone stabbing a sword into his back and noted that no matter how strong he was, there were many cases where he could be exposed to poison. After that, the guy remembered the poisonous air and thought that because of this, the adventurer and warriors made acquiring the poison resistance skill a priority. The brunette dragged one of the hunters, saying that however, people with such an ability are rare on Earth. Imagining the object, he mentally noted that technology is now developing, and a gas mask can be used. The protagonist frowned and dragged the hunter, saying that if he put it on too late, he could go to heaven, and if there was an unplanned attack, they could break, or they would not be able to block the flow of poison. There would be no other way out, and that when he discovered the poison gland, he only took a half shower. The girl looked at him puzzled. Seungwoo leaned towards her when she asked why not make the food delicious in that case. He squatted down and replied that, contrary to all expectations, it was not that easy to do. The guy began to show on his fingers, telling her that the more disgusting the food, the better the effect it had on the human body. He led her inside the diner, noting that it was still difficult for her to understand, and if he began to explain it to her, it would take a very long time. The brunette looked at him with a smile and said that it was very interesting, and she wanted to know. The protagonist put the school bag on her, saying that it was late and she should go home, thinking that this would make her want to play with Nabai even more. The girl stuck her tongue out at him. Suddenly, the door of the diner opened. TG stopped in the aisle and said that it was time to go back. Yuna walked up to him and asked plaintively if she could play here a little longer. She began to shuffle around, saying that Nabai would finish bathing and come out a little later. The brunette presented a cat's paw and said that after bathing, his paws were very warm and she could not leave. The guard looked at his watch. The girl clapped her hands when he told her that she could play for another 30 minutes. The man sat down on a chair. As the protagonist walked past him with a box, he wondered if anything would happen if he let his guard down here for 30 minutes. He saw a notice about a trial behind Seungwoo. TG took off his glasses and leaned the guy, saying that he knew the diner was closed, but he wanted to try to participate in the challenge. The brunette smiled and agreed, saying that an attempt at a challenge was always welcome. After a while, the guard was sitting at the table. He handed over a check for 100 million. The brunette took it and noted that he looked like he was a little over 20, so if he didn't mind, he would speak to him informally, to which the guy replied that he would be more comfortable that way too. He looked at the check and the name. TG straightened his tie and said that he understood what he was thinking, but he had nothing to do with that famous musician, and they were just namesakes. The protagonist put the check in the piggy bank and apologized, noting that he often hears this all over the house, to which the guy replied that he has been hearing about it literally his whole life, but he is so tired of it, so he has never even listened to his songs. While stirring the dish, Seungwoo looked up and wondered if it was because of the generation gap. He placed a pancake in front of the participant. Looking at it, the guard said that he never thought that such an incident would happen if he ate it. The brunette placed his hands on his waist and said that he wanted to know why he wanted to eat this dish. TG looked down. He picked up a chopstick and replied that he had been consuming poison little by little since a long time ago to develop the skill of resisting it, after which the protagonist said that it was just a good habit. The guy looked away and noted that this was something that his mentor always emphasized, adding that he meant the ability to develop the ability to resist poison most quickly. The protagonist touched his chin when he told him that however, after 1 year, there was no great progress, and then replied that it was somehow long, and if the skill did not improve within a year, then there was no predisposition to it. He looked at the dish and mentally added that, or he was too cautious. The guard began pouring liquid into the glass, saying that dishes stuffed with poison may look completely unsafe, but his dish looked safe, while the level of poison in it was very high. He frowned and asked if he could pass up such a chance. Seungwoo's eyes widened. TG directed a piece of pancake into his mouth, wishing himself a pleasant appetite. The brunette chatted with interest after him. The guy swallowed the food. His face was completely ordinary. Suddenly, he darkened and sweated. When his whole body trembled, he mentally noted that this sight gave him goosebumps all over his body, and he felt some kind of aggression. The guard frowned and remembered that the man told him to always be cold-blooded and look for a way out by analyzing the situation. He looked at the pancake and started thinking about how the volume wasn't that big, so people wanted to eat it in one go and swallow it. TG, covered in sweat, pursed his lips, mentally noting that he couldn't do that, and he had to imagine that it wasn't food, but an enemy. He imagined himself directing the huge pancake, imagining that his defense level was 3 and Pajon's attack power was 100. He imagined the pancake attacking him and wondered if it would be more beneficial to deal 1 hit or 10, and he thought that 10 would definitely be more beneficial. He gritted his teeth, noting that when he took damage from 1 hit, his defense was reduced by 3 and his damage by 97, and if 7 stamina per hit was multiplied by 10 hits, the total would be 70 damage. Directing another piece into his mouth, he thought about how much he could handle in 1 hit, and he needed to chew well and use his strength to the maximum. The guard trembled again. Looking at him, the protagonist grinned, thinking that he had found the right answer. He clenched his fists when he leaned back in his chair and thought about the time limit of 30 minutes, and during this time, a person tortures the stomach and tortures the body in order to acquire the ability to resist poison, which is the secret of eating this dish. Seungwoo smiled wickedly, mentally noting that if he told the truth, there would be no fun. Meanwhile, the girl dried Nabai, saying that it turns out that TG is also an adult since he likes tasteless food. Now the guy has already eaten a quarter of the dish. After a while, he looked at the empty plate and said that he managed to do it. The brunette clapped his hands and congratulated him. The guard looked at the phone screen and thanked him, saying that thanks to him, they received the skill of resistance to poison. He stood up and clenched his hand into a fist. TG looked away in embarrassment, mentally noting that he was in a very good mood after eating this dish, and the man would probably laugh. The protagonist stuck his hand into the storage, saying that he should now give him a gift, and noted that he realized that he did not use a weapon, to which he replied that he specialized in hand-to-hand combat, but a sword would probably do. He pointed to the red sword and noted that it was probably made by Miss Zero, Alistair. He remembered leaving her forge, knowing that her weapon had a 0% owner selection rate, and that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get it. The guy's mouth fell open in shock when Seungwoo told him that there was no need to worry since there was a mutual agreement. The brunette smirked and said that the point was that if you want to get the princess, you first need to pass the test. He imagined a knight kneeling before a princess who had decided to propose to her. The girl smiled widely and told him in response that if he wanted to marry her, he would have to catch a dragon that lived on a mountain and cut its neck. The protagonist spread his arms out to the side and noted that first comes courtship, then a test assignment, and if he successfully completes it, then there will be a wedding and a happy ending. The guy pointed to himself and asked if he understood correctly that the princess was the equipment and the warrior was himself, after which he heard a positive answer. Seungwoo pointed to an empty plate and said that the delivery of the dishes he had prepared was the very test. He smiled when the guard waved his hand and said that this was a very difficult test, so much so that he would not want to go through it again. And the brunette asked him not to forget that this was only the first stage, noting that he had promised the equipment that it would only go to the person who ate all the dishes. TG looked into the storage and asked if he had something, adding that he had tried before but was refused. The protagonist took out a belt and asked if it was this. The guy looked at it with admiration and replied that this was it. He stroked the plaque with the letter A, mentally answering that this was a magical armor that was pulled out from the belt when casting a spell, protecting the entire body, and its greatest advantage was that it did not require a terrible heavy case. Seungwoo laughed when he told him that he could not carry heavy armor every day to protect a girl, and such armor is much better when it comes to serious situations, to which he replied that if he was happy, then he was happy too. TG, meanwhile, was jubilant in his soul. He stood in front of the guy, while to the side of Yuna's tracks. She covered her smile with her hands and mentally noted that much more time had passed than 30 minutes, and if everything went well, then she could stay here for the night. She hugged the sleeping Nabai and mentally wished him good night. After a while, the guy looked at her. He leaned over the girl. Looking at how she was sleeping with the cat, the guard said that, apparently, she was very tired. The diner was covered with rain. On the second day of the test, the brunette scratched his cheek in confusion. The hunters gathered in several circles, exclaiming, "The caller must get ready for the diner raid." The guy took a hand warmer out of his jacket and shouted that 15 people were ready for the test according to the legend of the most terrible dishes. He shook the bottle in front of the owner and said that this time they will win and asked if they should be disqualified for such tricks, to which the protagonist noted that he did not care, but if it was a power-up potion, then that was another matter. The brunette pointed to the bottle and said that it was not a power-up potion. The guys started drinking hot sauce. When they all stuck out their tongues, shouting that it was very hot, Seungwoo muttered that since it was just hot sauce and not a potion, he could not disqualify them for this. The hunters, blazing with flames, sat down at the tables. The protagonist served them food and said that he understood their desire to become stronger, but this was too much. The warriors trembled and began to cover their mouths. One of them jumped up and demanded that his comrade get out of the way. The girl began to hug herself, saying that it was very, very cold here, and, apparently, the heating pads were of poor quality, and with the other she exclaimed that this cold was created with the help of magic. Meanwhile, the guy was counting his checks, saying that business was simply flourishing. Yuna entered the diner and said hello. Nabai immediately jumped to the floor. The brunette grabbed the hunter's body and said that he would put everything in order here, and for now let them play in the vicinity. Two shadows stood at the glass of another Dania, asking if it was true that this was the diner of the director Yu. There were many people gathered there with umbrellas. The two chefs grinned redly, talking about 100 million for the head of each of these fools. Tishik slammed his fists on the glass, saying that he did not think that the main character was so evil. Dalso noted that he agreed with this, and that he had previously viewed him in a good light. The man clenched his teeth tightly, saying he couldn't believe he was feeding the hunters horrible food, but charging 100 million won for his participation. The chef frowned and said he didn't understand why they were throwing away 100 million to get some item. They were in Tishik Wanner Cafe, and the owner clenched his fists, saying that he thought the same and that he couldn't even imagine how many cups of coffee he had to sell to make that much money, and also agreed, saying that it was the same with a restaurant, and besides, if you subtract the labor costs, the cost of all the materials, the advertising costs, and the cost of receiving customers, there was nothing left. A girl was watching them with displeasure, saying that these tyrants had gotten into their own. Dalso was shaking with anger, saying that Sungu had said that he was going to donate the money he received, but in the last 2 days, 35 people had come into his snack bar, which meant that he had already made 3.5 million. Tishik crossed his arms and said that he would definitely put it all in his wallet, and the chef agreed with him and asked if they should try to accuse him of misappropriation. The man approached him and whispered that it would be difficult to implement, but they could also think about food sanitation. While the girl was taking the order to the next table, Dalso said that he knew a lawyer, so everything would go smoothly, to which Tishik noted that he in turn knew a guy who worked in this field and could come with an emergency inspection. The chef gave him a thumbs up and replied that they could push Sungu into a ditch at that moment. The man smiled wickedly and suggested that they also cook food that could not be eaten. The two of them gave off an evil aura, while he asked how about getting a fee for participating in a charity event in the name of raising money. The chefs began to laugh loudly, saying that they would get rich. With a smile on their face, they imagined a lot of money, saying that this was some kind of legitimate casino, and they would be able to catch these stupid hunters with a rod. A man approached them. The boy grabbed their heads and said that it would be better to correct this misunderstanding. With a gloomy expression, he leaned towards them and said that firstly, this diner is registered as a training hall according to the hunter's law, and the food is provided for the purpose of survival training, and furthermore, they do not care at all about their food sanitation. The brown-haired man pushed their frightened faces together and noted that secondly, if they, the mischievous ones, are in a hurry, they can eat either monster meat or garbage, and no matter what size the garbage is, they will sweep it all away. The cook began to smile nervously, muttering that this was a misunderstanding. The boy slammed his fist on the table. He flashed his light eyes and told them not to judge by themselves, because Seungwoo is not a money-obsessed idiot like them. The men hugged each other in fear. O'Keefe rubbed his hand and said that it would be nice if they did something proper if they didn't want to meet that person or go through a health inspection themselves. He turned around. At that moment, the cooks ran out of the building. The girl perked up and loudly asked where they were going. Someone touched her shoulder. The brown-haired man raised his finger and asked if he could have another iced Americano. The girl looked at the cooks running down the street. She smiled widely and asked how much he wanted. A few days later, the sun was shining. Jihyun was sitting at the counter of a snack bar. She grimaced and waved her hand, saying that she didn't want to participate in a competition to taste disgusting food. The woman blocked the menu from the main character. She looked up at him and mentally noted that thinking about what she had to go through in the past, she didn't want to go back to it again, but snack bars that cooked such good food were a rarity. The brunette smiled slyly and thought that her owner was also quite good looking. She looked at me and noted that today she was having carbonara, which she really liked, and that Seungwoo replied that in that case he had quickly prepared it now. The woman looked at him with a puzzled look. She leaned her hands on the table and called the guy. The rounded brunette opened his eyes wide when she asked if he had accidentally gained weight. He felt his double chin with his hand. The main character jumped up and screamed loudly. He held his neck with a shocked face, saying that this couldn't be. While Jihyun stared at him in shock, he thought about the fact that he didn't remember ever being fat. The woman touched her chin and noted that literally a week ago he wasn't like this and asked if there was something that he had been eating especially often in recent days, to which Seungwoo replied that he hadn't eaten much pizza and drank cola when he watched movies. The brunette stopped putting her hands on his chest, saying that he couldn't have gotten so fat just because of that. The guy sadly lowered his eyes and said that he only ate 8 pieces a day. Jihyun slammed her palms on the table and screamed loudly. The brunette started showing on his fingers when she asked him how many movies he watches a day, and he answered that usually 8, but sometimes it's 10 because so many interesting movies have come out lately that he sometimes doesn't even have time to sleep. The woman frowned and screamed that this is the whole problem. She started slamming her palm on the table, asking what size soda he usually drinks. The main character touched his chin and said with a smile that he usually buys 1.5 liters, after which the brunette screamed that if he ate like that, then anyone in his place would get fat. She frowned and asked if he ate anything else besides that. Seungwoo closed his eyes and imagined sweets, answering that he ate some food that Nabai cooked and snacks. Jihyun pursed her lips, mentally noting that this would probably require serious treatment. The guy touched his chin and said that all this time before returning to Earth, he ate only local food on Terra, after which he completely lost his taste. He turned away and drooped, saying that it turns out that he can no longer eat all sorts of delicious things. After a while, he served the woman a mountain of carbonara on a plate. The brunette looked at the food puzzledly and asked if it was too much. The protagonist turned away when she asked him if he really wanted some too. Did she become fat? Jihyun pointed to the ice cream and asked why he brought it to her, to which Seungwoo replied that it was a small gift. With a puzzled face, the woman grabbed the boat. When night fell, the diner closed. The dejected guy sat at the counter, saying that he finally came home because he really missed good food and he just watched movies and ate it. He slammed his fist on the table, asking how he dared to call himself a warrior after that. Nabai touched his belly and sadly said that he would also get fat, and the brunette told him that the girl was fattening him. He smiled evilly when the cat asked if he would really be kicked out of here, and the main character asked what would happen to him if he just said that he gained weight. He leaned his head on his palm and noted that at least a chubby cat was cute. The beast put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was cute too, and Seungwoo shouted that this did not console him one bit. He tied an apron on his belt. The guy stuck his hand in the storage and said that this would be his punishment, and Nabai decided to share it with him. After a while, the brunette put out the ingredients. He began to knead his hands, saying that all this time he had been preparing dishes of 3-star difficulty, but the dish he was cooking now. The protagonist frowned, exclaiming that it would be 4 stars. He placed his hand on the crow meat, which was the main ingredient and was so rare that it could be compared to a dragon. Seungwoo began to sprinkle it with spices, saying that first, the Fire King's crystals should be evenly applied before cutting and marinating the meat. As he continued to sprinkle the crystals on the meat, he mentally noted that these crystals were usually used instead of salt, and if the magical power was used incorrectly, everything could explode, and the palinka alone had the power of a grenade. The brunette frowned, telling the beast to add ant powder. He began to pour out the white powder from the bowl, noting that it is dangerous to use it instead of sugar, and on Terra its taste is called the taste of sin. And several hundred years ago it was forbidden to collect it, and it completely kills the aftertaste of food and gives a blinding effect. Then the protagonist began to open the lid of the can, saying that you need to add the fruit from the planet Crypto, and the beast asked if it would be too spicy. He removed the lid of the can with white powder, noting that it is so spicy that it is even used to create weapons, and although it is not particularly edible, it is an excellent client for the heart and will help get rid of extra pounds. Seungwoo crossed his arms over his chest and noted that that was all, after which he asked his friend if he was ready, and he answered positively. Nabai picked up the meat. Putting his hand on it, the guy used magic. As the blue light began to shine around them, he mentally noted that he would now squeeze it a little in order to get rid of the excess moisture and fat in the meat, and at the same time, the meat would be able to soak up the ingredients well. The cat turned it over. The brunette raised his palm over the other side, saying that it was much more interesting together. Then he used magic again. After a while, the piece of meat was ready. The protagonist wiped his forehead with his hand and said that it looked pretty good. He cut off one piece. Then Seungwoo tried it. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His body was immediately pierced. After that, he was thrown up. The guy fell to the floor. Raising himself, he frowned and said that this is what he needed, and that he had just been pierced as if by the demon himself. The brunette raised the piece of meat high and shouted that this was the perfect diet dish. Together with the cat, he began to raise his hands up, saying that this way they will definitely lose weight. The next day, a woman approached the diner. She opened the door and loudly greeted. She was met by the slimmer protagonist, wishing her good morning. The brunette opened her mouth wide in shock and asked how he could lose so much weight in just one day. The customers perked up when she slammed her hands on the table, demanding to know what the secret was, and Seungwoo replied that he gained weight because of food, so with her help he lost weight, ate, and it all went away. The woman's eyes widened, asking how did he do it. Suddenly, a gloomy atmosphere reigned in the diner. Imagining a man drinking alcohol, the guy thought about obesity. Then he imagined a woman eating a dish, thinking that this is an inveterate enemy of modern people and the source of all diseases. After that, he imagined a man and a woman doing sports, and noted that there are few people who do not worry about their weight and body, and there is simply no such person who would not care about his body. The gloomy trio loomed over him. The protagonist smiled nervously and began to ask him to calm down when people began to ask him for diet food. The three of them loomed over him with angry expressions, and Jaehyun asked if she really looked like someone who could calm down now. The man and woman began to open their wallets, saying that they would take full responsibility and buy everything. Seung-woo put his hand behind his head, puzzled. He put his hands on his waist and said that this food was only for hunters, and it would be very dangerous to eat without awakening. The man and woman drooped, muttering that this was very cruel, and office workers worked so hard all night that they could only sleep and eat. The brunette pointed at herself with a happy face when the man apologized and said that he could only recommend exercise and dietary control, and then asked if it was true that she could eat it then since she was a hunter. The male lead held out his palm, noting that it was impossible for her because this food was dangerous. The woman clenched her fists and shouted that it wasn't dangerous last time. She grabbed Seung-woo's hand when he said that it was a more dangerous dish that was too much of a strain on the body, to which she muttered that it would be okay if her stomach was bruised a little later. The guy pointed at himself with a smile and asked if she didn't think that a dish that made you lose weight abruptly was dangerous. Jihyun's expression sank when he said that it was more of a shelf effect of muscle and nerve destruction and regeneration, and that if her body couldn't handle it, her life could be in danger. The woman sadly folded her eyes and noted that it was just magic. The brunette crossed his arms over his chest and replied that cooking was magic and fantasy, but her body absorbing food was reality. Jihyun clenched her fist, saying that she understood, and then asked if it was true that you just needed a body that could handle such food. The protagonist raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked again. The woman was blazing brightly, saying that you just need to challenge this stupid food, which means you just need to eat a lot of it. She threw her hands up in joy when Seung-woo pointed out that if she could handle this dish, she could eat others. Looking at the slender brunette, he decided to ask her what she didn't like if she wasn't overweight at all. Jihyun spread her arms out to the sides and answered that this is why people who don't have it can't understand those who do. She frowned and loomed over him, darkly saying that he would understand nothing about how hard it is for her to keep herself in shape, to restrain herself from eating what she wants, and to exercise even when she wants to steal from the desire to sleep. She asked if he even understood what it was like to legato in the park late at night, being starving to death, just because she didn't get rid of the day's calories. The guy looked at her with unperplexed eyes and answered that he didn't. Then the brunette bared her teeth and grimaced in anger, exclaiming that he could eat whatever he wanted 8 times a day, not exercise, but only have fun, and then eat just one dish and get in shape, adding that all the people on Earth would like to live like that, and that is why those who have returned will never understand the feelings of ordinary people. She became even more gloomy when the protagonist muttered discontentedly that she was a hunter. Jihyun smiled nervously and pointed her finger at him, shouting that office hunters are as accommodating to ordinary people as possible, and they just do office work as usual. But only at times like these are they treated like hunters, and unlike a gorilla like himself, they rarely go outside earlier. The customer applauded her, and Seung-woo grimaced and replied that he understood. The woman put her hands on her waist and said that she would challenge this food, so let him bring it here, then added that she had no money, so she would only pay for the food, and if it worked, then she would confirm its quality. The guy darkened, thinking about how he would have to make the dish as tasteless as possible. He turned around and said that in that case, he would serve it when the regulars finished their meal. The woman and the man darkened, saying that in the end, they were left with only sports to compensate for everything they had eaten. The brunette picked at her plate, agreeing with him and saying that all of this would turn into fat, and it no longer mattered that it was delicious, because in the end, everything would become fat on the body. They both sighed. The brunette cast a sad look at them, thinking that it was not that he did not know what it was like. He crossed his arms over his chest, mentally noting that there was no such thing as obesity on Terra, so he wasn't divisive enough. The protagonist touched his chin and wondered what he should do. He turned to Nabai. He squatted down and asked him to come to him. The beast smiled widely when Seung-woo asked him if he knew how to do warrior calisthenics, to which he replied that there was no Aileros who didn't know it. The guy snapped his fingers, saying that this was it. At this point, the 3 guests looked at him, puzzled. The brunette smiled widely and asked if they were by any chance interested in gymnastics for weight loss. He imagined Aileros, who was washing the floor. Meanwhile, his owner was sleeping, and the protagonist noted that due to his peculiarities, the cat often turned warriors into garbage. The beast climbed onto the bed and began to massage his stomach. He grabbed the claws, shouting that he had to get up or he would soon become a pig. When the warrior stood up, Illuros told him to repeat the exercises after him, while Seungwoo replied that this was how the cat was given the secret of the gods. Nabai leaned to the side, keeping count. Two visitors, Jaehan and Yoonha, repeated the exercise. Then the beast touched the ground with his front paw and raised one back paw up, saying that they were repeating everything well, after which he immediately answered incorrectly. The woman, frozen in the pose, shook with anger and asked how to raise her leg at such an angle, to which Nabai replied that it was easy, she just lacked the physical capabilities. The girl raised her leg and asked if she did it right, after which she heard praise. The guy watched the training, saying that Yoonha naturally appears at a certain time. Then the cat, along with the others, dropped to all fours and kicked out his back, telling them to meow. He walked up to the brunette and told her to feel free to bend over more and scream louder. The brunette grimaced in annoyance and said meow. Her body shook as the beast began to jump around in displeasure, telling her that she was doing everything inexperienced and that she needed to lower her back lower. The protagonist walked up to Jaehyun and said meow, noting that it should be done like this. He chuckled when the woman furrowed her brows, calling him disgusting. Nabai began to jump around in annoyance, telling her to do everything faster. The woman closed her eyes and said meow very loudly. Then they all stretched out their legs and leaned on their hands, and Seungwoo mentally replied that sometimes it wouldn't hurt to do some gymnastics. TG was watching them from the roof. He turned away in embarrassment, thinking that everyone who saw this should be ashamed. Another day, the sun's rays illuminated the diner. O'Keefe sat at the counter, saying he wanted to take it slow to the next step. He bowed his head when the guy agreed with him and said he'd had enough of the porridge, whereupon the guy thanked him. The now healthy brown-haired man smiled and said that it was time to move on to the next level. The brunette smiled sweetly and praised her. He touched his chin and asked what was wrong with Kang-hyuk, to which the umbrella replied that he was constantly resting lately. He propped his head up with his hand and added that it was probably burnout syndrome. The protagonist's eyes widened as O'Keefe told him that he often worked overtime. He did not have enough time to rest, so it was understandable, and the situation he found himself in was probably the biggest problem. Seungwoo opened his mouth in surprise and asked again. The brown-haired man coughed into his chin and presented a white cloak, noting that he was in 100th place, and if he went down any further, it would be the end, and the blonde was nervous now because he did not know when his rating would go down further. The guy put his hand behind his head and noted that he didn't look mentally weak, and the hunter replied that recently it turned out that he wasn't helping to concentrate on work at all, so he thought it would be better to rest. The brunette leaned his hand on the tabletop and asked if he was afraid that he would remain the same after the rest, to which O'Keefe noted that he extended his vacation and was now hanging around at home, most likely drinking alcohol. The protagonist pursed his lips and looked away. He brought the brown-haired man a poisoned pancake. The hunter frowned and took the chopsticks. Then he sighed. O'Keefe picked up the chopsticks and mentally noted that he needed to stay calm and follow the strategy. Seungwoo took out his phone and smiled, saying that he was going to hang up pictures of those who succeeded on the wall. The brown-haired man looked at the dish and then at him, muttering that he hadn't even tried it yet. The guy looked away, saying that when the tiger hunter's gun is loaded, he is sure that he can catch it, and asked if he was right in accepting this challenge, thinking that he can handle it. The hunter smiled. He broke off a piece of pancake. 30 minutes later, the plate was empty. His photo and TG's photo appeared on the wall. O'Keefe looked at the dagger in his hands with a smile, the blow of the electrified magic blade of which can stun the target. The brunette picked up a different board and offered to try throwing it, because he was going to throw this board away anyway. The brown-haired man swung. The electrified dagger pierced the board. Seungwoo smiled widely and noted that he was still capable of something. Then the dagger flew back. The hunter caught it with his hand. Looking at it, the protagonist said that this dagger always comes back, and it is also very light. O'Keefe smiled widely. He blushed when the guy took out his phone and offered to change the photo. The brown-haired guy started waving his arms indignantly, shouting that he liked the previous photo much more. The guy smirked and replied that he would just keep this photo as a souvenir. The hunter drooped in disappointment, talking about bad luck. He looked at the brunette, who said that this is exactly why they need to participate in the challenge. A round moon illuminated a large house. Glass bottles were scattered on the floor. Kang-hyuk was lying on the bed, asking if he was really not suitable at all. Staring at the ceiling, he muttered that he had no girlfriend and no friends, then remembered O'Keefe. The blonde pulled the bottle towards himself and added that he did not think that he considered him a friend. He began to drink alcohol. The hunter wiped his mouth and said that his health had improved, so maybe one day he would be able to wear a coat. White clothes were lying nearby on the floor. The guy looked at him. He pulled the bottle towards himself again. Then the blonde remembered the protagonist in the gate. He rolled over and said that the invincible returnee would handle everything. The hunter fell to the floor. He consoled the wild down. Then Kang-hyuk punched the floor. He clenched his teeth tightly and said that if he was the returnee too, he He would be like this too. The guy grabbed another bottle, saying that the other world was cheats and if only it happened to him, he could do even better. He threw the bottle and shouted that he could become stronger too. The blonde fell to the floor. He looked at the bottle in frustration and muttered that he could too. Then the hunter fell asleep. A human shadow loomed over him. The protagonist leaned on the door frame and said that he thought so. He drove into the room. Seung-woo sat on a chair and replied that Kang-hyuk and the right-hander were weaker than they looked. He put the bottle on the floor. The boy rested his chin and smiled darkly, asking what kind of funny talk about power he just heard. While the city was engulfed in flames, it was said that 9 years ago, when the gates opened and monsters began to appear, there were those who disappeared. 3 years later, the missing people began to randomly appear in various places. When they were interviewed, they said that they had visited another world and gained great power there. Ordinary people listened to their interviews on TV. They frowned in anger, shouting that it was unfair. Looking at the sleeping blonde, the protagonist noted that this was because those who returned were mostly ordinary people before they went to another world. He smirked and said that as someone who had been there himself, he would not recommend such a thing. He threw the hunter over his shoulder, saying that since he wanted to go there, he would go. Kang-hyuk opened his eyes. Seeing a white room around him, he asked if he was still drunk and this was a dream. The guy looked to the side in surprise when he heard the greeting. Seung-woo was sitting there with a book in his hands. He looked at Borodin with a smile and said that now he should go to Terra and save those who are in danger, and he asked him how to understand this. The brunette closed the book and asked him to listen calmly. The hunter began to wave his hands, saying that he was talking nonsense and asking what kind of place this was, to which the main character replied that this was a greeting message for a warrior from another world. He remembered the goddess. Then he propped up his chin and said that usually a beauty or goddess does this, but he is alone, so there is no need for this. Kang-hyuk's eyes widened when he was asked what kind of situation this is in his opinion. He began to look around. The guy frowned and screamed, asking if it was really not clear what he was thinking about. He fell to his knees and asked loudly if he really went to another world or died. He imagined an office death and a car accident, saying that according to the trivial development of events, he only died and either got hit by a truck or died from overwork. The brunette watched him with one eye. He took the book and touched his neck, saying that he was not dead yet, but if he continued to drink like this, he would definitely die soon, but not now, and the blonde asked him why he was here. The protagonist grinned and reminded him that he wanted it himself. The hunter opened his mouth in confusion and asked when that was. Seung-woo pointed his finger at him and began to quote, saying that if he had visited another world, if he had also been returned, if he had been a warrior, he could have done well too. Kang-hyuk looked up, remembering the dream yesterday. The brunette spread his palms as he clenched his hands into fists and shouted that it was just drunken nonsense and asked why he had to take it seriously. The protagonist opened the book with a smirk while the guy indignantly told him not to laugh and asked how he even ended up in someone else's house. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking that he was definitely crazy. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Looking at Seung-woo, the blonde mentally noted that if he brought him here, he could bring him back too, which meant that he could watch his back. He smiled wickedly. The hunter stood right next to him and thought that this was his chance. He answered his eyes and muttered that it seemed like he couldn't escape, and the brunette noted that it was good that he gave up so quickly. Kang-hyuk smiled happily and asked if he would give him any abilities as a cheat. He pointed to himself and asked, "Don't people who come from another world usually get abilities?" The guy waved an invisible sword, asking about the divine weapon. The protagonist frowned and mentally noted that this guy knew too much. He closed his eyes and replied that there would be no cheats. Seung-woo shook his finger negatively and began to say that if there was an opponent on whom the cheat did not work, there would be a terrible end, so the most important thing was to start from the basics and become stronger. He spread his arms out to the sides when the blonde frowned angrily and shouted that if there was an opponent on whom the cheat did not work, then it was not a cheat. And the brunette told him that, unfortunately, even cheats have ranks, and if you go beyond the rank, these are already battles of class, karma, and power. He remembered his blow, mentally noting that no cheats worked on the Demon King, and if they worked, the gods would have figured it out themselves. Then the warriors would not even be needed, and that is why all the warriors who depended on cheats were defeated. The protagonist hit the hunters in the face with a book, saying that it was better for him to develop calmly from the very beginning, and the hunter cursed at him. He smiled and waved his hand, saying that he hoped he wouldn't be too mad for not getting the cheats. A light appeared under Kang-hyuk's feet while Seung-woo said that the situation now was much better than his time, and he was already a hunter who had experience in fighting, so he would do well. The hunter looked down. There he saw green treetops. Then Kang-hyuk fell. The brunette closed the book and asked him to save Terra. As the blonde fell, he cursed. The protagonist looked out of the portal and said that 3 days on Earth would be like a few months here, and that he had already given him the cheats. He looked into the book, thinking about Terra's written and spoken language, the power of the status window that allows you to see the state of your development, and the power that will teleport you to it if you are in mortal danger. Seungwoo smiled and said that he hoped he would learn a lot. He grabbed the page and noted that if suddenly not, then he would send it for a few more days. On the page appeared the name as. 3 months later, people were walking around the city. The guy looked at the daughter of the announcements. He touched his chin and said that today there is nothing worthwhile in the Adventurers Guild quests. He was pushed by a paw. It was a gray fox named Cobbled Cues and asked whether they would go to eat or not, to which the blonde replied that they could go because there was nothing here today anyway. After a while, he saw a sign for a snack bar. In front of the mischievous boy, pieces of meat were being made on a tray. He looked at one of them with displeasure and said that names are food, they cause the greatest insult. Literally seeing the fragile aroma around the piece, Kang Hyuk said that the meat smelled like rotten socks, and the fruit smelled like sewage, so he did not know how anyone could eat such a thing. Hughes put the meat in his mouth and noted that he had eaten it all very well before, after which the guy shouted that he did not want to die, so he endured and ate, but it was unrealistic to eat this for a month. The beast looked at the meat with delight, saying that however, among the starry red stars, this lamb steak had a decent effect, and it was literally the best means for restoring endurance and training muscles. The blonde frowned and angrily shouted that food was not about effects, but about taste. A dark look was directed at him, and Q said in a whisper that he respected the valuable people of another world, but he did not think it was necessary to shout about them so openly. The hunter bit the meat. He grimaced in disgust and mentally noted that after trying the local food, he now understood how well Seungwoo cooked. Not noticing the blue screen, he said that it was very hard to just live. Then Kang Hyuk looked at the system notification with surprised eyes. It was an urgent quest that had flagged an obvious severe nutritional imbalance, and he now needed to consume 4-star red star food for a week. The boy froze in confusion. An urgent quest notice was lit above his head. The blonde looked at the beast and asked what it was, to which it responded with a proverb that meant complete nonsense. The hunter held out his palm when it asked him to explain the proverb, and replied that he did not need to, and that he needed to think for a while. He placed a finger on his chin and mentally noted that if this was an urgent quest, then these were the quests that warriors did. Kang Hyuk imagined a blonde girl with a sword in her hands, and mentally noted that adventurers were divided into 2 types, one of which was the chosen one. The other warrior was in the dark, hiding behind a cloak, because he was not the chosen one, and the boy thought that in other words, they are divided into those who receive quests from the god and those who are not. He looked up at the screen again and wondered if he was chosen by the god or not. The blonde tapped his head with his finger. He looked at Q's and asked if he could ask him something, after which he replied that it seemed to be a very important question, so he would ask him for dog chewing gum in exchange. He showed 3 fingers when the hunter asked for an angry look and noted that he thought 3 would be enough. Kang Hyuk showed a finger on each hand and asked what was the difference between the chosen one and the non-chosen one. The beast crossed his paws on his chest and began to tell that the biggest difference was the quest, noting that the ability to easily grow, accept quests, and receive rewards from the gods was a big advantage. The guy pointed at him and said he was interested in the reasons for being chosen, and Q said it was simple and asked if it was true that he was summoned from another world. He waved his paw and started saying that when summoning, if a god directly summoned someone, then he was 100% chosen, or if he was brought by a god. The blonde frowned and thought of Seungwoo, mentally noting that he was either a god or a representative of a god. He shook his head with a smile, thinking that no matter how strong he was, a god was too much, and a representative of a god sounded more realistic. The hunter handed over a dog chewing gum and noted that his department wasn't worthy of even one, but Q said he had something else. He furrowed his brows and said that there was also a hidden condition, and when Kang Hyuk elaborated, he said how to explore hidden dungeons, finding treasures. While the guy looked at him with puzzled eyes, the beast said that doing something that could attract the attention of the gods, if the opportunity to become the chosen one is late, which is the hidden condition. The blonde grinned wickedly when asked if he really didn't know this, although he came from Earth, to which he replied that in his childhood, when he played games, he found many such hidden conditions. He turned away from the interlocutor and mentally noted that he found many of them in the virtual reality game Soul Reverse. Q's eyes widened in surprise and said that in this case, there was a possibility that he could become the chosen one. The hunter looked at the screen and answered in agreement. Looking at the notification, he mentally noted that it seemed to be just a hidden condition to eat the same product for 1 month. He put his hand on the beast's paw. Kang Hyuk grinned contentedly and Sanguine asked if there was a way to find out which god had sent the quest. He removed his hand when Q's told him to look at the seal engraved in the lower right corner of the quest window and asked the priest, and the guy told him that now the information was worth 3 pieces and thought that it was much more useful. They went their separate ways. After a while, the blonde reached a white building. A man in white robes stood in front of him, saying that this was the first time he had seen such a seal, so he asked the oracle for help. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise when he was told about the god of the sword, victory, and strange food. He began to raise his fists, shouting that the god of the sword sounded really cool. He smiled contentedly and said that it was incredibly cool, and if he ever encountered someone in battle, it would help him win. The smile on his face darkened. Kang Hyuk furrowed his brows and asked what the strange food meant. The man in front of him spread his arms and said that he didn't know, and that he had never heard of a god with 3 specifications before. The guy covered his face with his hand and started mumbling about inventories. He imagined himself with a huge bag on his back, mentally noting that if he had an inventory, he wouldn't have to bother carrying heavy things. He then imagined himself taking the bag out of his pants, noting that he wouldn't have to hide his wallet and his secret underwear either. The blonde punched his fist and exclaimed that he would complete the quest. He pointed back and said that he was thinking of heading north and asked if it was true that the Winter Ghost Festival was happening there, and the man answered that it was. The hunter's eyes lit up when he said that he was seeing this equipment. He walked out of the building. At the top of the mountain, there was a white shrine. It was the Pantheon. The protagonist looked at the large inscription on the stone about the god of the sword, victory, and strange food. He chuckled, thinking that the limit among humans is level 98, and the moment you climb up here, you become a god. Looking at the inscription, Seungwoo thought that when a person becomes a god, the Pantheon will engrave the name of the god suitable for the direction and achievements of life. Showing him with a sword in his hands, it was said that the first part of his new name means sword, and it proves that he has reached the highest level of swordsmanship, and that the limit of a god is level 198. At level 199 a new name appears. Recalling the guy's punch, it was said that after long adventures and many fights, he reached level 200, and then defeated the Demon King, and then his second name became the word victory. The brunette held the sword in front of him. Noting that the deity is proof of existence and limitation at the same time, the god of Aqua must become the strongest, the god of victory cannot lose. He looked at the stone, thinking that otherwise he could lose his strength. The protagonist smiled, thinking that there was no person who could defeat him with swords, and he was not going to lose. He thoughtfully walked away, saying that he never thought that his third name would be strange food. Seungwoo sat down on the floor, wondering if he had reached his limit again after arriving on Earth. Then he began to remember the mischievous people he had fed. The guy closed his eyes, saying that he thought his development was over, but it seemed to continue to happen when he fed someone. He stretched tiredly, noting that he was not just a god of food, but a god of strange food. The brunette propped his face up with his hand. Then he lay down on the floor, saying that he did not know what was there and how, but it was good that he could develop. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that no one knew if another monster like the Demon King would appear, so he needed to gain a lot of strength. He smiled and said that he was lucky that he became the owner of a snack bar and could grow by feeding others strange food. Seungwoo opened the book. Reading the contents, he noted that Kang Hyuk needed to complete the quest, and now he was given the opportunity to use the inventory, and the treasure from the incarnation was the Arank sword full of Winter's Wrath. The guy happily said and ate that he was doing great, and Gaia knew, and seemed to tell him that she was giving experience points. He frowned, asking if he was really dragging items too. The brunette suddenly jumped up, shouting that he forgot that he refused to give the item. The blonde showed his middle finger to the sky, loudly shouting at the god. Clenching his hands into fists, he angrily exclaimed that he was so happy that he received the Arank sword. While he was shouting, a sword flew at him. The weapon landed right in his face. While the hunter lay unconscious in the snow, the protagonist noted that the inhabitants of Terra called this phenomenon God's punishment. The sun was shining between the snow-capped mountains. The young man quickly ran away. Then the blonde turned around and said, if he gets caught, he's definitely a corpse. People were running after him shouting, catch this idiot. Someone said he'll smash him into a pancake with this hammer. The guy, squeezing his eyebrows and frowning, ran even faster. The goblins were walking through the mountains. The plot noted that this is a winter ghost festival. Catch ghosts, get green onions from them, cook them and eat them. They looked terrifying, and the thought continued with the fact that if you defeat the ghost captain, you will get a rare S-rank ingredient. A magic plant was sprouting from under the snow. Someone thought that this was a chance to taste the traces of a winter ghost. The brunette frowned, turned around and shouted, this is not the end, do not give up your position, when the blonde hid under the people's feet. The yellow-eyed man smiled maliciously and looked away. While the guy was sitting on the ground, there were words that beat Kang Hyuk, who was not strong enough to hunt the ghost captain, and who had no team, seemed to have no other way but to wait for unexpected luck, but... The blonde smiled maliciously and asked, they think Kang Hyuk will rely on unexpected luck. Suddenly, a blue leg appeared in front of his face, his eyes bulged. Raising his head, he saw a blue troll who raised his hand up. Then he made a magic strike. The two-headed creature and the guy looked forward. The plot noted that on Earth, the protector of humanity is the First Order. Approaching the magic plant, someone thought that the profession he received on Terra, then he looked at the plant and said, hidden movement, essentially a thief. Grabbing the sprout, the guy thought, since this world decided that he is a thief. Suddenly he pulled out the plant and continued, so he will steal. The blonde ran forward and said that everything was going perfectly. Remembering the moment when he hugged the sword, he continued the thought that he ate the trace of the winter ghost, and even received an rank sword as a reward. Then he remembered the moment when the sword flew into his face and said that at first they wanted to take him as a pawn, then they threw him off as God's punishment, and because of this, tearing even harder from the enemies, he continued that he aggroed them, and now they want to kill him. The brunette ran, sticking out his tongue and shouting that they would kill the guy with the most painful death. Looking back, the blonde said that they almost caught up with him. He stretched his arms to the sky and shouted that he was from the First Order of the Earth. After these words, he rolled head over heels down the mountain, shouting that he was Superstar Beak Kanghyuk. On the cliff stood a beautiful building. The guy was reading a book, covering his mouth with his hand. After which the plot noted that Kanghyuk completed the quest, access to the inventory was obtained, a strange thief appeared on Terra. The blonde opened his mouth wide and thought that a strange thief with the power of a hero, who uses stealth and the ability of the inventory to take as many items as possible. His silhouette flew over the buildings. He continued the thought that Terra was plunged into chaos due to the appearance of a strange thief. The guy continued to read the book. A man with blonde hair appeared behind him. He exhaled, closed his eyes and asked Seungwoo, his third name is Strange Food. The brunette covered his face with a book, looked away, and said, well yeah. In response, the blonde grinned and asked, he is not the god of strange theft, then how to understand this, he can explain. Slamming the book shut and closing his eyes, the guy said that he underestimated the talent of this guy and apologized. Then he raised his hand to his temple and continued to say that his head works quickly. His ability was stealth before, but his most important ability turned out to be a superstar. The interlocutor looked at him and asked again, a superstar. The brunette grabbed his head. The answer was a look and said that the more attention he gets from others, the stronger he becomes. The yellow-eyed man opened his eyes wide and asked, then, the more he makes a name for himself as a strange thief, the stronger he becomes. The blue-eyed man raised his hand and said that he also opened his inventory for him. It was like giving him wings. And then, introducing this guy, he added that now he is called the King of Strange Questions, and his level is already 80. The interlocutor raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that with his insight and made such a mistake, somehow it is hard to believe. The guy's eye lit up green, and he said that even with insight, he was deceived. Then he looked at the blonde and added that he wasn't that bad in himself, he had a sense of justice, to which the other guy asked what, having a sense of justice? He did. The brunette scratched his head and said that, well, since he was from Earth, it seemed like the people of Terra treated him well anyway. The other guy covered his mouth with his hand and said that as long as he didn't belong to a community that cheated, his sense of justice didn't work. He replied, something like that. The yellow-eyed guy looked down and said that in his opinion, he didn't look like a bad person either. The guys looked at the floor and talked. The blonde guy said that it wasn't a theft with bad intent. The other guy replied, well, yeah. Just. Then the white-haired guy asked, stress relief, to which he received a positive answer. The brunette laughed, raised his hand and said that the guy who always liked to get into things must have been under a lot of stress pretending to be a leader. The interlocutor asked the guy if it was necessary to do such deviations on Terra, so he should be sent to do it on Earth. In response, he received an apology. The blue-eyed man looked away. A notification came about receiving 12,555 experience points from the incarnation, and receiving an ingredient of persistent vinegar. Then a unicorn horn and a golden goblin spoon were received. The guy scratched his chin and thought that he had disabled the ability to bribe him, but he still sends it. Surprisingly loyal, however, he will probably be very upset when he finds out that this god was him. Reading the book, he thought that in any case, what he was sending him was intended for the damn aristocrats. When he fought the Demon King, they did not help him at all. It turns out they were saving up such good ingredients. Then he smiled and said, commendably, after which he asked if maybe it was worth stealing the king's treasures through a quest. The blonde called Seungwoo. He turned around and asked what. The interlocutor put his hand on his shoulder and said that he saw a little devilry in his soul. The brunette scratched his nose and replied that in any case, since the one he brought was guilty, then he was also partly to blame, he could deal with him. The blonde closed his eyes and replied that he understood and would send his incarnation. Clasping his palms, he happened to be the magic of Renato, the deity of resurrection. Superstar landed on the roof of the building. Then he wondered where to try to run again. He turned around and said questioningly, oh, punishment happened. The guy looked unwell. He was sitting at the table when Nabai approached him and asked if he was okay. He asked in response where he was. The blonde was wiping his face with a napkin when the cat answered him that he was in a restaurant, looked tired and advised him to go home, rest. He said that he remembered how the sword of the judge of punishment pierced his head. He looked at his phone and was surprised and shouted that only a day had passed. After which he breathed a sigh of relief and asked if it was really a dream. The cat watched him when he screamed, "Statistics window." The blonde frowned and looked at the phone, continuing to say that this couldn't be. After all, half a year had passed on Terra, he would at least check the game system. The screen showed that he was level 43. The guy threw the phone away in fear and shouted, level 43, no matter how genius he was, but to rise in one night from 28 to 43. His eyes lit up when he thought about that then. The hero fell to his knees, raised his hands up and shouted, "Damn, the god of strange food, thank you, he loves him." After which he began to kiss the floor and say, "I love you, I love you." He happily jumped up and shouted, "Awesome, as soon as he returns to the first order, he will immediately put up a statue praising the god of strange food." Listening to this, the brunette covered his ears and asked him to shut up already. But he continued to yell that he would even build a temple. The brunette hit the guy and told him to stop. The sun was shining on the ISAC building, Sector A, headquarters. Someone showed a paper to the brunette. He looked at it and asked if this was an application for a ranking battle. Baek Kang-hyuk had never done this before. Then the green-eyed man looked up and asked what happened. The blonde spread his arms, closed his eyes and asked if he would believe that he had visited another world, to which the other man asked if he wanted him to believe this nonsense, that he had become a returnee in a few days. The superstar winked at him, held up 2 fingers, and said that he was registering for the ranking matches and would play with everyone from 99th to 90th place. The other man frowned and replied that the participant had to place a bet, and then asked him if he had anything that could be considered an acceptable reward for high rankers. The blonde man picked up a magic sword of Ranka and said that he would place it. The young man was surprised and replied that he couldn't hide such a sword from him. Then only one answer came to mind. Then he thought about it and said that if he had the ability to use the inventory, then he really had been to another world. The interlocutor put up a finger, winked and replied that only he knew that. The brunette clenched his teeth, closed his eyes and said that he understood. Then he took a stack of money from his bosom and said, so it wasn't a casino. 3 guys ran out from around the corner and started talking. One thought that he took a vacation because he was tied hand and foot. Another thought that he ran away because he won the lottery. And the third said that he received the sacred sword Xbaru, became a warrior and went to meet adventures. The blonde got angry, crumpled the sheet of paper and said that no matter how angry he was, he would go to the casino with the team's money. It was a sunny day. The guy was sitting on the couch, drinking coffee and watching the news, where they said that the superstar rating had increased sharply. Now it was 92. The blue-eyed man smiled and thought that they said that they would take 90th place, but in the end they couldn't even take 91st. The guy stretched and said that he was glad that his depression had passed, which meant that he would no longer whine and dream of dying. He would take the patronage and power, but maybe leave the inventory as a souvenir. The brunette yawned, picked up the remote control and said that he had finished washing the dishes and preparing the main meal. What should he do now? There was a program about shallow water fishing on TV. The young man scratched the back of his head and asked, a place for fishing, fishing. He was inspired and shouted, fishing. Then he rushed to the exit. He ran out of the restaurant and shouted to the workers that they were closed tonight. In any case, this restaurant is for the soul. Suddenly they turned to look at the boy when he told Nabai that he was closing the restaurant for today and he could play with Yuna as much as he wanted. The cat was happy, raised his paws and said, great, he would take good care of the restaurant, and the girl wished them a safe journey. The brunette looked at them sweetly. Then he stroked their heads and said, yeah. Water lilies were showing off in the sun on the water. The main character was standing in the middle of a wide street. Suddenly he looked ahead, smiled and said that this was just awful. He headed towards the house, then said that there was no explanation for this either. Suddenly a man climbed out of the window and said that there was no entrance fee, but fishing gear had to be rented, and then asked if he would rent it. The boy opened his eyes wide, raised his eyebrows and said that he had brought his own gear, but he needed bait. Then the employee climbed out of the window and asked if he had a hunter's license, to which the brunette replied no, but there is something like that, and suddenly asked why he was asking, after which he thought that he had a returned license. Then the man frowned and said that he would appear. The guy looked at him seriously and asked who he was. The gray-haired man shuddered and added, a monster, they say there is also a small crack here. The guy grinned and answered, a small crack. The protagonist looked away and thought that most likely it would be a pyramid monster, so ISAC ignored it. Looking at the guy, the employee said that the monster can appear during fishing, so entry is allowed only to hunters, to which the guy replied that it does not matter, and then asked, however, if there is a monster here, how can he do business? The man turned his head and replied that they had ordered this advertising with a long-term contract, when everything was still fine, and wasn't it only for 2 seconds? To which the young man replied fearfully, right, it was short. The gray-haired man looked at him seriously and asked if he really wanted to come in. The brunette grinned, closed his eyes and said, sure, I just needed to clean up a bit. He was using tongs to remove trash from the ground. Then he picked up the last empty can and said that that was it with the trash. He looked around and added that if he cleaned everything up, there would be a good place for healing next to the restaurant. The guy thought for a moment and said that his father also fished when he had free time. He shielded himself from the sun with his hand and looked at the clear sky. Suddenly he remembered moments from his childhood and recalled that his father, who was a fireman, had only one hobby, fishing. He thought about those rare days when his father was on vacation. They would hold hands and head to the reservoir. When his father went fishing, he would often clean the reservoir. The protagonist remembered how he and his father would sit on the shore and catch different fish, and then how his father cooked a great mutton. The little protagonist ate this soup cooked by his father with great pleasure. He stood on the shore, throwing the fishing rod over his shoulder, and said that therefore, fishing simply could not help but become his hobby. Having cast the rod, the boy said that with the cleaning for now, it is probably worth checking the bite. Water lilies covered the water. The brunette opened his eyes wide and said that there were so many white lotuses, but the water quality was terrible, and then asked if this was all the effect of the crack. Casting the rod, the protagonist thought that when the water quality deteriorates, the fish population decreases, and the taste of the caught ones is terrible. Then he frowned and said that this means that the fish here. The rod began to twitch. Pulling it out, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, shouted out that this is the best ingredient for making strange food. The bite was good. Pulling the fishing rod, the guy said that he was kicking well. Suddenly, he pulled out a beautiful fish. The guy looked at the catch and asked where he was going. Then he thought that the common topgazer, the first place in the desired catch of fishermen, can be found anywhere and is easy to catch, so it is pleasant to fish with it. Throwing the fish into the bucket, the young man added, but it tastes. People erupted when he continued the thought that if you eat it, you will immediately die. The taste of mixed soil and fresh water. A fishy smell that does not evaporate for several hours. The guy choked, and the protagonist added that no matter how you clean it, there will still be bones. They are strong and sharp enough to dig into the throat. You could die from it. Really, the worst fish. The protagonist turned to the bucket and said that it was just to his taste. Then he frowned, grabbed his fishing rod and said that it was a good start. A man was walking along the wide street. It was Lee Jin-hoon, the chief officer in charge of Sector A. He looked into the distance and said that it had been a long time since he had gone fishing. Looking at the pond, he added that the shallows for fishing had turned into such a place. He remembered, in the old days, it was just beautiful here. Then he turned to the employee who came out of the house. The old man turned around abruptly, holding his cap. Then he went back into his closet. The man scratched the back of his head and said that about 9 years had passed. He recalled the moments when this fishing spot kept asking for help in closing the crack. He was their regular fisherman, but he rejected the request every time, simply because the situation was not serious enough to send people here. The man turned away and said that he had no choice, but he was also a human. He walked down the street and said that according to the report, fishing was still possible here. The man then looked at the fishing spot and asked, so there was a slime appearance? It must have been an F zone and didn't need attention. He saw Seung-woo and was surprised. The guy smiled and greeted him, which he returned. The man then frowned and thought, this man must be Seung-woo who returned. I had to meet such an unpleasant person. Then he noticed a whole bucket of fish. Suddenly, the officer covered his nose and asked with disgust why there were so many top gazers. The guy looked at him and said that he was going to cook them, to which the man asked, cook? He just said that he was going to cook top gazers. The brunette opened his eyes wide and said that top gazers are a very good ingredient. To be precise, they are an excellent ingredient for weapons. The dish he will cook will be a weapon. The brunette frowned and thought he was going to make food weapons from the garbage tops and give it to the hunters to send them on their way along the Jordan. Then he angrily said that you can't sell weapons in a restaurant, and then asked if it wasn't too hostile towards the guests. The protagonist laughed. Then he looked at the stranger and thought, does he know that he is the owner of the restaurant? So he is the manager of the division gates. The guy put his hand out and said that he apologizes. He was focused on fishing and did not explain properly that he was not going to sell it. Then he explained that he was going to use it against the slime that settled here. The man asked in surprise, against the slime. After that, the gray-eyed man thought, did he really think that such a cunning monster would fall for a tasteless fish? Raising the fishing rod, the protagonist said that this dish would kill a dragon, that he was some kind of slime. The gray-haired man was shocked. The dragon is the strongest monster, one of the worst monsters in the East and West. Someone thought that the dragon would be caught with food. The man frowned and thought that this returned one was joking here. Then he turned away and continued the thought that Seungwoo was the returned one who destroyed the SS rank gate. Maybe it really is possible. Sitting down in the next seat, the officer asked, "But is it really possible to destroy a slime by simply cooking?" To which the guy replied, "Of course, everything is quite simple." The interlocutor was furious and thought that he was talking as if it were like killing a cockroach by spraying a remedy for them, and then he was indignant at what kind of self-confidence he was. The blue-eyed man turned and added that the dragon uses a lot of magic, but it is nothing special. The stronger he is, the greater his greed and lack of self-control. Then he laughed and said that therefore he is quite easily led by the bait, just a small crucian carp is enough. The main character looked forward sarcastically and said that if you lure him with something edible, he will be caught immediately. They will know when they try, then added the thought that dragons, of course, are a little different, but they are all similar in one way or another. Lifting the weight, he continued to think that the eldest red dragon, the right hand of the demon king, Kylius, to be honest, was the most important factor in victory. The guy looked at the large burning cube. Then he frowned and said that even Kylius would not be able to resist. This would be his first food with such a taste and appearance. After that, a caustic voice was heard, which said to hurry up, eat already and die damn overgrown lizard. The fisherman continued the dialogue. The man asked if this is a dragon, can't it eat almost anything? To which he heard the answer, right. With interest, the officer asked another question, then what did he give him? The guy twisted his hands, looked away and answered, a deadly dish, in other words, if you eat it, you will definitely die. Then the protagonist thought about it and said that, of course, in the end he still swung his sword once, because his comrades continued to rush him. The man opened his eyes and mouth wide, and then asked if a deadly dish was food, to which the young man replied that he had already told him, food, but also a weapon. Suddenly, the guy looked forward seriously and said that he would play the same way with the slime. The officer was shocked by what he heard. Then he took the fishing rod in his hands and thought about it. After which he turned to the guy and asked if he could help him with anything. The guy replied that there were not enough top gazers yet, about 60 more were needed. The man began to diligently fish. Then he opened his mouth and suggested that the protagonist try to finish it in one day. Wine poured into a bowl. Hectare and ambrosia is a food symbolizing immortality. God stands on a mountain under the sun with a spear in his hands. Also these are dishes of the gods, eating which even people can become gods. Black smoke spread throughout the room. Among the strange food there is also such a dish. The cube hovered over the plate. This is a deadly dish that kills even gods. The sunset of the gods, Ragnarok. Seungwoo sat, resting his head on his hand, and thought that the Ragnarok that he cooked earlier was just an imitation. The cooking method was complex and the ingredients were unavailable. He remembered the red monster and thought that even an imitation was enough to send Kylius to the next world. The guy looked at the buckets of fish and thought about what would happen if he cooked Ragnarok using just a good tasting fish. He grinned. Then he looked at his feet and thought about the freshwater fish version of Ragnarok, and then came up with the name Permissive Topgazer. The fish splashed around in the bucket, and the guy thought that by continuing to try this and that, maybe someday he would be able to cook a real 6-star dish. Night fell on the land. The fish splashed around in the buckets. Seungwoo turned to the man and asked if he often came there to fish, to which the man replied that he used to go there often, but not in the past 9 years. Yinhoon lowered his hand and said that the place was not like this back then. He remembered fishing there before and said that instead of topgazers, catfish and carp were often caught there and the water used to be much cleaner. He remembered eating moontang made by the manager and it was a divine tasting soup. The protagonist asked if the local manager was a good cook, to which the man replied that he used to be a chef. The man raised his finger and said that he used to travel around the country a lot and tried this dish in different places, but the manager's soup was the best. The protagonist raised his head and said that he hoped that he would have a chance to try it someday, after which he said that he would start cooking, and the man wished him luck. Seungwoo poured water into a large cauldron, and Yinhoon watched silently. Then the guy raised his hand, and a fire lit up. The man was surprised, because there was no wood, but the fire was burning. He stared at the fire and thought, like magic or alchemy. He watched the protagonist and thought that since he called this dish literally a weapon, does this mean that cooking is close to magic? The guy added fish to the vat. The recipe for a destructive topgazer. The first thing is to put a lot of peeled topgazer in clean water. After that, he added salt, pepper, and soy sauce. Then he mixed it well. While he was stirring it all, the man asked if he really was just cooking, to which the protagonist replied that this was ordinary cooking and in any case, he needed to focus on this now and asked the man to be silent. He sighed to you. He continued to stir and thought that Ragnarok is a dish that kills gods and creates those who surpass them. Steam rose from the vat and the main spells are fire, eternal life and death. The man was completely engulfed in fire, and those who eat Ragnarok die forever and are reborn again and again. The man on fire tried to give up his hand. Going through this process, the original body is destroyed and transformed into a new one. The burnt hand became normal again. This body surpasses the body of a god. The protagonist continued to stir and thought that this would only happen if he could withstand it. The fire flared up stronger, and the guy thought that he was not sure he would withstand it if he ate it. The fish was engulfed in fire, and the guy thought that if it was also made from fish, which does not have any buffs and positive effects. In-hoon silently watched everything. The moon illuminated everything around, and the man thought that this was still magic. The green creature was underwater. It was a biological weapon created by a scientist from the planet Journia. A man in a protective suit approached a jar with a green creature. Initially, this biological weapon was created to counteract the monsters that invaded through the gate. The scientist opened the jar. Green goo burst out of the jar and attacked the scientist. It swallowed him completely. The out-of-control Zero prototype swallowed everything in its path and grew in size. In the end, it became the size of its own planet and swallowed it. Having no more food, the Zero prototype found a small interdimensional rift and moved here. The prototype grabbed a fish. Arriving on the ground, it began to swallow everything again. The goo thought that there was nothing more to eat here. The drop fell on the surface of the water, and the liquid decided that it was time to get out. A purple cube sank to the depths, and the creature did not understand what it was. It began to absorb this cube. It chewed and thought that it had never tried anything like this. Then it thought about the taste. The Zero prototype screamed in horror. He began to be carried away in different directions. He thought that this was a neurotoxin and all his cells were burning. His eyes began to enlarge, and he began to think that this was a chemical weapon that destroyed the cell itself. How dare the people of this world trap him? The Zero prototype sank deeper and deeper into the water and thought that he would endure until his body adapted, and if he could completely absorb this, he could become an even more terrifying weapon. He began to disintegrate into pieces, and he thought that his body was burning, and he was burning. Was he really going to die like this? His body fell apart and his eye sank deeper and deeper. It was all a chemical weapon, the creature thought. He was sucked into a crack at the bottom, and it thought that a biological weapon would be more appropriate. The protagonist looked at the bottom glowing. He put his hand to his chin and said that there was no way to know if it was gone. The guy sighed and said that there was nothing to be done. He looked at the water and said that unless he went into the crack and saw for himself. The crack turned red. Seung-woo looked up in surprise. He looked at the huge size of the slime and wondered if this size could be called simple. This size is enough to be a Demon King level. The protagonist approached the green creature and said that judging by the fact that it was melting, it looked like the job was done. He was very surprised. He looked at his hands and there was a level up from 256 to 257. On Journia lay the remains of the green creature. The main character raised his head and came to the conclusion that this slime is the Demon King who destroyed this world, and it turns out that he leveled up by defeating him with cooking. It seems that she has a level higher than he expected. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and said that this slime has low resistance to food compared to its strength. He stood next to the slime and was surprised how he managed to eat the planet to such a state on his own. Seung-woo looked around and decided that if he could still survive his cooking, the earth would be in danger. He looked at his feet. He squatted down, took the earth in his hands and said that this planet does not have magical powers, but has a high level of fertility, and that is probably why the slime was vulnerable to magic. He held the earth in his palm and said that the soil condition is good. He clenched his hand into a fist and some of the earth fell out, and the guy decided that this place would be great for farmland. The protagonist stood up, brushed the dirt off his hands and said that he had destroyed a slime on unclaimed land and that he was now the owner. He then snapped his finger and said that in order to secure his ownership, he needed to engrave his mark. A pattern appeared on the ground. Then he made a passage leading there from the basement. He stepped into the portal and said that when he had time, he would decorate everything there better. The ISAC building was illuminated by the sun. In-hoon happily raised his hands and said that he was pleased to see how monsters died and cracks closed. He turned around when he was called. A guy approached him and asked if they could study the poison that destroyed the slime. This poison should be used as a strategic weapon. The guy enthusiastically said that they could restore it, knowing the ingredients, and offered to contact the creator. In-hoon said sarcastically, "Recreate." He angrily said that it includes a squint, pepper, salt, garlic. He twirled his finger and said he could even tell you how to make it, add it to water and bring it to a boil while stirring. He rubbed his forehead with his hand and said that this deadly poison was just cooking, a dish with a funny name, a permissive superficiality. The guy wondered if it was possible to defeat a slime with the help of cooking. But the guy didn't understand anything. Steam came out of his head, and he said that he would write in the report that nothing was known about this. He went to the exit of the office upset, and O'Keefe watched him when he entered the office. The brunette moved to the table and asked the man if he was sure of his skills. The man in turn asked if everyone with detective abilities had such a good sense, and then asked how he knew that it was related to the returned. The guy shrugged and said that he did not read him only because he was a detective. There is simply no one easier to read than the branch manager. The man backed away from him and said that he shouldn't read others without permission. After that, he cleared his throat and said that now he understood why the guy had spoken about him like that, and O'Keefe was happy that he finally understood what he was talking about. Ying-hoon put his hand to his face and said that even as a man he could admit that Seung-woo was quite attractive. His arms were so strong and tense during fishing. The brunette said that as a leader he was also different and far ahead of some people. Ying-hoon raised his finger and said that, however, as a leader he had not yet proven that he was better than him. Being competent in solving a problem and being a leader were two different things. The guy tried to calm him down and said that he was not comparing him to the branch manager, but to beat Kang-hyuk, and the man said that compared to him, anyone would surpass him in leadership. O'Keefe raised 3 fingers and said that among the people he knows, the branch manager is one of the 3 who can be trusted, the second is the chairman. The man looked away awkwardly and said that the chairman is a reliable person. The man said that there is a difference between a healing movie and a horror movie, and the guy added that there is also a difference between a hero of justice and a dark hero. The man standing covered in darkness is Ju Hyuk-jin, the chairman of ISAC, a heartlessness that does not cover means and methods, incredible strength and reaction, a prudence that has allowed him to never lose a battle. These are the 3 characteristics that describe him. Ying-hoon looked away and thought that the day the chairman and Seung-woo meet, he is not sure if they will be able to survive it. He imagined a huge explosion. Then he stood up and walked towards O'Keefe, put his hands on his shoulders and said that as the branch manager, he gives him a special right. The brunette stood in bewilderment when the man said not to report any information about Seung-woo in the future. There is no need to share and report. And then the guy exploded with anger and started shouting what kind of right is this and asked if he wanted only he to know and suffer. And the man covered his ears and said that if he knows, then the chairman will know too, so sometimes ignorance is strength. The guy clenched his teeth in anger, and the man allowed him to start the report. And he began to say that in addition to the restaurant today, Ying-hoon covered his ears in horror because they had agreed and he did not even want to hear it. But the guy continued. He noticed something unusual in the basement and fearing that something might happen, he reported it to the branch manager. The man began to shake his head, not wanting to hear all this. O'Keefe got angry when his interlocutor began to sing a song, after which he left the office slamming the door and said that the branch manager, not even Seung-woo and Ying-hoon, acted like a child. He brought his fingers to his mouth and wondered what was in the basement. There was a slight presence of something. It looked like a raid boss. The purple pudding was heading to the plate. It diabetes in the basement of the hero's restaurant. It was prepared by the former colleague of the protagonist. It began to eat the leftovers, because after that it should prepare the pudding. Now there is another slime. He pressed himself into the corner. He was shaking all over with fear, and Seung-woo liked the idea of bringing him here. After the Zero prototype absorbed the destructive overlooker, his body began to oxidize. As a result of repeated division and adaptation, he miraculously managed to survive. He looked at the purple slime and thought that he even met someone like himself. He remembered his former self and wondered if he would become like that if he ate it. He was chewing the remains of his relative and half became purple. Why did he completely become purple? And he thought with irritation that he did not grow. He was shaking with anger, and he thought that something did not have any useful ability, so he left. And then a green piece of slime flew out of him. He looked at it and thought that if this is a simple division, then with such energy consumption, there must be some unusual ability. He turned around when the man who was walking up the stairs said that these are ruins and he is edible. The slime all shook with fear. Seung-woo approached him, said that he passed through the gate he set, and then noted that he is quite cunning and capable. The protagonist looked at him intently and said that he will also eat slime pudding in his house. And then he said that given his size and shape, it seemed like he had lost the ability to reproduce. He then opened a portal and said that he was disappointed about losing that slime. He braced himself for the blow, saying that he was not worthy of sympathy and planned to end everything in one blow. The slime closed its eyes and thought about being spared for once. Zamet opened his eyes. The protagonist stood and sniffed. He looked down in surprise and asked what that smell was. He looked at the green pudding and assumed that it was coming from it. Seung-woo picked up the jelly from the floor. He held it in his hands and asked if that smell was coming from him. He brought it to his mouth and decided to try it. He chewed it and was delighted. He looked at the slime and could not understand what the jelly tasted like. He came to the conclusion that he had never tasted anything like this on Earth or Terra, and to himself he thought that the taste was special because it was from another world. He rubbed his chin and thought about what he should do now, because he tasted better than the previous pudding slime. But on the other hand, he was a Demon King slime, and from a moral point of view, he couldn't be left alive. Siren Slime was horrified that he was now thinking about whether to kill him. The protagonist stood up, took the sword and said that everything was decided. He stuck the sword into the portal and said that first they had to look at his memories. From the portal, he took out a wheel. It was a time loop. He held his hand out in front of him and said that after that he would use the final solution. A time loop is a divine class item that allows you to grab onto the target's timeline and look at their memories. The slime was horrified that he was going to look at his memories. The time loop lit up. The protagonist brought it to the slime. He sat with his eyes closed. The slime sat and didn't understand what was happening. Then the guy opened his eyes and looked at him. Slime closed his eyes and thought about why he was waiting so long and that he was so scared. A few days later, the sun was shining on the house. O'Keefe was walking towards the house and saying that there were a lot of weird creepy foods in the world, like stinky tofu in China, kusea in Japan, or stingray in Korea, and the blonde guy told him that the food here was just awful. But if you eat it, something will always happen. The brunette asked if eating it just because it tastes good was enough of a reason. The blonde guy opened the door and walked into the room and said that the taste had nothing to do with it, but the texture and smell were just disgusting. He bumped his foot into some jelly and looked at his feet in confusion. He got scared when he saw the slime. He looked at Seungwoo and pointed at the slime and then asked what it was, to which the protagonist replied that it was a new employee and an air freshener, and then asked if they liked the smell. The blonde sniffed and said that it really did smell like flowers, as if he had come to a resort in a warm southern country. And then he angrily pointed at the slime and said that it was a monster, but that the protagonist agreed that they called it that too. The blonde thought that if it grew, there would be big problems and he, as a member of the First Order, could not close his eyes to it. Then he reached for his inside pocket. He thought that this idiot who had returned, if he decided to shoot the slime that he was growing, he would not leave it that easily. After which he angrily clenched his teeth and took the gun out of the holster. He raised the gun up and thought that, but he would say that he must, the god of sword and victory was behind him. Then the blonde moved towards Seungwoo shouting that he, a member of the First Order, cannot turn a blind eye to this and that it is unacceptable. Keeping a monster in a restaurant and unlike the cat assistants is a different matter, and the guy asked him if there was any solution. The blonde asked irritably, "What kind of solution is there?" To which the protagonist folded his arms over his chest and replied that he thought he could suggest some solution. O'Keefe passed by them and said that he would not say that there is no solution. He picked up the slime from the floor and said that before that you need to ask yourself what kind of slime it is, because a regular slime has a high acidity of the body, but this one is harmless. The guy patted the slime on the head and said that, on the contrary, it smells delicious and is pleasant to touch, and the slime thought to itself that he simply does not know who he is and he has no right to treat him like a puppy. The protagonist said that it took one night to get rid of all the harmful things in the body, to which the brunette replied that then he thinks there is a solution. Then he asked the protagonist about his taming ability. Seungwoo looked at him puzzled, but he continued that the ability to tame and control monsters. He has a humanoid cat and there should be no problems. And then he asked his name. The guy answered Youngsnik. Slime was surprised at this name. O'Keefe began to write something in a notebook and said that since it is a slime, it will be classified as a combat monster, and if you register it as a combat one, you can get a subsidy for its training, but in return if the gate is discovered, they can turn to them for help. The protagonist was upset and said that he did not want to be taken into the attack. And then the brunette suggested collecting and indicating in the documents that this is an F-class slime. They asked him if it was possible, and he, continuing to write something in a notebook, said that it was possible because the branch manager entrusted him with all the questions concerning the main character. Seungwoo, folding his arms on his chest, thought that he had misunderstood everything about the slime at once, but wasn't he interested in learning more? Youngsnik almost cried from resentment and his impudent estate because he used to be a demonic slime king. O'Keefe said that he would report that this slime was F-class and then there would be no problems with work. The main character thanked him for this, and the blonde stood and looked at this with his mouth open. He thought that the branch manager and these two had conspired behind his back and he didn't understand what to do. Then Nabai came up to him and served him coffee. The blonde sat down at the table and began to drink coffee, thinking that he had tried to stop them and had done everything he had to do, and then he saw a lamb steak on the hunter's menu. Then he happily raised his hand and ordered 3 steaks. Nabai accepted the order, saying that he decided to overeat. The blonde leaned back in his chair and said that he had lived on Terra for 6 months and returned, and for him now strange food was not a challenge but a necessity. Nabai enthusiastically said that it was wonderful and said that then they would also give him special service. Youngsnik carried the dish and thought that he had to voluntarily eat this terrible thing. In this world everyone is so strange. The blonde was happy with the dish brought. He took a bite. He was happy and said that it was very tasty. Compared to the dishes from Terra, it was quite tasty. Youngsnik looked at it with horror and thought that this was the dish from which he almost died and did not understand how the guy could eat it. The doors opened, and a group of young people entered the premises. They greeted the owners and greeted them warmly. They sat down in their places and asked if they could take her order. Young Snick carried dishes one after another and thought that people were coming and coming. What idiots, you need to eat at home and not in restaurants. He started to cry, and he thought that as soon as he recovered, he would show everyone, but since the protagonist sealed his abilities, his body might not recover. Two guys clinked glasses with each other. The branch manager was sitting outside with an old man at a table, and noted that the drink today was especially tasty and suggested that this could be due to the fact that he was in a good mood today. His companion noted that the old man had had a hard time all this time. The old man in a cap, smiling, looked away and suggested that now everything would return to normal. Fish were swimming in the crystal clear water. The branch manager looked at the old man with a lively smile. Grandpa exclaimed in surprise from under his cap, hearing that the gate emergency recovery fund would soon arrive. The brunette put soup in a bowl and explained that the compensation for the profit for the suspension of operations, the subsidy for the restoration of the environment, the amount is quite modest, but it will still help the old man at least a little. The old man stared at the outstretched plate when the manager explained that it was not about his own feelings. There was hot fish soup in the bowl, and the old man really deserved it. The elderly citizen lowered his head with tears in his eyes when his friend said that it was all their fault and when he needed them, they could not help. The young man smiled and hugged the shaking old man, who thanked him for such help because he had been having such a hard time all this time. The manager began to say that everything was fine, and he understood everything. It was a crystal clear lake with lilies, now everything will be fine. They were transported to the Korean branch of ISAC in the form of a high-rise building. Ying-hoon held out documents towards the disgruntled manager. The man looked at her angrily, pointing his finger at the papers, wondering if they had really received an official order for additional assistance. She held out a folder with an official seal visible. The man clutched his head convulsively, looking at the documents, and realized that it was an official order to complete the staffing, because he could not believe it, because he would never have thought that they really listened to those requests. The assistant put her hand behind her back and sighed maliciously when the manager said that he sent the request, angry because of the lack of manpower, because many decided to try to pass the strange food challenge, and then returned half corpses and went on paid sick leave. No one obviously knew that the guys would actually send help. Jaehyun smiled enthusiastically, stretching out her index finger, and said that everything was so good, that the staff would be replenished, because she would finally be able to go on a normal vacation and was trying to figure out where she could go. The girl looked at the outstretched paper on the table in bewilderment, hearing that the chairman was not that kind of person. The boss frowned angrily, resting his chin on his fingers, and explained that the chairman hated defeat the most, and then not efficiency. Since he was sending extra manpower here, he must 100% have some ulterior motive. Jaehyun timidly put her hands behind her back when asked if she knew who exactly was sent to them. She kept her hands behind her back and presented the crest of absolute victory, since they were the Full Metal heroes from ISAC headquarters. The branch manager immediately jumped up in horror, screaming that they were the best among the elite and did not understand why they would send such a force here. He continued to frown in bewilderment with sweat on his brow and began to realize something. He leaned his hands on the table with an angry look and assumed that the chairman found out about Seungwoo. He imagined the main character who was gleefully blowing up everything around him with fire. He understood that Seungwoo was a returnee, so he could become a huge disaster since he was far superior to the First Order's fighting strength. If they decided to add forces to subdue him in an emergency, then it made sense. Jaehyun watched with sweat as her boss held his head as he gave in. The leader looked away intently while touching his nose and explained that if the chairman's decision was for what he thought, then it had to be stopped, since no matter how elite this unit was, the creation called Seungwoo, they couldn't stop it. Jaehyun was at a loss. The boss sat on his chair and held his head with his head down, wondering if he should talk to his superiors since no other way came to mind. He held his hand to his mouth and frowned as he thought about how the chairman didn't know some other information that he didn't know. The assistant watched as her boss waved his hand with a smile and did not believe that this could really happen, although maybe he had his own personal informant in the restaurant. Clear clouds floated above a small black house. The brunette frantically wiped his nose in front of the food tray, since he still could not get used to such terrible weather, but today he had a light pork cutlet and mushroom soup. He stuck a fork into a piece of juicy meat. Then he was going to put a piece in his mouth. The guy stuck a fork in his mouth. He raised his eyebrows with a smirk and began to chew the meat. The main character, along with his assistants, began to clap their hands in front of the guest. I noted that it was bold, as expected from an athletic person. The guy in the suit timidly scratched his neck and assumed that it was not about his athleticism, but he did not deny it. The protagonist looked back with a smile at the guest, who extended his index finger and was about to order another portion. The owner of the restaurant explained that he would make him a more generous portion this time. The brunette looked at the slime near the table with a smile. He was shocked when Youngshik took the tray from him and did not understand where the slime could have come from. He frowned with slight anxiety and realized that the slime helped him in his work, and what's more, it gave off a rather pleasant aroma. This blue slime thinned the drops from itself. The brunette frowned at how Yuna played with Nabai and realized no matter how strange the slime was, it remained the same. The guy frowned angrily, clenched his fist, and realized that he could not allow Wu Hina to suffer. In a fiery aura, he frowned at Youngshik, who also suspected something was wrong. Slime remembered how the main character taught him letters and remembered that Seungwoo claimed that if he worked hard and did not cause problems, then he would take care of him. And so he tried his best. He himself remembered how he sweated wiping the window and learned human sciences and work in a restaurant. The man in the suit glared at him from the shadows, and the slime felt that something was wrong with him. Youngshik looked back at the guest with an angry look and did not understand what he did wrong. The brunette arrogantly towered over the slime and exchanged glances with him. The main character immediately grabbed his slime. He began to stretch it in his hands with an angry look and did not understand why it was staring at the guest, although Youngshik understood that he was not the one who started it and was not at all to blame. The brunette looked at the angry Youngshik in the hands of the owner with a smile, who suggested that the slime could be annoying him, although in fact it was harmless, and nevertheless, the guest reflexively became wary. The main character expressed understanding and explained that almost everyone becomes wary when they see him. The protagonist with a smile began to play with the slime like a basketball and explained that it was so elastic and it could be used like that. However, the brunette put his hands out and asked not to do this in front of Wu Hina, otherwise she would repeat after him. The battered and offended slime began to cry when Seungwoo noted that everything was fine, but Youngshik thought otherwise. The brunette closed his eyes and sighed. The protagonist looked at the guest with a puzzled look, putting his hand on his belt when he heard that he should put this slime away for a while. The brunette in the suit folded his arms and seriously stated that a mobile mechanized division would arrive here. The restaurant owner raised his eyebrows in confusion and guessed that it was something like SMD. The protagonist extended his hand, standing in front of the guest, who was going to explain everything to him briefly. Seungwoo replied that he was free now, so he could listen to a long explanation, so the guest was going to tell him everything from the beginning. He began to imagine how the swordsman cut down all the monsters in the area, because he was a returned hunter, a person with abilities. Bloodthirsty monsters with horns towered over this guy, but he was a hunter hunting monsters of gates and rifts and a shield protecting humanity. The hunter with a blade looked at the group of monsters, because there were not many such people. A little girl with tears in her eyes hid behind the guy's back, because then most began to think that if he had not returned, he could not fight and should just wait for protection. A child with tears in his eyes stared intently through his bangs and also understood that he could fight. He was holding the robot tightly in his hands and understood that he needed a weapon to pierce the monster's heart and armor, and only then would he be able to protect himself. It was a huge building of the Cyberdyne organization, which had the best scientific power in the world, responded to this, and so the first combat weapon for one person was born. It was the Wargear robot suit. The main character put his hands on his belt and looked at the narrator in surprise, suggesting that a person could sit there and fight. The brunette sat on a chair and explained that they were not originally designed for humans, since there was a problem with blocking communication with a place with a strong concentration of electromagnetic waves, so they were eventually replaced with manned robots. Seungwoo delightedly introduced the mighty robot and noted with a smile that it was cool, but did not understand what the slime had to do with the people who would come here. The man in the suit sadly raised his hand and explained that Warger also had limitations. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement, realizing that if the slime leaked into the machine, it would be defenseless. The guy in the suit folded his arms and lowered his head and explained that many people suffered in this way, so they have a pathological hatred of slimes. The owner of the restaurant looked sadly at his pitying Youngshik and began to understand what this was connected with. A clear sky stood above the two buildings of the ISAC organization. The military commander stood in front of the entire office squad. They were black women's boots with heels. Young-hoon put his hand to his head in front of the 6th Mobile Mechanized Squad, in front of the commander Wu Hina. It was a whole army of robots standing behind the commander Hina. In front of the ISAC branch in Korea, where a bunch of robots stood, Hina put her hand to her head in front of the leader and introduced herself. The brunette with a bandage on her head looked serious. O'Keefe looked displeasedly at the smiling Kang-hyuk. Hina and Young-hoon looked to the side at the blonde who liked strong girls. Kang-hyuk playfully leaned towards the commander, noting that she was so cool that it was a shame she was married. He looked at her through his bangs with a malicious look and knew that he was a higher rank in the First Order and wanted her to feel crushed. The girl smirked maliciously, sighing. She gave him a flick on the forehead, which surprised him. Hina stretched her hand towards him and said that when they get to 3 out, it will be boring. Kang-hyuk grabbed his head furiously and was angry. It was a spacious corridor with a white ceiling, when Young-hoon noted that it was good that Hina came, since they prepared housing for them, so she can settle in there. Kang Hyuk and O'Keefe followed the commander and Young-hoon when Hina thanked them for their hospitality and asked about orders. The leader explained that they had free time, and since there were no orders, he suggested that she explore the city. Young-hoon looked back at the girl in surprise, who explained that it was not worth it because there was a place she wanted to go. O'Keefe and Kang Hyuk looked at the girl's back, excited, who proudly declared that there was a restaurant she had heard of that cooked monster offal. Young-hoon waved his hand frantically and realized that he had not said anything. Kang Hyuk crossed his arms with a sullen look and did not say anything either. The detective spread his hands in bewilderment and realized that he had also been silent. O'Keefe looked in horror at the commander's satisfied grin, who had always wanted to try a monster dish because they said the taste was just awful. The detective looked at the girl with an ironic grin and agreed with her, noting that the taste was just monstrous, so he did not recommend it to her at all. Hina declared that she liked strange food because she had even tried surströmming. O'Keefe began to laugh ironically and sweat and noted that it was incredible, but simply stinky food and food from monsters are completely different things. He immediately wilted in sweat, looking at the smiling commander, who said that if there was lime there, she would gladly try it. The detective, with horror, twisted his face, raising his hand, and understood that they had a deplorable situation, since it was necessary to prevent this by any means. He bulged his eyes, looking at the puzzled Young-hoon, who said that according to his memories, there was something similar there. Hina was glad and was going to leave with permission. The guys saw how the commander began to leave along the corridor. Young-hoon looked at the dejected detective in surprise and realized that there was slime in that restaurant, to which the leader noted that he heard that the owner had edible slime. Young-hoon immediately froze in a graphic cartoon when he heard from the detective that Seung-woo was actually using this slime as an employee. They began to shout furiously at each other since the boss believed that such things should be reported, although he was told that he himself said not to do this anymore. However, Young-hoon said that he was obliged to report such important things, and O'Keefe noted that he needed to decide for himself. Kang Hyuk raised his hands with an ironic grin and said that their loss of a common language was so sad, so they needed to communicate on a regular basis. They immediately began to bloodthirstily shout at him to shut up. Hina stood in front of the restaurant doors. The main character and the brunette looked away in surprise. Seung-woo frowned through his bangs and realized that the very same commander had arrived. The brunette with an eye patch immediately entered. Nabai waved his paw at the man with a smile. The protagonist then looked away and tried to understand what was going on with Young-shik. Hina looked at the cat with a smile while the human slime was shaking from the painful emotions. Young-shik in human form was squinting hard because he could change his form if he gathered his strength and concentrated, because he had changed his body as he was ordered. The human slime was squinting hard and could not stand it anymore. Hina held her nose in her hands and was surprised. She looked back when the cat jumped up because she thought she had just heard something gurgling. Nabai started waving his paws with a smile to distract Hina, explaining that the slime dishes she was looking for were only served as dessert, so they had ice cream and pudding, and there were also warnings. Slime took his form, sitting heavily on the chair. When Nabai said that all the dishes are delicious and only these desserts are very high in calories and the girl will quickly gain weight. Young-shik immediately became angry and frowned, realizing no matter how much he thought about it. But all this was somehow strange, and why should he hide himself in front of some client? Because he understood that he could not just stay in the basement, and why should he hide himself and also work? He immediately jumped off the chair in the form of a boy and understood that in any case, he can maintain shape for a maximum of 20 seconds and he needs to quickly do everything and hide again. He ran with a nose on his head. Being a drop, he moved with difficulty behind the girl. While she ate dessert, he frantically stood by the chair. The girl wiped her mouth with a napkin. Then Young-shik handed her an empty glass. The human slime immediately trembled with the glass when the girl called out to him. Hina looked at him angrily through her bangs and realized that he was a slime. Young-shik in human form began to sweat and be horrified. He convulsively held the plate when the cat and the guest got excited. Hina looked at him angrily, trying to grab the knife. Nabai fiercely stood up to protect the crying slime. The brunette coolly swung the knife towards the cat and the slime. She angrily frowned. On one of the battlefields, where there were ruins of a destroyed city, Hina, wounded in the eye, was angry they were in robot suits and exchanged glances between their comrades, saying that they were all right. She closed her bloody eye and turned to her comrade. The guy at that moment was sweating convulsively as he was attacked by a slime in the cabin, and he asked for help. Hina opened her mouth wide and screamed for the guy to hold on a little longer and should increase the output to the maximum, as the glove needed to be broken. It was a black background and an explanation that the combat gear was assembled before departure and disassembled upon return. She, in a blue robot suit, looked at her defeated comrade and realized that the operator could not leave the gear on his own. She was angry with tears in her eyes, trying to call her comrade. Inside the war gear was an ordinary human operator, and there was no means of resisting the slime of the slime that had penetrated the machine, and most had no choice but to accept death. The commander was angry with anger and trembling at the same time, realizing that she had to kill the slime. She was tightly clutching a sharp knife. She had already swung this knife when she was called from behind. The brunette in the suit looked back at the protagonist, who was wiping the devices, and explained that it was a knife for cutting donkatsu. He wiped his hands and stared at the girl, explaining that this knife was not meant to be used as a weapon. The girl with the knife in her hands looked back at the protagonist. The protagonist stared at her and knew that he had heard her story from Tiji, so he could understand why the girl was acting like that. Hina bared her teeth and looked at the owner of the restaurant. Youngshik frantically hid behind Nabai, while Seungwoo wondered if Hina thought that he couldn't have won too. Light was leaking through the doorway and Youngshik wasn't with the lime to begin with. This little boy was holding onto his bed in tears, as it was common for rifts to open and monsters to attack civilians when a slime attacked a child and devoured him, but this slime was special. It was a green slime with a paw, as it could absorb the knowledge and characteristics of the object it ate while consuming it. The scientists in suits watched the bright flashes of slime and sparks because they recognized the value of the slime and caught it because they began to conduct all sorts of experiments to develop a weapon that could remove the rift. This experimental slime tearfully looked through the barrier, and the problem was that the slime began to grow its own eye. This green slime tearfully looked at what was happening because he was the first child to become a victim. A cloud of fog enveloped the outer space of the green planet. The child felt terrible pain from the cruel experiments conducted on him, but did not feel any resentment or hatred, and such feelings could appear in him only if someone taught him this, since he had only one command, to eat, so the Zero prototype simply absorbed everything in its path. The main character remembered how he put the device in front of the slime, and after reading his memories, he could not perceive him as a pest anymore, since Youngshik is just a small child who needs an adult. The main character began to step forward and realized that it was not a scientist who would tell him to eat and destroy everything, but an adult who would teach Youngshik what is right and what is not. The main character put his hand on the mail and angrily looked at the commander, trying to understand what she was doing with his child. The girl with an eye patch frowned at him, surprised by such news. The slime looked up at its master tearfully as Hina asked for the news. She grinned through her bangs in displeasure and knew she couldn't fight here. She put the knife back down and knew no matter how good she was at knife fighting, she wasn't strong enough to defeat the one who had returned. She immediately sat down at the table in front of the protagonist. She lowered her head and wiped her mouth. She looked back at the convulsing slime and tried to figure out how to kill it. Hina frowned through her bangs and knew there was no chance and it was impossible. The protagonist stared at her. Seungwoo sighed with a smile, crossing his arms, and when Hina raised her hand and asked, did he know what it meant to show a member of the slime's mobile mechanized squad? The shop owner told her that she should know what it means to attack a tamed monster in front of its owner when Hina suddenly started apologizing and trying to prove something. Seungwoo crossed his arms and said with a smile that the commander wanted to kill him so that he would turn a blind eye to it, and remarked that she had a terrible sense of humor. The brunette immediately jumped up from her chair when she heard from Seungwoo that he had already turned a blind eye to her rudeness twice and would not do so a third time, after which she wondered what would happen next. He crossed his arms and looked at her angrily, saying that she could take a risk if she was so curious. Hina was angry and bared her teeth. The man in the suit frantically looked at the dialogue. Hina angrily fussed in front of the protagonist and explained that she was the commander of a mobile mechanized unit, and it would be difficult to conduct business if he expressed hostility to her in this way. The main character replied that the same was true for Hina, as it would be problematic if she continued to act like this. He coolly looked away and added that he hoped that she would stop this pointless confrontation. At this time, the other guests at the table frantically watched what was happening. The girl looked back at the cat's malicious grin. The girl looked at her friend, who crossed his arms in horror and told her that she had gone crazy and should calm down. She grabbed her head in disappointment and realized that she had gotten too excited. She sat at the table, looking through her bangs, and realized that she had grabbed a knife in front of peaceful residents, and even swung it at a tamed monster. She sighed in displeasure through the sweat of her brow. She immediately bowed before the owner, who was crossing his arms, and apologized for her behavior. Without raising her head, she closed her eyes and said that she would pay for the food of everyone present. The protagonist looked at her animatedly through the tree and said that in that case he would turn a blind eye to what had happened, and they would also include the customer's favorite additional orders in the payment. Hina looked at her through her bangs with displeasure and agreed resentfully. The man in the suit looked at her tensely and realized that they had just avoided a major disaster. He saw Hina folding her arms and looking sad with her head down, and assumed that Hina had not received any instructions regarding the returnee. And this was because she had come here immediately after the operation was over. If only he had not been a security guard, he would have intervened and warned her. Hina looked through her bangs and exclaimed. She saw the slime walking away from her, putting down the food. She bowed her head even more and indignantly, leaning on her hands. It was already deep night above the restaurant. Seungwoo entered the room with Nabai, who noted that it was hard for him. The cat lay down on the couch and asked the owner if he knew that the girl hated slime so much, shouldn't he have just hidden him in advance? The main character sat down on the couch, closed his eyes, and noted that it was impossible to say that Youngshik was not without sin. But the fact that he was here was not a crime, so there was no need to hide it, especially since this was his restaurant and if the girl didn't like something, she could just not come. Seungwoo smiled and looked at the lying cat, who said why he had ordered him to first hide and transform into a human, and then work, to which he received the answer that it was just training. He imagined how the bloodthirsty commander ran after the frightened slime, and explained that the one who could previously transform for no more than 10 seconds, today was able to hold out for a minute, and the feeling of danger is good fuel. Nabai hugged the pillow and started to yawn, trying to figure out what the reason was, and now he realized that he expected it from the fighter. Seungwoo looked at his sleeping cat with a smile and realized that he was more tired than usual. He also started to yawn, raising his hand, and realized that it was time for him to sleep too. The door to the room opened slightly, letting in the light. Youngshik wanted to go into his room and remembered that earlier the owner called him his child. Slime blushed with a trembling smile from such a statement. He stood at the threshold of the door and was about to enter. Youngshik started to climb onto the sofa when the protagonist and the cat were sleeping. He pressed himself against the leg with a smile and closed his eyes. Seungwoo opened his eye and noticed this. All the boys were relaxing on the sofa together. The next day, the cat and slime were sleeping on the protagonist, who was uncomfortable. It was a bright sunny day above the restaurant building. The main character started to wake up, opening his eyes. Suddenly, he became alert and his eyes bulged. He slightly stuck and noted with displeasure that his lower back hurt. He sat on the couch and saw his tamed animals sleeping on his legs. He closed his eyes with a smile, holding Nabai, and knew that it was time to buy him a bed. He raised his eyebrows, looking at the animals, and knew that in any case, the slime had also become kinder. Youngshik, in slime form, was sleeping on his legs. While the animals were sleeping, he stood up and began to pull himself up, remembering that the menu was Western-style pork cutlets, so there was no need to bother with cooking, and most of the hunters were busy. The bright light of the sun illuminated the wooden building, and he realized that today was free. It was a kitchen with dishes and a refrigerator, and Seungwoo knew he had Nabai and Youngshik and needed to make breakfast. It was an empty pot. He put his hand on his waist, opening the pot, and realized there was no rice. He scratched his head in confusion and remembered that he had eaten all the soup. There were a lot of cutlet preparations in the refrigerator, and he realized that he was a little tired of pork cutlets, since due to an order error, a lot of pork had accumulated and now only pork cutlets were sold. He held his chin in confusion and thought that he could have taken them, but there might not be any left, and this was a regular morning menu. He immediately opened his eyes in admiration, raising his hand, and realized that he could make a sandwich with cutlets. He imagined 2 sandwiches with cheese filling, and he realized that this was a dish that everyone in the world knew. These were various sandwiches with meat and vegetable fillings, because there are many types of tastes and sandwich recipes where you can add different sauces and ingredients, and you can fry it or just sit like that. The Statue of Liberty held a piece of sandwich in her hands, because this is a dish of freedom. He took a pack of bread from the refrigerator with a smile and remembered how he first made a sandwich Theodore. Terra, 10 years ago, when people were sitting by the fire with an ogre. Theodore, an archer of the elf squad, stared at the sandwich in his hands and tried to understand how this dish came to be. The brown-haired man opened his mouth in surprise, holding a bitten sandwich in his hands, and heard that the dish has a history. The archer looked closely at the sandwich in his hands and said that it was such a great dish, and it must have a great history. His comrade smirked and replied that these were just buns between which something was put. Theodore enthusiastically raised the sandwich above his head and said that this was the idea of freedom, and he felt the spirit of complete freedom. With a malicious smile, he looked through the crack and asked his friend if this food was created by freedom fighters. The blonde waved his arms bloodthirstily when he heard from his comrade that it was created by a count whose last name was Sandwich. The guy in the brown jacket looked at his sandwich and explained that this creator was an honest civil servant and was very busy, so he created a dish that can be eaten with one hand and cannot be called a bourgeois. The elf sadly bowed his head and said that he could pretend that he did not hear that this is a dish for work. He was about to pick up the sandwich from the ground when his friend realized that he would pretend that he did not hear it. The archer angrily raised the shining sandwich above his head and said that now this dish is called his name and this dish of freedom suits his name. The brunette looked displeased at the archer, who was blowing dust off a sandwich, and said that there was a copyright. The guy in the jacket leaned his hands on the ground and sighed heavily, saying that his friend really did not know what a patent and all that stuff was. The elf began to bite into the sandwich with appetite, and the friend noted that his comrade was a communist and did what he wanted, but was surprised, but he really called the sandwich Theodore. After some time, this sandwich named Theodore spread everywhere, and all the residents walked the streets and ate it. There was even a statue with an archer and offered sandwiches, since Theodore is now the god of revolution and rebellion, and sandwiches were an offering to the god. The main character opened a bag of bread with a smile and realized that Theodore had good acting skills and noted that his animals would soon wake up. 2 baked sandwiches with a cup of coffee stood on the table, where a hot sandwich was made from products fried on a grill or on a fire. This same sandwich stood on its edge next to a glass of milk, since it was cold and made without using fire. The owner of the restaurant began to fry a pork cutlet. Then he laid out the bun cabbage on the bread. According to the plan, the sauce was also applied to the cutlet and put on the bun. The protagonist opened the cabinet in the kitchen and tried to find something. His eyes bulged in surprise. It was a special drink wrapped in bandages and Malbriand stickers, and also a sauce that Aelrose prepares once a year for the warriors. The Siamese cat stood next to the indignant customer at the table, since warriors from other worlds hate food from Terra. The Siamese cat was puzzled in the sweat of his brow, since the ban, not a refined fruit prepared for warriors, exists. It was a sauce that was made using a secret recipe that was passed down from generation to generation. The spoon was covered with black liquid from this bottle because it was food from Terra, but it was surprisingly delicious. The sauce is always delicious regardless of whether they eat it neat or with something, because over time it becomes even tastier. The main character looked at the spoon of black liquid from the bottle. Now he did not even know how to make this precious sauce because his grandmother Nabai sent it to him. He poured this sauce on the cutlet on the sandwich and realized that it was so delicious, and it was hard to find even a 2-year-old sauce like this, and this one was 33 years old. He stared at the preparation of the sandwich through his bangs, and the problem was that he was quickly getting fat because high-calorie dishes are very tasty, so Malbriand has a lot of calories. He put his hand on his belt and smeared the sandwich with sauce contentedly, realizing that what was left was what he ate last time. There were 3 prepared sandwiches wrapped in paper. The sandwich was leaking that black sauce. Seungwoo suddenly exclaimed when he heard Nabai's meow. The cat and Youngshik walked into the kitchen, drooling from the taste and smell. Keef and Kanghyuk were going to go into the restaurant during the day. The blondes and the detective immediately frowned when they smelled a pleasant aroma. They immediately exclaimed and froze. The guys immediately stormed into the restaurant furiously, trying to figure out what smelled so delicious. They saw the owner's timid grin in front of them, holding his animals. Keef and Kanghyuk gloatingly towered over the protagonist and wanted him to share this delicious dish with them. The protagonist looked away in bewilderment. There were 2 triangular sandwiches on the plate. Keef and Kanghyuk were sitting next to each other and trying sandwiches. The protagonist crossed his arms and looked at the guys in surprise, who said that it was very tasty. The owner of the restaurant scratched his head, imagining the crossed-out sandwich, and realized that it was a normal sandwich without Malbriand. He held the sleeping body of the cat and slime in his hands, realizing that it was hard to share such delicious food that even Nabai and Youngshik fainted after, and he should be more careful next time. The protagonist touched his cheek, looking at Kanghyuk devouring the sandwich. The blonde covered his mouth in embarrassment when Seungwoo asked what he wanted to say. The protagonist looked at his comrade in surprise. Kanghyuk replied that something interesting happened at the Isak Association yesterday, imagining those buildings under the clear sun. They were transported to the Isak headquarters, the Korean branch in those same high-rise buildings. Yinghoon opened his mouth wide and threw pills. Jihyun put her hands behind her back and looked worriedly at the leader taking the pills. Yinghoon frowned furiously, slamming his glass on the table, and said that he choked and almost died because no one could have thought that Kanghyuk would not come. Arguing about whether common sense does not exist, no matter how much the combat equipment pilot hated slime, he could not stick a knife in his back. The assistant frustratedly held her neck while the leader was angry. Jihyun, closing her eyes, smiled sweatily and explained that nevertheless she was the leader of the team, under the control of the president, and there was no point in coming here. Suddenly she clicked on you through her bangs when she heard that there was a point. Yinhoon sat on the chair and indignantly spun around, explaining that there was a point because this was the president's test. He imagined planet Earth with red lights flickering and explained that the president's eyes were in every corner of the world, and asked her to notice that there was slime in the store too. The girl raised her eyebrows in bewilderment and asked about the test. The manager grabbed the side of the chair with his hands and explained that the president was testing him and Hina at the same time. Jihyun looked back at the manager, who began to walk around the office and said that he had been severely reprimanded for not reporting to his superiors, and Hina had a test and promotion. Jihyun added that what he didn't report happened recently, and it was impossible to find any information about the slime in such a short period of time. The leader indignantly held his chin, lowering his head, and dreamed that this is what the president is scary about, because Hina is competing with Maxim Bisotsky for the position of commander and there was an unpleasant incident there. Jaehyun looked at the leader's back in horror and explained that it was related to the promotion. The brunette closed her eyes and sighed heavily, explaining that it was the group and thought that Hina deserved the right to be angry and the leader too. Yoonhoon looked back at her angrily, scratching his cheek, and assumed that Jaehyun wanted to say that the guy was eaten by slime, and his face became burnt, and this is too frank. Jaehyun looked at Yoonhoon with amazement as he turned away, and pointed out that even if half of his face was burned, there was no excuse for them, because Jaehyun had witnessed the death of 5 team members, so he decided to remove her from her position as a leader. He bowed his head angrily, saying that a leader should be able to separate work and personal life, because more than 1 or even 2 lives depend on him. It was a wooden cabinet with an empty vase when the girl understood everything and assumed that she would now become the leader of Hina. The man explained that her salary would be reduced for 1 month and she would work from home for a week. Jaehyun was about to leave while the leader sat indignantly on the chair. Yoonhoon sat on the chair and rested his head on his crossed fingers, realizing that if this continued, everyone would run away and it would be too cruel and ineffective. With a frown, he raised his head and began to think that there was nothing he could do. The weather was clear above the black building of the restaurant while the guys were discussing about Jaehyun's salary being cut for a whole month and forced to work from home for a week. The protagonist stood in front of O'Keefe and Kang-hyuk, who was gloating about how he liked it when others were in trouble. The protagonist held his chin in confusion and said that while I was listening to this, he had an idea about Hina's husband. The protagonist looked at the laughing blonde with displeasure and explained that it was better not to call the face with the burn, that is, Hina's husband, that. The protagonist crossed his arms and presented his hand, explaining that it cannot be cured even with the help of modern medicine since they say that prosthetic hands are now widespread, and wound healing is also developing. O'Keefe lowered his head with a frown and said that he was actually lucky, if you can call it that, since usually when a combat equipment pilot is attacked by slime, he has no chance of survival. The detective looked closely at the main character and noticed that Hina's husband had managed to survive. The restaurant owner's eyes widened in surprise and asked if he was conscious. The detective presented an adult embryo and explained that it had the ability to regenerate, since this force was so powerful that people could even restore a severed leg. The main character covered his mouth in confusion and began to guess. The guys were sitting at a table opposite the puzzled restaurant owner, who explained that he was unlucky, but the detective noticed that this was a save point. He presented a film strip with silhouettes drawn under the gun, and began to explain that a save point is needed for those who have the ability to regenerate, and the regeneration point is determined at the moment the ability is detected. Once it is established, this state will be maintained. Seung-woo put his hands on his hips and looked at O'Keefe, suggesting that maybe his save point was the moment his face burned off. The detective explained that this is why neither surgeries nor implants help him. The brunette sighed with a cool expression. The 2 friends were confused and shocked when Seung-woo was about to see it for himself. The main character crossed his arms and added with a smirk that nothing is impossible and it can be cured somehow. Kang-hyuk grimaced, putting his hands behind his head and was about to figure out how Seung-woo could help him. O'Keefe looked at the blonde and extended his hand towards him when he wondered what was so good about a handsome guy breaking into his house. Kang-hyuk began to laugh maliciously and noted that the guy was so proud and treated everyone like children and it was disgusting, so he would not help him. The detective angrily hit his friend on the head. They began to look at each other furiously and sort things out. The brunette watched the comrades fight with a cool expression. Bones and O'Keefe fought among themselves and looked at the main character, who understood everything. They looked at the smiling protagonist crossing his arms, who noted that this was revenge, so he could understand how Hina felt and wanted to help. The detective began to shake off his coat and explained that this was not revenge. The brunette smiled, spread his arms and explained that revenge was useless, but it was not. He noticed how Nabai was sleeping in an embrace with Youngshik and asked to look at it from the other side, if Nabai had fallen into the slime, and therefore he would not have been able to just leave it like that either. The protagonist closed his eyes and began to laugh maliciously, explaining that this was the guard of his homeland and he needed to pay him in full. Kang-hyuk and O'Keefe frowned in bewilderment at such a statement. There were lamps hanging in the restaurant establishment and the protagonist asked the teacher if this was a bad idea, but Kang-hyuk added that he had seen this expression before and it was exotic for him. O'Keefe and Seung-woo watched the main character closely, who was standing next to the tray, and from now on this dish would be called a new beginning. He put the green small fruits on the tray and the first ingredient, the fruits of the Cusco tree, although they are very bitter, but they are invigorating and on Terra they are used as a stimulant instead of coffee. Then he held a carrot with electric discharges in his hands. Killarmancha, this carrot has a very sour taste, as if electricity passes through it. He looked at the sparkling carrot in his hands with a grin and realized that this is real electricity, since Killarmancha can grow from a lightning strike, so an adult raft has an electric discharge. He immediately began to cut the carrot and realized that if you eat it raw, it can even kill a monster. He began to put the cut carrots in a wooden plate, and the recipe for a new beginning was to mix and cook these two ingredients. Kang Hyuk was horrified and panicked, turning to the master. The main character looked back at his comrade with a smile and explained that it could be tried if he had not eaten. The blonde angrily grinned in the sweat of his brow and understood that he had lived in terror for half a year and had time to try it because it could cure a person who ate it. Using a masher, the cook began to stir the ingredients in the plate and explained that it was an effective remedy and really tasty. It was a potion in a red bottle and everyone had heard of it, an item that restores stamina. The man in the cape looked at the broken bottle in horror because when someone goes on a difficult journey, the flask is sure to break. He imagined a trap over the silhouette of a green skull and understood that if they were poisoned while disarming the trap or were cursed while fighting the devil's army, then they would not have the potion. He imagined a demon who was gloatingly twirling a magic sphere in his hands. Then he imagined a scared traveler with a blade in his hands who had no health. This guy was lying on the floor because he died. Kang Hyuk sat with a dissatisfied look, resting his head on his hand, explaining that durable flasks are expensive, and beginners can't even use the inventory, especially since wizards who can use recovery magic are so arrogant. Kang Hyuk began to angrily stretch out his hand at the puzzled detective, who noted that it was terrible when there is no way to recover, since his comrade noted that this is a very bad place, Terra. The brunette looked intently to the side and asked about how, since he survived there must be some way out of this situation. Kang Hyuk furiously frowned, looking at the hot pot, and said that there is no way. The main character stirred his dish with a smile, a new beginning. The people in the cloaks were sitting in front of the fire, cooking soup because it was a secret of nature discovered by the pilgrims of Terra. Because thanks to the ingredients that are easily accessible, the dishes have an amazing effect, slightly restore stamina and remove various debuffs. A bright fire was heating a large pot of soup. Because of its simplicity and great effectiveness, the inhabitants of Terra were saved. Kang Hyuk was horrified and did not understand how this was possible because someone said that this food was tasteless. O'Keefe looked ahead in bewilderment when Kang Hyuk noted that this was not all. The blonde began to furiously wave his arms with fiery fervor and said that it really flies buffs, debuffs, and even people because in cooking there is physical strength, and if you eat more than necessary, you can fly into the sky. The wolfman looked at the bright star with a gleeful look through the telescope because he ate it without thinking about the consequences, and it would be easier to give up. O'Keefe was puzzled, touched his chin, and assured that in any case, this dish could harm, and in general, there are more bad things in it than good. The main character stirred his creation with a smile and explained that the regenerative ability is a passive power, and it can only stop working for a while. O'Keefe added with a smile that if you heal yourself with surgery or magic during this time, then a new beginning will come. Kang Hyuk boredly rested his head on his hand, looking away from O'Keefe, who added that Hina will be happy and tried to figure out what Seungwoo was planning to do with the side effects of the dish. The main character put his hand on his belt with a smile and asked why his friend was worried about this. The two companions watched the hot pot in horror when Seungwoo explained that he needed to be punished for breaking the rules of the restaurant because in any case, they first needed to get the elixir and give it to Hina's husband. Kang Hyuk looked through his bangs with an ironic grin, fingers spread, and told the boss that sometimes he didn't even know whether he was petty or brave. The main character smiled admiringly and assumed that he was such a stuffy one. Kang Hyuk and O'Keefe looked at the owner of the restaurant with smirks and understood that he shouldn't be rude to his boss. They were transported to the Isek branch building. A worker in a suit was in front of a robot because this was an underground equipment maintenance room. This guy with purple hair was looking at the robot when he was addressed as Captain Kyle. It was the equipment maintenance master, Kyle, smiling, putting his hands on his hips. His real name is Kim Gwinom, which doesn't sound so good, so he uses a pseudonym. The captain walked up to his worker, who had his hand in his head, and said that there were 23 hours left before the trial runs, so they had little time, but they had to act carefully. The worker in the cap called out to the scarred captain and asked about his wife. Kyle scratched his face with a grin and said that there was no need to be sorry, because it was a shame to postpone the promotion. Anyway, she also had a future. The worker in the cap scratched his head with anxiety when the foreman noted that he still did not understand how he had recovered from the mucus. Kyle put his arm around his comrade with a playful smile and asked him not to look at him like that, because less than 2 days had passed since his face began to heal, and it was impossible not to notice. It was an iron structure of reinforcement in the plant, and the captain gave the order to take a high-powered generator and fix it, and also check the motion control. The foreman watched his worker walk along the path. The guy with the scar put his hands on his hips and sadly noted that Hina needed to come to her senses or the rest of the team would be in danger. He looked back at the combat robot and knew that deep down he wanted to go back and gather his strength. It was a robot with antennas on its head. He imagined this robot in a blacker form. He put the headphones on his head with heaviness and noted that it was better to push these thoughts away and just do his job. The worker in the cap extended his hand and tried to call the reception team through the headphones. Then this worker looked at the tablet. The man in the cap sat at the computer on a chair. This tester was designed to let the citizens of a sector know that the combat gear is safe. It was the same blue robot, and the workers wanted to do everything successfully and be careful not to let trouble happen. The foreman tightened the nut with a wrench. Kyle wiped the sweat from his forehead. A man in black boots began to walk into the room. The master looked in surprise at the man in the suit, who said that they were seeing him for the first time. Kyle looked angrily through his bangs at the man, who realized that he was Hina's husband. It was O'Keefe, who raised his hands with a smirk from the master's indignation, who said that he now had a different name and they wanted to give him something. The guy with the scar pulled out the key in bewilderment and realized that this man was one of the most influential people in sector. The master put his hand on his belt and looked at the detective, who was going to give him something, assuming that he was there because of the master's wife, but, however, it was not connected with her. The master, with an exclamation, bulged his eyes. The detective held out a bottle with that very drink. There was a parade of military equipment from Center A in the form of those very robots. The city's residents watched the parade with admiration as a whole family. The master stood behind the people, looking at the robot and wondering how much they worked to prepare all this. Kyle put his hands in his pants pockets, realizing that he was offered to drink this potion after the battle and the operation. He stood in front of O'Keefe with a bottle in his hands and asked if it would heal his face. The brown-haired man looked at him with trepidation and said that he still had nothing to lose, and therefore he needed to take this first. The master stared at the bottle in his hands, and yet he decided to do it because he had nothing to lose. The rest of the working villagers watched as Kyle drank this bottle. The master continued to drink the bottle and immediately became excited and sweaty. His legs began to shake because wormwood and garlic were infused for centuries. Suddenly, explosions began to occur with a stream of air, and thus the crazy nickname of Fart Kyle appeared, but that's not all. He was in the operating room and looking at his restored face, and now he did not care what his name was. Comrade Main hit the captain with his elbow. The guy in the cap looked at the offended master with a smile, who was nicknamed an unflattering word, but his friend was going to cheer him up and calm him down. Kyle looked with displeasure at his comrade, who suggested that he was now a hunter. The comrade in the cap, with a grin, imagined a Wolverine because he heard that the master had the ability to regenerate, and it was very powerful, and asked about whether being in the maintenance team was a waste of time. The master, with a displeased look, began to imagine that Wolverine with tears, and noted that he had this ability, but it did not give him anything, and said that he hardly looked like a reader from the third generation of Kims, and even if so, he could still earn money. It was a background with multicolored geometric figures and a dialogue of comrades. The master in the cap said that the amounts of money were different and Kyle still had children to raise, but he said that he had enough money. He also needed a balance between work and life, and the guy in the cap agreed. Kyle, with a malicious look, hugged the sweaty comrade in the cap and said that he knew about his intentions, and even if he left his post, this friend would take it. The captain crossed his arms, sighed with relief, and asked what he should give his benefactor. He was told about toilet paper for the housewarming. The master went into his phone and started dialing his wife to ask her about the gift. He pressed the phone to his ear with a loving look and started asking Hina about the best gift for his benefactor. A few days later, clear weather stood over the restaurant. There was firewood under the stone stove. Jihyun leaned her hands on the table behind the protagonist, who smirked and noted that she should understand wooden ovens and remember what the kitchen looked like, and that thanks to her, he would be able to include bread in the restaurant's menu. The girl with glasses raised her eyebrows, leaning on the table, and asked him why the restaurant did not have an oven. The owner of the restaurant shyly scratched his head and explained that he assumed that he could do without one and should not say that. He imagined buns baking in an oven and explained that it cooked food by heating air and used a lot of energy. He imagined himself in a drawn form with a grin and said that the electricity meters were terrifying. He imagined himself looking at the paper with the meter reading in horror and having flashbacks of his past life in a small room. The protagonist covered his mouth and coughed heavily, saying that this was why he did not buy an oven. Jaehyun asked in surprise what had changed and if it was because it was just a gift. It was a stone stove with a chimney, and Seungwoo said it was special for making magic stones. The protagonist looked at the smiling cat in confusion, who noted that it was cool, and if you heat up the magic stones, you can make something delicious. The store owner raised his eyebrows with a smile, and his gaze noted that there were also gifts for Nabai and Youngshik. Yoonhee rode on a small automatic lawnmower with Nabai. A letter from the box with an apology from Hina also appeared. This slime was all shining in a circle since the material for the costume came for it. The small blue slime jumped into the air since it liked it and forgave the pest. The animals along with Yoonhee rolled on the lawnmower on the grass while Seungwoo watched them and noted that today was a very nice day. He crossed his arms and smiled, suggesting that he could close while Jaehyun was terrified. The girl was furiously angry and furious because she understood that hardly anyone does business as a hobby. These were various photos of dishes from the menu. Due to the order of the higher-ups, the food of hunters is encouraged here, and a review application was created to promote the restaurant. Jihan was sitting excitedly in front of the computer at the table and realized that this returnee was making people angry. The indignant brunette looked at Seungwoo, who admired the nature, who suggested that he should close and make pizza for dinner. The brunette stood with her back turned and was indignant, hearing that the chef could make a good pizza, and now he would bake it. The girl with glasses immediately sweated and was horrified, hearing about the pizza. The main character saw a malicious girl, who immediately closed the door because she was very interested in it. The brunette with a sly look looked away, wiping her mouth, and realized that it was unlikely that anyone would say anything if the owner himself closed the restaurant, and Jihyun's biggest weakness was her appetite. They were transported to the underground bunker of the Cyberdyne headquarters, where there was a black metal door. A memory appeared as the workers watched Kyle drink a potion. He drank potions and was all sweaty and excited. The man sat on a chair and watched the blue screen, noting that it was the same brave fart who was like that in childhood when they played. He sighed heavily, clutching his forehead, and realized that there was no guarantee that it would help him and did not understand why Kyle drank it, since there could be poison in it. He communicated through the screen with TG, who explained with a smile that nevertheless, the operation was a success. The manager sat at the table in front of the screen and explained whether this man would return to field work. TG refused because Kyle felt like he was dying even thinking about it, and the hunter said he wouldn't do it either. The boss asked how old his son was because he knew Kyle had a family now, so he wouldn't think about anything else, to which he replied 2 years. The boss crossed his fingers at the table. The boss was talking to TG. Seungwoo's image was transferred to the main screen, and he noted that his risk of return had been lowered from SSS to C class. TG immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise and noted that this was a bit unusual. The boss sat at the table and went to the profile description window, noting that the guy didn't use violence even when Hina insulted him, and vice versa, he helped her husband. He looked at the card where Kanghyuk, O'Keefe, and Jaehyun's profiles were, noting that the average combat power had been increased by 10%. TG closed his eyes with a smirk at the boss's statement, who always said that training high-quality troops was problematic, but he couldn't believe that this problem was solved with cooking, and thought that Seungwoo should be awarded a Medal of Merit. He also added for TG to know that if he laid a finger on him, he would regret it, and they decided to end it. The boss was about to get up from his chair and said that they had decided on the leader of the armored group, as well as the leader of the Ascenter, and also set the foundation for raising the level of hunters, and asked to contact him later. TG's eyes widened in surprise when the president was about to leave and wanted to tell him something. The boss put his hands in his pockets, lowering his head when TG asked him about when he could come to Korea, since his daughter missed him very much. The president with long bangs coolly apologized and explained that he could not go back yet since there were many urgent matters. The president of the Isak and Cyberdyne organization, Ju Hyukjin, smirked as he put his hands in his pocket and asked to tell Hina that he loved her. The main character sliced a juicy tomato. Jaehyun looked at what was happening with bewilderment and asked if he would cook pizza using the Earth or Terra recipe. The main character smirked as he sliced a tomato and said that he would cook it using the Earth recipe. The girl immediately sighed with a smile, lowering her head when Seungwoo replied that he could tell the difference between their tastes too. The brunette frowned angrily, looking at the chef, and explained that she no longer trusted him because, if you think about it, this could be said to be payment for Pharaoh's work. The owner of the restaurant smirked, covering his mouth, while Jaehyun was indignant from afar that he smirked and continued to anger her, and this time for sure. He placed various chopped vegetables on the table and realized that he needed to add tomatoes and then fry the rest of the ingredients. Next, he was going to pour olive oil over everything. Onions were fried in a hot pan in oil. The brunette exchanged glances with Seungwoo and noted with a smile that it smelled delicious and might even be edible. The protagonist said that it was usually eaten with either bread or rice. He held a bottle of sauce with a smile and wanted to add a few drops of Miabrian since he only added a little bit of it now. He opened the lid of the glass bottle. Jaehyun's eyes widened in excitement since she noted that it smelled delicious. Seungwoo explained that it was a sauce made by Nabai's grandmother and it was not in the original recipe. The protagonist looked away with a smile and explained that it was because the sauce was too delicious and Jaehyun wanted it added. He poured just a drop of sauce from the bottle and added that it would be enough to hit hard. There was a prepared dish on the frying pan, homemade tomato sauce, and all that was left was to stir it. The protagonist extended an orange handkerchief towards the girl. He smiled as he handed the apron to Jaehyun and told her to stir the sauce for 20 minutes, and she realized that he was making the customer work, but he added that she was unlikely to pay. The brunette took the apron with displeasure and noted with a grin that it would probably cost half of her salary. Nas proudly rolled up her sleeves and held a spatula. Jaehyun suddenly exclaimed, looking to the side, She looked at the laughing protagonist with an offended expression and did not understand what was funny, but he explained that it was the first time he had seen a person who did not suit an apron. He touched his chin with a smiling face and realized that the girl was much more suited to the role of an office clerk or a waitress. It was a bright tomato sauce on a frying pan. When Ji-yeon asked if she had coped with the task and quite well, although she was just stirring the sauce. The brunette raised her hand in admiration, answering that the most important thing in pizza is the dough. She looked at the chef with a smile, who said that she had excellent knowledge since she did not know how to cook, but she was an expert in food. Seung-woo began to knead the dough with a smile, remembering that the ogre said the same thing. He began to pour oil into the dough and understood that if there was too much, the dough would become greasy, and if there was not enough, it would be dry and he needed to be careful. Ji-hyun looked at the protagonist in surprise, who explained that Nabai kneaded the dough better than him, and he could not surpass him. This cat was kneading the dough with its soft paws, and the chef noted that the taste of the dish depends on who made it, and paws are better than hands, because studies have shown that the soles of the paws make the dough better. The main character looked with a smile at the malicious grin of the girl, who asked if this study should be trusted. The brunette replied that it should not be trusted because he just came up with it. From the restaurant building on the street, the girl's screams were heard, that she could not figure out what to believe and what not. At this moment, Nabai, Yuna and Youngshik were happily riding a lawnmower. On a wooden tray were 3 hemispheres of ready dough. Seung-woo put his hands on his waist next to the girl and said that the dough should sit for 2 hours. He stretched out his hand and with a smile used the light of magic to speed up time. This loaf of dough was all shining, and he explained that nothing is impossible, and now all that remains is to spray a little water, leave it for another hour, and it's ready. The brunette looked with a smile at Ji-yeon's heavy sigh, who noted that pizza was so hard to make, and she would only order it for the rest of her life, which was a wise decision. The timer on the timer went down to 0. There were 3 pizzas with tomato sauce, and it was time to put the toppings. The brunette reached his hand into the magic portal and asked the girl about her preference. She seriously imagined huge pieces of meat. He smiled as he remembered how Clay ate pieces of meat with gusto, and he compared her to him. The girl covered her mouth with her hands and looked at the huge piece of meat with admiration. The protagonist pressed his tongue to his lips and was about to get something else from the portal. He immediately exclaimed, his eyes bulging, when he found an ingredient. He held a ripe pineapple in his hands and realized that its sweetness would be perfect. Ji-hyun was horrified and holding her head when the boss explained with a smile that he expected something like this from her, calling her Clay. He immediately covered his mouth in surprise, realizing that he had let it slip. Ji-hyun stood next to him and looked at the boss, who, holding his head, noted that this was the name of his former colleague, and he said it out of habit. The girl crossed her arms contentedly and realized that he saw her as a colleague, and this was a good degree of trust. She watched with an ironic smile as Seung-woo timidly looked away and asked what kind of person Clay was. He introduced this green monster with his arms crossed and began to explain that it was an orc with teeth sticking out to his nose, and its ability was 2-sided combat, and it would fight even if there was a knife sticking out of its neck. Ji-hyun's eyes widened in admiration when Seung-woo explained with a smirk that this monster was, simply put, cool. He gently scratched his cheek and realized that the monster was too cool. He remembered how this monster fought bloodthirstily in the forest, and remembered when he defeated 4,000 guards and an entire corps under the command of the evil king. Even he got goosebumps, so he simply suggested adding more seafood and finishing the job. He used a poker to sort out the purple stones in the furnace. The guys in aprons were standing in front of the stove. The girl realized that all that was left was to wait. The brunette looked back with a smile and explained that they could slowly set the table. It was already evening outside the restaurant window with an orange sky. White dishes with cutlery were on the table. 3 cooked pizzas with different toppings were on the table. The girl was gathering her hair in a ponytail. She held the cutlery with a fiery look and waited to eat the pizza. The protagonist looked at her with bewilderment. Ji-hyun looked at the main character angrily and did not understand why he was looking at her like that, because she had not had such a delicious day for a long time. She extended her index finger with a malicious look and imagined the date on the calendar, saying that it is very difficult to stick to a diet, so there is a day when you can eat whatever you want. The protagonist turned away from the offended girl with a grin, and understood that she had eaten 3 pork cutlets yesterday and had told him something else about that day, and also supposedly went to the gym. Ji-hyun leaned her hands on the backrest in disappointment, lowered her head and said that she worked out every day. Orange clouds floated above the restaurant building, and Seung-woo laughed at the girl. The owner of the restaurant clapped his hands. All the guys were sitting at the table and waiting for the speech of the main character, who wished everyone a bon appetit. It was a juicy piece of pizza with stretchy cheese. Yuna tried this piece. The girl and Nabai looked at the pieces of pizza with admiration and noted that it was very tasty. Slime also tried the wrapped piece of pizza. Tiji, with eyes full of happiness, tried a piece of pizza with shrimp and octopus. Suddenly, he looked away in surprise. Tiji watched in amazement as Jihyun quickly devoured the pizza slices like a vacuum cleaner. The owner of the restaurant held up bottles of soda and explained that the kids needed to go to school and the adults needed beer. Jihyun cheered excitedly, raising her hand next to Tiji, who also didn't mind the blue bottles of beer. They immediately decided to open the can. Seungwoo was sitting at the table with a can, about to eat too. He took a bite of the pizza and looked up in confusion, realizing that if he had free time, he would make his own cheese and suggested that he could get a cow. Yuna and the cat ate the pizza with a smile on their faces and their eyes closed. Youngshik also closed his eyes with gusto. Tiji was sweating as he ate the pizza next to the fiery girl. Orange clouds floated above the roof of the restaurant. A pile of empty beer cans and empty plates stood on the table. Yuna and Nabai sighed in relief, holding their stomachs because they ate too much. Jihyun was contentedly petting the slime and heard that the slime was sticky and smelly, but Youngshik was special and looked like a cartoon character. She stared at the slime through her bangs. She looked at the slime with a malicious look, petting it and trying to figure out what it tasted like, whether it was cider or tropical fruit, since it smelled good. Seungwoo immediately lifted the slime above his head and angrily explained that Jihyun was already drunk, assuming that she decided to taste it and for her it smelled good. Suddenly, the branch manager called on the phone. Jihyun raised her hand in admiration and realized that it was an emergency call. She continued to hold her hand and slightly drooped. They were transported to the Isek branch, which was deep in the night. In-hoon was sitting at the table with a folder in her hands. He was holding a document with a stamp and a note that the pizza was delicious. In-hoon narrowed his eyes and drank hot tea. He sighed heavily with a dejected look. The assistant stood in front of him with her hands behind her back when she was asked if the pizza was so delicious that it was worth writing about it in the report, and she replied that she devoted 10 pages to it. Jihyun stood in front of the manager, who crossed his arms with irony, noting such a statement. The girl imagined herself in a dark space, adjusting her glowing glasses when In-hoon noted that until recently, she was called a cold-blooded empress, and this nickname suited her. Now In-hoon furiously began to yell at the girl about what was happening to her now, because she was supposed to promote the restaurant according to the instructions of the boss and what her job was. He angrily pulled his hand at her when the girl covered her mouth with her hand, because he noticed that she shouldn't drink like her nose was crooked, but it's better to wash down pizza with beer, she explained. Jihyun looked at him angrily through her glasses and wondered, can't she relax a little at the end of the workday? In-hoon continued to furiously shout at her that she was too close to Seungwoo, and this is a problem, since she does not feel the distance, and this breaks his brain. The manager angrily opened his palm and explained that Seungwoo is closer to her than her conditional boss Kang-hyuk. The brunette bared her teeth in disgust and did not understand where he came from. In-hoon explained that Kang-hyuk is her boss, and if everything continues like this, it will not be very good. She immediately swung her knee in a fighting pose and explained that nothing is impossible. In-hoon watched with an offended look as the girl practiced her punches and explained that even the branch management worked overtime and, however, it was cruel, so she hoped that she would be given a vacation, and he realized that there was no point in talking to her now. The boss, disappointed, grabbed his head and said that he called her so late because there was an urgent matter. He looked at her intently through his fingers and said that Team B was returning tomorrow. At that moment, the brunette stood sideways and practiced her punch. She leaned her hands on the table in horror and asked again if this was the same Team B with Yoon Yoon-hing, to which he answered in the affirmative. She sighed heavily, closed her eyes and dreamed that Kang-hyuk was better. The manager imagined how these guys in Dinosaur Kigurumi fought among themselves, and explained that these guys would quarrel again and he needed to go to the hospital because of an injury. The girl stood in front of In-hoon, who was sitting at the table with indignation, explained that in any case, they needed to be prepared and familiarize everyone with the evacuation plan. The door to the office was closed. Jihyun walked with a dejected look without strength and realized that even today she had to work overtime. She raised her sad gaze. It was the Isek building under the night sky, and the girl wanted to drink another glass and get to work. The next clear morning in the same building, the sun's rays illuminated the windows in the Isek building. A guy in sneakers and a raincoat entered in front of the building. It was order number 65, the Black Hawk Yoon Yoon-hyun, who angrily held a blade behind his head. The guy walked along the corridor, but suddenly his legs stopped, because someone appeared in front of him. The young man ran straight into someone's chest, and when he raised his head, he realized that it was Kang-hyuk. Because of this, the brunette got angry and told him to step aside. But the blonde also frowned and answered, in what direction? How does he talk to adults? A spark of anger arose between them, and the brunette began to ask, with what adults, have you really gone crazy? And in response he heard that he was now going to find out what a funeral is. At that moment, a girl saw them, heard screams, how the guys were shouting that they should just try. Are they really provoking each other? The other answered that this is how it is, because he wants it so much, and called him a minor bastard. Then she grabbed her head and said that her head was splitting so much after yesterday's drinking. And then these idiots early in the morning. These two have a bad relationship for one reason. It all started with the entertainment company Hunter created by the president. Hunters are promoted in the media as celebrities and attract attention. Therefore, in addition to the order rating, there is another one, and this is popularity, which everyone so longs to receive. The guys were in a certain rating and constantly changed places in it, took 10th or 11th place, and because of the vacation of one and the adventures of the other, the gap between them became smaller than ever. Then the brunette pulled out his sword and said that this old man had already forgotten where the top was and where Denny's was, and he would definitely write him a reminder. And the blonde grinned at her and answered that he agreed. There would be a fight to the death. The woman stood nearby and asked them to stop, but no one responded to her. The guys began to fight and wished each other only death. It was a fierce fight, especially when the blonde swung and shouted that he would not die today, and immediately struck a blow that literally began to destroy everything around. Jihan raised her hand and began to ask people to evacuate. Due to an emergency, it was very urgent. And then explosions began to thunder on the floor. Finally, evening came, the building was half destroyed. Inside, the blonde was standing with his comrade and said that you should have seen how he cut through the horizon and fought back at the same time. But then he received a strong blow to the shoulder and did not even have time to say what would show his facial expression. As he stopped, it was painful. O'Keefe turned and asked maybe he would better tell how he was then knocked down and hit in the face 3 times. Then she exhaled and added that firstly, this man is strong. Secondly, a friend is fighting against his own ally. Who does he even think of himself? And he also added that he is also a hunter of the first order. This is a big responsibility. The boy was almost holding back tears and said that his rival is also attacking him. Why do they scold only him? And finally, the brown-haired man took a piece of chips and added that this man was also a high school student. In response, he heard that the law on child protection irritates him, literally hates it. Then the guy turned around and said that in terms of mental development, this man fits this law despite his age. And the blonde began to get angry and shouted that he did not need protection, and even swears. Suddenly, the brown-haired man realized something. He looked at the devastation and thought that this was some kind of mess and whether a disciplinary action would fly in. Lucky if not. Although thanks to the armored team of the center there is now order here, and now it is necessary to sort out the ratings. He thought that in this case, although these people are cabbage rolls, they are part of the first order, and in disputes you need to win, and then looked at his friend. He exhaled and said that it would be better to go to a restaurant to drink beer and talk. He asked if he would buy him a glass of beer as a consolation prize. But Alyosha took out his sword and looked at him menacingly. Then he heard that it was a joke and they would definitely chip in. The evening came. The guys were sitting in a restaurant and discussing what to do to defeat this kid. A friend asked if he wanted to try his tactics in a one-on-one fight and immediately received a question about whether it was worth returning to his ball. While the little waiter was bringing them beer, the guys discussed how to use 2 at once, both a weapon and a sword, but in response he heard that he did not know how to use 2 things at once. Maybe someone would teach him. When the guy put the beer on the table, it was as if it were autumn. The friend looked at him and asked why he was looking somewhere instead of answering. And then he noticed the boss, who was doing everything with both hands. The blonde came closer to his friend and asked if he was really thinking about him. Here is the answer. He heard that fortunately, he did not know how to use a weapon, so he should try to learn how to master the ball from a specialist in this. And then Kang-hyuk thought about it and asked how he could persuade him. Maybe money, honor, or threats. The comrade turned around and said that if he threatened to kill him, then maybe it would work, and the blonde asked in surprise if it was true. Then he smiled and realized something. Then he looked at his friend and said that in exchange he would teach him how to use a gun, and he asked again in surprise. And then he thought about it himself and said that it sounded good, but would he be interested? The guys immediately remembered how this man played with pistols, and said that he shouldn't worry about it. Last time he had fun with them for a very long time. And they sat for some time and discussed that this wasn't a full-fledged exchange. You can teach each other special skills, and the difference in skill is huge, but maybe it will work. Finally, they approached the guy and told him everything. He smiled and said that he would teach the basics, and the blonde said that even a child can learn to shoot. Then the boss exhaled and said that it seemed that it didn't work that way. 4 hours before that, something happened in the nearby park. There, someone was smashing everything around out of anger. It was Yoonhyung, who walked and said that this man was crazy and even wanted to fight him. Then he grabbed his head and started remembering different characters, and if you think about it, he is older than his job more than this man has been alive in this world. But this kid had really pumped up his skill, and this fact made him very angry. Of course, the brunette was not going to kill anyone, but his attack was very serious. He wanted to win, and the way this man grabbed it was humiliating for him, because the blonde did a great job. The way he was able to master the interception, although he tried to block it, but still couldn't. So the guy lay down on the ground and said that he was worse in close combat, and if he mastered ball control, then he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him, but he himself was no slouch. Then he clenched his fist and said that he could not afford to lose. Suddenly, something distracted him. The guy got up from the grass and asked what that sound was. There was a guy in knight's armor training nearby with a cat. He didn't understand how this was happening, because they were clearly of different levels. But the guy looked at the knight and thought that he not only had an outstanding weapon, but also skills. His swordsmanship, speed, and quick vision that could quickly find the cat, that was something. This man was moving at an incredible speed. He was clearly a high-level fighter, and he would have big problems with him. Only this man did not notice him at that moment and continued to fight the cat. And when the guy thought that what was more surprising was that this guy was doing something else, the cat immediately took off. He flew up to his opponent and shouted that it was a failure and struck him. And then he struck again, with such force that even smoke rose. The guy defended himself as best he could. But the brunette was watching from the side and encouraging him, shouting that this is what is needed in close combat. He thought that only having learned this, he would be able to be on par with the blonde. Finally, the man noticed him. He turned around and looked at him in surprise. The cat also did not expect to see him. And the brunette stood opposite the animal and looked at him with burning eyes. At the same time, the guys were still in the cafe. The blonde folded his arms and asked what was going on. After all, his enemy was standing in front of him. So he got angry and asked where this man came from, and in response he heard that he wanted to ask if this was really his house. Why was he so nervous? Then the blonde turned to the boss and asked why this idiot was here, and he said that he could easily explain. The thing is that the strongest of the ignorant against the person in 92nd place in the ranking. Who has a weapon? This is not a battle on equal terms. For example, during training, the young man hit the dummy right in the head on the first try, and his friend was upset. Even if the size was right, something still went wrong. As a result, in order to cover all the expenses, this man will work in a restaurant for a week as his slave. And then the boss said that together with his friend, because he will also help here, and indeed the brunette was also standing in the form of a waiter. Kang Hyuk got angry and started shouting, is it possible that he is also being taught to use a sword? In response he heard that he is not his teacher. And then the cat intervened in the conversation, bowed and meowed. The young man was surprised, and the brunette then frowned and asked what was wrong with that. He looked at him and repeated his question, asked is he really copying him, and in response he heard does he want to fight again. A quarrel started between them. They called each other old men and minors. Finally, the boss couldn't take it anymore and filed a lawsuit against the newspaper, and then he gave everyone a beating. After that he dropped his hands and said that for the first time in a day they had to behave well. He smiled sarcastically and added that now if they fight during working hours, they will be fine. This time they will get by with a simple warning. The blonde raised his head and asked again about the fine, asked who would want to get that. And the main character smiled and said that the fine is equal to a month's salary, so if he wants to be left without money, he can fight as much as he wants. Of course they shouted at him that he has no right to do this, but it was useless. And there was a woman standing nearby who said that the branch manager had just approved it, added that in the future, every time these two quarrel, their monthly salary will be sent to the fund. The blonde couldn't cope with these emotions. He screamed that this bald guy was completely crazy. Why did he get away with it so easily? And then he heard that the phone conversation was still going on. So he got confused and told the branch manager that he had misunderstood everything. But the woman turned away and sarcastically said that it was a joke. The manager had already hung up. And the brunette then went up to the cat and said that helping was one thing, but working with this idiot, no way. And the kitten smiled and said is that really why he was going to give up? The guy was clearly hurt. He was thinking that if this person knew fencing, he would have an advantage, and then he would lose to him. He didn't even want to think about it. So he tied his apron and said that it was time to work. After which he turned around and left from there, thinking that he just needed to do it, then the cat would teach him fencing and would anger him with just his presence. But the blonde smiled and thought that he would provoke him, and he would be the instigator of the fight while they would lose all their money. Each of them came up with their own insidious plan and wanted to make the enemy a beggar. This was not the best atmosphere, and the main character was anxious. Nevertheless, some time passed. The blonde's fans had already gathered outside the cafe window with his poster and asked to look here to take a photo. And he enjoyed the attention and said, is this really his name? Well, how did they find him? Then he turned around, looked at the brunette and said that the photo was so-so, but he thinks that he doesn't care anyway, right? And the young man stood nearby and thought how this idiot dares to provoke him. He's annoying. Suddenly the girls noticed something. The brunette decided to leave the cafe and asked what they needed. In response, he heard that they just came to see the blonde, calling him superstar. What a stupid abbreviation. Then he took off the bandage and thought, let them look at him, they will come for this, and added that it was hot outside today. The guy looked pretty attractive and asked what the girls would order, and they suddenly switched to him and ordered 5 of today's menus. The blonde was furious at what he saw, shouting that his fans had been stolen. He could not find a place for himself and said that this man had no shame or conscience. And he looked at him and smiled sarcastically, asked if there were any problems. It turns out that they are so attractive. But the superstar decided to take off his shirt and compete with him. So the guys bared their torsos. A real fight for attractiveness began between them. While the guys were competing, spectators gathered around and began to root for each of them and film them on their phones. It was a real beauty contest right in front of the restaurant, and they didn't pose as best they could. Then the boss noticed it and said that the guests liked everything. That's the main thing. Finally, the guys started training. The main characters looked at the training tools and said nothing. Then he swung it, and then he cut the air with a wooden sword. The blonde guy opposite was in shock, and the brunette was thinking about the fact that he was holding a simple wooden sword in his hands, but his strength had greatly increased. Then he smiled and said that there are many different methods of wielding a sword, which is why each family has its own secrets, and asked if his student knew why this was so. He replied that he knew nothing. Then the guy presented a family tree and said that each sword has its own task, for each purpose its own fork. He stood opposite and did not understand anything, said that this was not quite right, and in response he heard that it was better to show visually, for example, a knight's sword. Then his teacher swung and tensed up, and then he struck, after which he looked at it and said that as he saw it, it was created for defense or for fighting with a comrade, so the step should be stable and wide. Then he closed his eyes and added that everything would be fine, but the knights came up with something else, and he also made another blow. In his hands, this wooden sword looked like a real one. The movements were fast and precise. The young man looked very impressive. Then he smiled and asked if his student saw him. He answered that he did not know what it was, but it was definitely something cool, and the brunette added that this was both an advantage and a disadvantage of knightly fencing. He introduced the knight and said that this sword was for defense, but if you forget about it a little, it becomes a source of honor and bragging. The feeling of being an elite affects fencing. Therefore, he smiled kindly and explained that it is precisely because of this that the tilt and position of a person is the basis of swordsmanship, and asked what kind of sword he needed. The blonde said that he was not a philosopher or something like that, he just wanted to defeat his opponent, and heard that he needed a sword to defeat a person. The student asked again in surprise if this was too low, and in response he heard that no, his teacher specialized in swords that could defeat people. Of course, the blonde asked again in surprise, and the brunette remembered his battles and said that before becoming a warrior, there was a ram who fought with swords, a gladiator, an expert in swords for victory. He smiled and said that he would show the student what a gladiator sword is. Then he added that they should try to avoid the next attack, and you can even answer him, and he got scared and shrank all over. Immediately the brunette tensed up and was ready to attack. The blonde frowned and thought that this was a quick attack, maybe he would stop later. But he suddenly jumped up in surprise and ran towards him, and then he hit him right in the face with his whole body. The blonde flew back a few meters from this blow. The brunette came closer and said that although it didn't work out very well, it was a gladiator's sword. Now the student understood everything. For some time the guys discussed that it was effective and amazing. This technique was created only to defeat the enemy. It didn't even matter that he had a small difference in skills with the enemy. The brunette said this and smiled, adding that the guarantee of victory would be 100%. And his student continued to sit on the ground and did not answer. He was both hurt and ashamed. He thought that this was complete crap, that the main thing is style. Why pick up an axe instead of a sword? You need to be a romantic. He literally imagined himself at these gladiator fights and thought that this bastard should be defeated at any cost. Should he learn this? He frowned and decided no, since he was learning from him, wouldn't a knight's sword be enough for him? The boss, meanwhile, stood opposite and did not understand what was happening. There was a silent pause in the air, and then the teacher asked what his student wanted to learn, because it was time to choose. He bowed and said that he was choosing the knight's sword. Some more time passed. Near the cafe, a brunette was actively training. Then he saw a cat and began to shout that this was yoga, they would be his art, but he replied that he knew nothing. Flexibility is the weapon of little people. Then he rubbed his mustache and added that if nature had deprived him of strength or height, maybe he should cool down on flexibility. But his student was indignant and shouted that he ate a lot, but still did not gain weight. What should he do about it? And then he heard from the cat that it was better to do this next to other people. And the man came closer and said that if you develop human flexibility, then a person will be able to use a cat's in battle. The kitten frowned and replied that not completely. This is just a warm-up, and this is where the secret comes into play. Then he asked if no one had heard about this, you need to drink vinegar for development, and the brunette asked again in surprise, said that he had heard, but there was something strange. He imagined a gymnast and thought that they say that circus acrobats do this to maintain their body, which is why they always have vinegar on hand. Since vinegar increases the flexibility of the body, when consuming vinegar, lactic acid in the muscles is broken down, blood circulation improves and the citric acid cycle in the body is stimulated, which makes it more flexible. At that moment, the student landed on the ground and said that these were just rumors. But the kitten came closer and answered that this is true, vinegar does not make the body flexible. He immediately did what then? The cat put his paw behind his back and added that on their planet there is food that will make him very flexible. And then he took out a skewer with some meat. The student looked at it in surprise and asked if it was really fried eel, and in response he heard that everything would be explained to him now. This dish is quite popular. But only the boy looked at the food at that moment and thought that this was the same exotic food that he could only hear. It seems he will not eat it. But then he imagined that person. I thought that this fool was afraid to eat an exotic dish and remained the same. So he began to eat it and thought that the man was still a grumbler. The others were shocked by what he saw. The guy's eyes suddenly opened. His body began to change, as if all his bones were breaking at the same time, and screams were heard throughout the area. He immediately fell and began to roll on the ground. He was in great pain, and it was unclear what was happening. His leg was already behind his head at that moment. And the cat looked at him with a displeased face and said that the student was so impatient that he even ate everything. Without waiting for an explanation, the boy screamed that he now understands what makes people so flexible. The teacher meanwhile came closer and said that when he says dragon on the earth or earth dragon, he means a worm. The boy did not quite understand what he was talking about. He was almost choking himself and asking if they had really fed him a worm. And the teacher introduced the islands and said that it was strange that it was unnoticed, since he had never heard of edible earthworms. This is a popular dish in Australia, New Zealand, Africa, China, and so on. It has been used since ancient times as a cure for thrombosis. The brunette thought that this was some kind of humiliation. A talking cat from another world teaches him about life on Earth. But the teacher then continued to introduce these worms and said that there are also monsters in the desert that look like earthworms. Their meat is popular as a healthy food, but its effect varies depending on its color. There are two options, red and yellow. The meat of the red worm provides resistance to cold, and the meat of the yellow one relieves fatigue and increases flexibility. When the man approached the cat and said that instead of relieving fatigue, this boy was killing himself, he had already lost consciousness from the fact that he almost suffocated, and the cat replied that he did not have enough exercise. Then he stepped aside and said that as soon as he woke up, he would need to warm up again and eat this to increase his flexibility, so he needed to continue training. A week passed. The guys worked hard in the cafe and trained at the same time. The boss watched them with pleasure and said that a year was needed for normal training. What would happen in a week? The cat replied that it was really funny. At that moment, when the main character was enjoying his drink, the guys looked straight at him with dissatisfied eyes. The blonde was really angry and thought that it wasn't so. Only a week had passed, but he felt how his skills had improved noticeably. Actually, like the brunette, he continued to work and thought that if he had trained like this for a whole year, then what level would his skills be? Both were reviewing themselves and thinking that if it weren't for these bastards, they would have won a long time ago. And they were constantly being fined, and they were thinking that in just a week they had been caught fighting 8 times, so they would definitely be without a salary for 8 months. If this continued, then they would have to work for this organization for free for the rest of their lives. The opponents clearly hated each other and thought that today, after working in the yard, everything would definitely end. And so the evening came. Everyone gathered in the yard near the cafe. The blonde smiled and said that sometimes it wasn't so bad to fight in front of spectators. You have to be happy. Firstly, his fencing had improved well. But at that moment a wooden sword flew into his face and the brunette said that it was better to shut up and pull out his sword. The convoy then smiled and said that even a grave would not fix them. Of course, the blonde immediately took out his weapon and got very angry. It hurt. Anger helped him concentrate, and his ability was activated. Then the main character tensed up and thought whether it was worth trying. And his student took a step forward and prepared for battle. He had already swung and was ready to strike, but he only missed his opponent, so he grabbed the handle well because he was trying to strike again. The boy dodged the blow again, and the guys clashed in a duel. The blonde smiled and asked how he liked it. Knightly fencing, which he had studied so diligently and for so long, looked pretty cool. And the boss watched this and said that only a week had passed. It was strange that he was making such conclusions. Then he opened his eyes and thought that even though he had figured out how to swing a sword, his student had really made great progress in a week, and he also thought that Nabai had not taught his student in vain. After all, the boy was quite skilled in fencing. Although he thought it was a joke and nothing more, he did not understand how his opponent learned to use a sword. He just liked the teacher, and he had not even started yet. Finally, their weapons clashed. and then the boy let go of the sword. It began to spin in the air and flew straight towards the opponent, and the guy himself ran behind him, and at the same time he was able to grab his neck. The brunette ended up on the blonde's back and began to strangle him. It was 48th rank nyamping level 18. Thanks to this technique, the cat once defeated the main character, wished him good night. This is a technology that forcibly gives a good night to a war sufferer from insomnia. And now the boy smiled and also wished his opponent good night. But he tensed up and said that it could not be. He would not die under any circumstances. There was only one technique left. The same one put his leg out, and then he did something that really surprised his opponent. He fell right on his back and pressed the boy to the ground with him. Then he grabbed him by the hair and started to toss him. From the outside it looked like a fight between children. One asked not to touch him, the other asked to let him go first. And the spectators were shocked by what they heard, their childish arguments, and did not understand whether their combat level was true. It seemed like everyone was standing around and discussing that it was true, but it was unclear how these were warriors of the First Order. Korea's future was quite gloomy. Their comrade generally covered his eyes with his hand and said that these people were a disgrace to the First Order. So some time passed, an insignificant duel between them lasted for another 30 minutes. Well, then there were no spectators or winners left. However, the video was posted on the internet and it gained popularity. Because of this, they were called to the authorities. They were thoroughly scolded. The director sat at his desk and did not even know what to tell them, and only losers remained. For some time, the men could not utter a word. He just watched what was posted on the internet, and then he raised his head and said that it would be better to do something good, but this was too much. His eyes were filled with anger. He said that the doctor told him that his hair was falling out from stress, and he really already had a large clump of hair in his hand. The blonde grinned and said that his hair was falling out too, and the brunette emphasized that he should not shift responsibility to him. The man could not stand it and began to shout that everything got worse because of these idiots. He literally could not contain his anger and shouted that he should read today's newspaper. They write such nonsense about them. But one had a phobia of newspapers because his name was beaten, and the boy asked who reads newspapers in their time because he was only an 11th grader. Nevertheless, the woman handed them the publication and said that these were articles that were written in advance because they knew that this would happen. There was a lot of information. They all raised the question of whether the First Order can be trusted, and the guy's ratings plummeted. When they were shown their current places, the room fell silent. The woman also took her glasses and added that as a result of their behavior, which went beyond the bounds of decency, she had ruined the image of the organization. And if we also take into account the potential economic losses due to the fall in rating, then the salary would fall by 10 months. And she added that she was now ready to congratulate them on 10 months of dieting. Both were shocked by what she heard. Then they said in an upset voice that now they would have to eat in the canteen, but the director took another dose of pills and said that they could not even use the canteen. He also added that their salary had already been cut for 8 months. Did they really think that they would get off with just 2 months? Now they were no longer in the mood for jokes. When the man said that in order for everything to end, it was necessary to follow the instructions of the management, he looked at the blonde in surprise and asked what was wrong, and he asked what if they were fed for their pretty eyes. But he couldn't stand it and started shouting that if you think about it, it was all because of the blonde. Even the brunette was surprised. The director introduced him as a clown, said that in public they want a friendly, kind and polite person, but if you tell everything as it is, then for people they play the role of that very clown. And seeing the boy's laughter, he said that he shouldn't laugh either because he had become the same. Now they are two clowns, because his original image of a genius fencer and a cynical handsome boy has already been lost. Now he is just clown number 2. The man began to get even angrier and shouted that in any case these guys are not worth even a grain of rice. For some time they were in the office, from which they were then kicked out and told that this is the rule of the branch. Now both are sent to the restaurant for 10 months. This was a court-martial that prepared them for 10 months of compulsory work in the restaurant. There they were met by the boss, and he said that after these guys left there were fewer clients. But then he realized that he had now found 2 free slaves. Meanwhile, work was in full swing at one of the branches, in the equipment maintenance room. Employees were walking there and discussing that they were already dying of fatigue. Now they understand why Seoul was designated as an emergency recovery zone. These were the master of combat equipment maintenance and the group leaders. The woman was wiping her face and saying that the frequency of cracks here was literally abnormal. Then she passed by one of the robots and said, did crashes really happen that often? And the guy turned around and said that he had used up all his ammo. Metal fatigue is no joke. And then he heard that it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the same as comparing demons to Switzerland. He smiled sweetly at this news. Then he handed her a bottle of water and said that in any case, maybe she should cure her eye. And when he handed it to her, he said that it could be replaced with a prosthesis. How convenient would it be to fight without it? The girl sighed and replied that it was okay. She had already gotten used to it. It was so convenient for her. There was no need to worry about her just because he himself had recovered. The woman also added sheepishly that you were the ones who went first, but isn't it funny that only the leader without injuries is her glory scar? The guy grinned and replied that he was in pain like her husband, but oh well. And when the couple entered the room, they discussed what they thought. The first order is amazing. This place was blocked by 3 teams. When they walked along the corridor, they said that more precisely there was only 1 team. The man asked again in surprise, weren't there 3? And the girl said that these were the players who took 10th and 65th places in the ranking. Took a break due to injuries. She heard that 92nd place blocked everything alone. He was surprised and said, is Kang Hyuk really that strong? And his wife turned around and said that the team itself was well organized and effective. She also presented a battle scheme and said that everything was centered around the leader. It was a tactic in which the team members, consisting only of long-range shooters, entered the battle, the team leader in the center, and what about the first order? The provocative tank becomes stronger and everyone is watching it. It looks pretty solid. The man raised his hand and added that indeed, this is an effective tactic, although it is similar to them, and his wife added that since mobility is low here, the damage accumulates, the affected area is also large. And her husband got a little angry and said to reduce the damage, the combat equipment should be more maneuverable, whether it is worth lightening the gloves, although it is dangerous for pilots, maybe explosives, but there is not enough firepower. Then he scratched his head and said that he did not know, although you can think about it and come up with something, I am not sure if there is a suitable material. The girl asked with a grin maybe you should use prayers, and the husband replied that nothing can be done, he will not be able to hold out for long at this pace, and then also pray. Then she raised her head and said that it seemed like the branch manager wanted to come up with a solution. Meanwhile, in the organization building, they were discussing that the plan to revive the market economy should be resumed. Jihyun approached the manager and asked if he knew that this issue was being raised for the 5th time, and she heard that this should be done with a cool head. He put his hand on the stack of papers and asked if she was blind. This is a bunch of petitions that the guild sends every single day, and heard since when does their organization pay attention to the guild's petitions. The girl turned away and said that she still does not hate them. If you imagine this guild, it is a group of people with extraordinary abilities who do not obey their organization. One day, a gate opened in the world, monsters came out of it and began to attack the city. The organization gained support and power from people under the pretext of protecting the world, not only from monsters, but also from people with special abilities who could become internal enemies. A whole group gathered there. The guild claims that such actions of the organization oppress people with abilities who are scattered around the world, and all this is done under the slogan of autonomous protection, and they literally gather such people from all over the world. So the woman slammed her hands on the table and shouted that it sounds good. But the leader does not even know how to protect the world, because these people are like hyenas, just give them a reason, and they will immediately pounce. But he exhaled and said that he did not even know, although he understood everything that the assistant said. And the brunette continued to shout that the man was talking about reviving the economy, giving rights to those who call the operation to destroy the gates a business. It is too strange. Here the manager could not stand it and said that it would be better to imagine that this was a temporary subcontract. For them it was also good. It was possible to protect personal data and the information sent by unregistered hunters and the guild. It could also ease the workload of the team, which was tired of constant flights. The man also introduced the boy and said that in case of failure there would be a fine. If a strict distribution was ensured, the risk would not be a problem. The first order would arrive as soon as the gate broke. It was known that in the event of an accident for an unknown reason, the probability of the gate exploding would increase if it was not eliminated for a long time. Here the assistant could not stand it and came closer, said that if at least something went wrong, it would be very bad, although he knew it. He thought about it and said that he was fed up with the affairs of these people. So night fell. On the outskirts of Seoul near the inner gate of the E-class, something was happening. People in strange outfits appeared there, and among them was the Guild of Red Tigers. Her assistant turned and addressed her. He was a little confused and said that the one they were expecting would be here soon, so if he was afraid, it would be better to leave, because she was on level 6. But the girl said that it was too noisy there. Then she presented the money and said that so much money had been spent on destroying this gate, she should see for herself what this money was spent on. Moreover, the leader would arrive with a reward, and she needed to know whether the team was with her or not. In response, she heard that their leader looked like a little villain who was moonlighting somewhere. So he turned around and said that no one was keeping her here, she needed to take care of herself because the boss monsters were very tough. But in response he heard that she shouldn't worry because the girl was also a hunter, who had both ups and downs. For some time, the guys discussed there that ancient monsters were nothing special, right? If there was something unusual here, she would have to say something like that again, and then she would definitely get angry. And suddenly a monster appeared somewhere in the distance. Everyone was surprised, including the leader. He was incredibly huge, his legs literally crushed trees, and his shadow covered everyone present. The brunette was very scared and did not know what to say. Because there was something standing in front of her, it was not even clear what it was. After some time, the girl moved to the headquarters of the Red Tigers Guild. She was sitting in the office with her assistant and coming to her senses. It was not very good. The leader of the guard was clearly tired, and tears were hatching in her eyes. You can't say it better. Memories of meeting with that very image flashed in her head, and it was unclear where the hell he came from. The girl lowered her head and began to scream that she did not understand how the guild could have come to this, why the world was so unfair to her. The secretary replied that all members of the guard were hospitalized with serious injuries for 10 weeks. Their treatment would not be cheap. He added that in addition, they had additional expenses for a rescue team, and the girl covered her face with her hands and said that if these people could die, she would simply send a second group to help right away. In response, she heard that she shouldn't talk nonsense. If someone hears it, she will be sued. Firstly, the first rescue group is also whining and talking about the children dying. After which the brunette raised her head and said that they need to stop. What should they do now? Now they are not only at a dead end, but also bankrupt. The young man looked at the computer screen and said that no, there is a way out of any situation. A question immediately came about the way out. What kind of way out? Do they still have hunters? When the secretary answered that he will not tell about the hunters, however, he knows a person who can help them, the girl became wary. He turned the computer screen and said that in Sectora there is a restaurant for fighters. If you believe this information, then its owner has returned. You can ask him. At first, the head was a little confused, and then she jumped up and started screaming what this man was talking about. Was this really his solution? To help those who turned away? What is this anyway? The blow broke the most expensive table in the office under her. Then the girl taped it up and said that it was pointless, having dodged because the price tag was high, wasn't it? In response, she heard that these people were very powerful. After which the brunette raised her hand and said that even if we assume that somehow he managed to recruit the one who had returned, would the organization stay on the sidelines? It is obvious that they would try to take him away. The guy thought about it and said that this is true, but why did such a smart person make a mistake? The same girl grabbed him and started screaming for him to shut up. Why was she blowing this up at all? Did she know that everything would end like this? And by the way, she was level 6, and an ordinary person in the background seemed like just a soft toy. The girl frowned and said that this was a strange level gatekeeper. Who could have thought that a monster would appear as early as level C? And then she remembered this huge one. And the young man turned around and said that everything was clear. They had to calm down and listen further. In short, they could do without the curled up ones, because they didn't have the money for that. The question immediately came up, and what? And to that he said that instead they needed to deal with one monster. The girl looked at him in surprise and thought that they could use him as an attacker and stay in the shadows. Then she leaned over and said that they just needed to catch the ogre. For the one who had returned, it was no problem. Well, how could you ask for that? The secretary said that there was no need to worry because he had already done the research and found out everything. The head was very happy and shouted that this guy was really cool and asked how to do it. He leaned over and said that it was very easy, you need to come there and eat. So the girl moved to the cafe. There were bright lights on, a cozy atmosphere reigned. But nevertheless, the members of the organization stood to the side and looked at the new visitor with dissatisfaction. At that moment, the girl hit the table and attracted attention. She asked if it was true, hadn't she heard? Opposite stood the main character and said that it was fun, he wanted to try it, and he could help with anything. Then the girl thought about whether it was really true, because before that she attacked the secretary and asked what this idiot was even talking about. When he first heard it, she wanted to believe that she misunderstood. Well, since she came, she needed to solve everything. When she was told that she needed to find out something, she turned around and asked what exactly. The guy came closer and said that the food in his restaurant was quite special and pointed to the side. There was a young man sitting there with a strange dish in front of him. As soon as he tried it, something strange happened. He was immediately overcome by the incredible cold. So outside the restaurant there were several people who could not cope with the cold and asked to open the door. The girl pointed at them and said that she had not been in Sectora for a long time, and asked what kind of dish it was. They answered that since she was not from here, she could take it and read it. When the brunette looked at the menu, she realized that this was some kind of exotic test. All the information on it was written there, and today they would not even charge them a contribution of 100 million won since they were not locals. They had to eat everything in the allotted time and receive a prize in the form of combat equipment from the organization, but only hunters could participate. The girl studied the information and thought that since it was free, just eat it and it would be hers, then she had to try it. So she smiled and said that you are in fact, she had maximum motivation. Well, when the dish was brought, the brunette tensed up a bit. She frowned and thought that since it was free, it was worth a try. But it looked pretty strange. Was he really okay? Then she grabbed her head and thought that there was no time to think. He was bankrupt anyway. She needed to get going and eat it. The girl took the chopsticks and thought that it was time to get started. Think about it later. Then she took a piece of food and thought what could be worse than death? Clearly nothing. After some time, she was kicked out of the restaurant in disgrace. Her body fell to the ground almost unconscious. It was her first attempt and it definitely failed. The brunette looked at her and thought, what a dirty hyena, maybe she should get some more salt, and the blonde came up and said that they rarely had the same doubts, but they were clearly united by their hatred for this guild. The boss stood behind him and said that he didn't really like it, and at the same time he was combing the cat. The guys turned around and asked in surprise what was going on, and heard from him that he was not an employee here, so he had no reason to hate the guild, right? The main character also smiled and said that he knew that these guys were working well, but he shouldn't impose his opinion on others. You shouldn't judge people who are engaged in business and chasing money. This is a market economy. After which he lowered his head and added that, by the way, this man looks normal. And at the same time, half of the plate was empty. It turns out the girl ate half. Although this is not her level, she has great willpower. The blonde leaned over and said that it was nothing, she could eat 10 such plates. But the boss turned to him and said that the difficulty varies from person to person. What is the difference in their levels? But in response he heard that from the point of view of the test, it is very strict. The main character was a little confused and thought that this was his calling, yes, issuing tests. Then he looked down at the cat and asked if he wanted to scratch his belly, and he agreed. Then he looked at the droplet and said that it looked tired. He usually combed his hair well, but now it looked like he was just sleeping on his head. Then the door to the cafe opened. A man walked in and shouted for everyone to stop and attracted attention. It was a girl, the same guild leader who said she wanted to try this exotic test again. Despite the fact that she was running out of strength, she was back in action. The boss was a little confused and said that it would be hard on her body, so she should rest and come tomorrow, to which he heard that there would be no tomorrow. The girl came closer, sat down at the table and said that today was free, so she could only participate today. Then she smirked and added that hunters say that there are times when you have to fight even when you know you will lose. And everyone around was surprised by these words. Even the blonde clapped her and said that this person was crazy, like himself. Some more time passed. The plate was finally lowered, and in front of it sat the exhausted head of the guild. The blonde came up to her and said that the girl had finally eaten everything. Was she really that hungry? Being part of the organization, he had forgotten what it was. The boss looked at her and said that she needed to accept that she had willpower. He looked at her body, almost unconscious, and added that it was only for the sake of money that this could really be done. It turns out that this person is very desperate, does not want to suffer defeat for anything. Her phone suddenly rang in her pocket. It was like an alarm clock. But when the blonde picked it up, he realized that this was a level increase by as much as 6 units. Like a dream, there were 6, there were 12. The main character meanwhile turned to the cat and asked to take the guests to the room. They agreed. And for some time he talked to the blonde and asked if he saw the brunette. But in response he heard that he ran out from behind the notification towards the lying man. The guys then carried the head to the room and listened to others discussing that her guild entered into a subcontract for the construction of the gate. It seems that they are also involving the brunette to sort out all this. The blonde also spread his hands and said that since there is a post here, nothing else will happen. By the way, since this man ate everything, then the one who returned can fulfill his request or not, and the boss replied that helping people is normal. From this, the member of the organization tensed up a little and said that even knowing what kind of person this is, he is going to help him. But the young man smiled and said that he himself saw everything and activated observation of people. He looked at the door and said that he is a very insightful person. Meanwhile, the girl slept soundly on the bed. She had a good base, a liberal look, affectionate, but stingy, ability, hyper-focus. Evening came. Finally she returned to the headquarters of the Red Tiger Guild. There the secretary met her and asked not to say what happened. Did she really agree with those who returned? And she picked up her business card and said that she did it. A dialogue took place between them. Did the guild leader really know how to seduce men? But she asked what was that anyway. Then he waved his hand and said that her assistant was like a child, underestimating her. In any case, for now it was necessary to cancel the recruitment of hunters. The guy immediately picked up the phone and in the sky of hunters canceled the registration of the resume. Heard that it was not worth registering. Of course everything must be cancelled, and was surprised that this person had already started looking for a new job. The secretary turned and asked what to do next, since he had already cancelled, or about hunters who would catch everyone in a row. In response he heard that it was not necessary to look for them. The young man was surprised and said that as they thought, upon returning they would open the gates. And the girl smiled and replied that she herself could now do it because her level had increased. He was surprised and asked what she was talking about. Everyone knows that the guild level is low, but it was like that only before. And now she had a shield, and before she ate their exotic dish, she was a loser hunter level 6. But after eating, her level rose to 12, such an incredible bodybuilder. Now she is like a titan, maybe this dish that raises the level, and it turns out that the returned ones gave her strength and something else. The girl raised her shield and said that they should try to catch someone, and asked what she thought about this secretary. He was surprised at how much she received. After which the brunette stretched out her hand and said that in the future it is not worth calling him the returned ones, it is necessary to call him by name. She will pray to his restaurant day and night, and the secretary's thoughts were only about the fact that this person definitely ate something wrong, but apparently very tasty. When the shield was put away in a box, and they discussed that the final decision would be made tomorrow morning, he would come quickly and put everything in order. They needed to look for where they could buy magic stones and accessories. They were so excited that the secretary even became anxious. But the girl closed the locker and said that it was all because this guy had not been to the restaurant. He knew that the waiters Black Hawk and Superstar worked there. The surprised guy said that the one who had returned was really using 2 members of the First Order as waiters. The girl immediately remembered how it looked and said that these people even bowed down to him. It was very cool. The brunette also added that in any case, rather than thinking that with such a person he would not be able to break the gate, here the brunette was already thinking. Then he understood the hand and said that they were already using the free help of those who had turned away, but maybe it was worth using it more usefully. She became curious what this meant. The young man with glowing eyes explained that it was necessary to attract more credits to gain access to a higher level gate. First request it, and then immediately pay it off. And this made the head very surprised. Then she grabbed her assistant and started squeezing, said that he was an idiot. What was he even thinking about? Taking a debt to pay it back? It was stupid. In response, she heard that there would be 5-fold compensation, but this was not enough. After which followed such a strong blow that it was heard even on the street. The next day came. The guys moved beyond the border of Sector A to the gates of E-Class and discussed that in fact, the guild management does not bring her money. The girl walked with the main character through the forest and discussed what was surprising. Of course, around him only people from the organization, but what she heard, she interrupted him and said that the hyenas, who only need money, understand magic stones and artifacts, which are sometimes found, are extremely expensive. Then the young man turned and asked really does not bring money. And the head sighed and said that there is one problem, it is the law, just the law. Then she presented the scales and said that the organization and passed other laws, including various taxes, hunting laws, without security. Her head is literally spinning from them. Besides, she needs insurance, even if the hunter is a low level, and also expenses for equipment, office supplies, and other things. The girl was very upset when she agreed, and added that 50% of the profit is simply lost, and the young man thought that it looks like a situation with self-employment. Also, the head of the guild added that if you spend money without thinking, you can fail, lose money, and the guild will go bankrupt. There are laws for hunters, but not for the guild, and in response she heard that she is gambling. Nevertheless, there are many guilds. The girl lowered her head and said that there is one way not to be gambling, not to break the law. She also introduced the criminal and said that when a person dies, problems arise, business is close, people avoid and evade taxes, then you can still save money. Maybe he knows too much, but sometimes they have no choice but to do so. They need to eat something, but they have never played in people's lives. The boss listened to everything and smiled, said that it was true, a clever deviation from the law and justice, but this time they were pressed. Then he looked up and said that in his world there was a similar guild, and he saw dirt, and they did not the best deeds. He saw the people who lived there. At that moment, the girl was attacked. She covered herself with a shield and said that it was nice to immerse herself in nostalgia, of course. But then she turned and said that now it was better to help her, because the kobolds of the Yo level were attacking, and the brunette shouted that this person would really just watch this. Incredible. And the main character then unfolded his chair and said that it was written in the contract. Didn't he have to grab the boss? Then he sat down and said that she needed to be strong and then win. This enemy can be defeated. Now the girl had no other choice. She began to cry and thought that she needed to pull off the adventure with the debts as the secretary said, and mentally apologized to him for hitting. As some time passed, the guys were still inside the E-Class gate. The main character walked through the forest and discussed that these gates are good for their forest, and the air here is not bad. It was necessary to take Nabai and a drop with him. Then he touched the tree and said that such large trees are rare to see in Sector A. Something like this can bring a lot of money. He smiled and added that cracks are certainly a disaster, but people are still able to live well. Then the girl came up to him and began to breathe deeply. She finally came. She raised her head and said that it is so. She came. Then she started screaming that it wasn't too much, that she needed help, but in response she heard that she was just a pretender. The young man looked around and said that in any case she had won with courage and returned safely. That's all. He also turned around and said that as soon as she caught her breath, she had to move on, otherwise she was already sleepy. The leader was a little confused and said that she had to hold on, because this was her benefactor, and activated her super concentration ability. Some more time passed. All the remaining monsters were defeated. The girl approached the main character, who had fallen asleep with a recipe book on his face. She was a little confused and said that it was really disgusting. Then he got up and asked if that was really it. He was bored waiting for her, and then he heard that now she should help. After which he got up and said that he heard hatred in her voice. But then he received a question from her. Didn't he look at her? A few moments she was on the verge of death and even broke the shield. The brunette was a little confused and said that it might not sound very good. But he thought that there was not a single moment when she was in real danger. It seems that she does not know about her abilities and limitations. He looked at her and said that she had more outstanding abilities than she thought. You just need to believe in yourself. The girl was embarrassed and said that she only had abilities for concentration. And the cook was surprised and said that this was a very good ability. He immediately introduced her and added that this was a learning ability, and the question is where it can be useful. He said that the ability to study well is the ability to become stronger and faster. After which he lit a fire and said that this ability is well suited for eating food, so this can be done. And the girl was surprised and asked what kind of strange conclusion this was. Had she really already prepared everything? Then she ran closer and shouted that now was not the time. The boss might appear, so it was necessary to prepare for battle. The brunette turned and asked if she was finished. She asked in surprise what was going on, and the young man stood up and said that the boss was now lying on the table, a huge piece of meat that remained from a huge ogre. The leader ran closer and asked what was happening, when he managed to grab it, and in response he heard that it happened when she was fighting. The girl thought that for sure she had never seen such a big piece of meat. Then she looked at him and thought that this man really defeated the ogre. Then she looked to the side and saw a huge crystal, asked if this was really the core of the dungeon. In response she heard that there was no need to worry, everything was still okay, there was time to collect the loot. The leader of the guild was shocked and could not believe that these monsters, causing so much trouble to her guild, were so easy to defeat, so senseless. Then she smiled and thought that this time the victory was won with blood and sweat. But then she looked to the side and realized that there was something else. She was surprised by the fact that the boss was standing in an apron and asked him questions. In response she heard that she needed to eat, to which she shouted that she was not going to eat. For some time, the guys talked, discussed that the boss was captured, they needed to eat, but this was monster meat and they were offered to eat this very meat. The cook did not understand what the girl meant. She was a little embarrassed and thought that this meat really looked so delicious. Just at that moment the young man was cutting it up and everything was not so bad. Because of this, she was completely confused. Then she slapped her face and thought that she needed to come to her senses. Had she really gone crazy, regardless of hunger? The meat looked delicious, but if you eat monster meat, you can expect 3 generations of failure, although this is just a rumor. She immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction, thought that she would go blind if she stayed here for at least a minute. She needed to escape, and shouted that she needed to collect magic stones, offered her without her. The cook looked at her in thought for a moment. Then he exhaled and said that she would have to eat it anyway, whether she wanted it or not. Then he continued cutting up the meat and said that for now it needed to be cooked. On his home planet most of the monster meat was simply stewed. But if you dive deeper in the taverns and inns where the travelers stayed, meat was always boiled in a magic cauldron in the center of the room, and people sat around it. Each of the travelers added their own ingredients, depending on what they caught. The meat stewed endlessly, it looked very appetizing. And now the guy extended his hand and said that since there were a lot of people, there was no guarantee that it would be tasty. But on the other hand, if you think about it, there is a line when the dish becomes tasteless. He smiled and also said that there was one but. He had some spices in his hands, and only he himself would make the meat, so he himself might not cook it well. Some time passed. The young man was still cooking, but it seemed he was already finishing. He poured some strange potion into a bowl. It seemed that the cook was a little tired. Then he turned around and asked if the girl would eat, because everything was ready, and she shouted from the bushes that nothing would happen. And then she heard that if she ate, she would become very strong, wasn't it? This was a specially prepared dish for such an ability. The girl came closer and said that she wanted it a little, but there was something that confused her. Then she came closer and said that it was impossible. She thought she would die when she cooked pancakes with green onions. The brunette immediately activated his ability to observe a person. He looked at her and saw that something had changed. Stinginess had been replaced by prudence. He smiled and thought that somehow stinginess had been replaced by prudence. It turns out that this person had grown up, refused a free opportunity to become stronger. Nevertheless, he came closer and asked if everything was okay. It would be better to eat, even if she did not like it, and immediately a question came why. The raid in the dungeon had already ended, but unfortunately it was necessary to do something else. The girl immediately asked why she was saying that. and the guy stood opposite and said that a gate with a chain would appear soon. When the sky had already begun to crack, the guy added that he thought that this was a fairly strong boss for a low-level dungeon, since it was connected to a high-level dungeon, and soon monster bosses would burst in through the gate. The girl was scared and asked why they had not said this before, but heard that it was of little importance. The cook came closer and said that there was one way to become stronger and survive the gate. Then he handed her his strange food and said that she needed to eat. The brunette was confused and even cried. Well, then she screamed at the whole district that she really needed to do this. Meanwhile, in the branch of the organization, people gathered in the corridor and were ready to storm. They were shouting that they needed to move faster, it was urgent. And so the soldiers sped up. They were met by a woman who shouted to the leader that there was a sign of a chain break at the E-class gate. He looked at her and asked how bad it was. In response, he heard that at least in. Then he closed his eyes and said that it was good that he put Yunhyun on guard. He should be sent to deal with the chain gate right now. The woman was surprised and said that they had a returnee. True, he frowned and replied that he admitted that he was a good guy, but he was not a member of the organization. Then they have such a bad system that they need to turn to outsiders for help. In response, he heard only an apology. The man also added that one should not forget that she has long been a lifeline for a large number of people. One cannot rely on the help of one Superman, and immediately received a question whether this person will be upset. He does not trust her anyway. Because of this, the man exhaled and said that he assures her this will definitely not happen. He will be disappointed if help does not come, and immediately received a question how one can be so sure of this. Her relationship with him is deeper than ordinary friendship. Then the manager raised his head and said that he will probably just watch this, cross his arms, and there will be no fight. This isn't his style. He likes to teach others, but not to get involved in anything himself. At that moment, it was quiet near the E-class gate. The same brunette heard something. He turned around and asked if someone was really discussing him right now. Then he turned to the girl again. At that moment, she was looking at the plate and saw something not very pleasant there. She thought that she just did not want to eat it. Nevertheless, she took a spoon and thought that she just needed to try it. And she immediately tried it. It was so island that tears immediately started flowing from her eyes. Because of this, the girl spat it out and screamed that it was very painful for her. And then she saw how this liquid was eating away the grass on the ground, and she poured it on the ground. How could you even eat this? But the cook stood before her eyes and waited for the girl to eat everything. She thought that she had just tried it. Then she lowered her eyes and thought that she definitely didn't want to eat it. But before her eyes was the question of whether it would help her. If she died while eating, then everything would be in vain. Because of this, the head collected her thoughts and thought that this man had prepared it, and she definitely needed to eat it all at once. The brunette even threw the spoon away so that it wouldn't get in her way. And then she began to eat straight from the bowl. She thought that she would eat it even if she died right now. If she just ate it, she would become stronger. Of course, the main character was shocked when he noticed this. Then he imagined the crack and thought that the organization must have already noticed that the chain gate exploded. They must hold out until the garrison arrives, and if they hold out, then everything will be fine. True, the brunette thought that she would not hold out and was already exhausted. Drops of sweat were running down her face and neck, and her thoughts were about how it seemed that they got into every cell of her body, and her gaze was so empty, it was not clear how to endure this. Everything around immediately became so calm. What a feeling, as if time slowed down. What a flash, did she really die? But then the main character's hands appeared in front of her eyes. He clicked and told her to come to her senses. Then he smiled and said that this was not the light at the end of the tunnel. The girl did not die. After which he took a step forward and added that he simply became more sensitive. Her concentration increased. He also introduced a fairy and said that black asparagus grown by dryads has an incredibly bitter taste, but has meditative effects that clarify the mind. High-ranking priests ate it with pleasure from where he came from. He also introduced hellish hell. This is a root that lives only in hell, has the effect of igniting impurities from the whole body. Well, the last ingredients were meat. Ogre meat adds the main nutrients that this dish lacks. Brightness, trance. They say that when a person concentrates as much as possible, everything around becomes slower. Therefore, the guy came even closer and said that just like now, if you develop this ability well, you can calmly control these feelings. This dish awakened him for a while. And the girl, meanwhile, was in complete shock. For some time, the guys discussed that, of course, in order to independently achieve such an effect, a lot of training will be required. The young man smiled and added that having experienced this, will it not be easier for her later? And the head listened attentively to him when he said that it was necessary to remember this feeling well. She was even a little embarrassed when she heard that he was not pretending when he said that she had a good ability. He really does not understand why the First Order does not respect her. On this note, the girl thanked him and looked at the beautiful sunset. The sun was really already setting. and suddenly something began to happen there. Yoonhyung ran there, and Reason arrived, and already at the place, it was the Black Hawk of the First Order. A man in glasses was sitting nearby. Drones were under his command, and the man replied that if he kept this speed, then in 4 seconds he could kill 2 ogres. It was an engineer and commander of the Second Order. His drones were moving right above the monsters. It seems that they are the main monsters of this gate. No attack should be allowed. I wonder if they can be beaten somehow. There was one daredevil, but they broke 5 of his ribs. Then the young man took out his sword and said that it was several years ago, and he tried to attack from behind. Suddenly one of the monsters turned and noticed him, and immediately managed to dodge, but was nevertheless wounded like the second monster. The young man let go of the eyed hand, then landed and said that he wanted to understand what type of dungeon this was. In response, he heard that according to the analysis of this genius, the type of these chain gates looks like a siege and destruction. His companions also looked at the map and said that this is the type that can boast of extreme complexity. Monsters pour in as if they surround the boss area, and it seems that the head of the Red Tiger Guild was there. Even if she returned with her, it still cannot guarantee survival. Nevertheless, the guy jumped up and ran there. He also frowned and said that it would be nice if the returning boss took care of this, but then he was interrupted and said, is it not a matter of whether the people from the guard die or not? The guy kept running and said that immortality is better, they are also citizens, and he heard that it turns out he has become kinder. Finally, the hero arrived at the place. He raised his head and saw something strange. In front of him was a huge monster, and it was unclear whether it was real. The main character stood below and shouted that it was necessary to watch the enemy's movement, like in a game of chess, to think through your moves in advance. And the girl fought with this monster. She was shouted that she should not get carried away with the fight. Everything can become a weapon, although she pursued only one goal, to survive. The monster immediately swung it to hit her, and behind him was another monster who wanted to smash her head at the same moment. The girl tensed up and jumped away from the tree root. Then she turned in the air and was able to dodge the attack. The young man saw this and thought that this could not be. He looked at the battle of the guild leader and said that this is the same low-level hunter who came to them, and now she is fighting 2 ogres at the same time. Then he raised his head to the drone and asked if this is really the same concentration. What is it? His comrade at that moment was watching from the side and replied that this is a mental ability. It can be used anywhere. It looks like a high-speed accident, but there was fuel economy. She fights better than he thought, right? The boy exhaled and said that she really is good. But the main character below looked at it like a movie and said that the jump should be done faster and at the same time climb onto the shoulders and also add a slope to the right. His student sat to the side and wondered if all this was really thanks to the advice of the one who had returned. At that moment, he was hidden by the drone's shield, and his thoughts were that this person was completely relaxed. Now was the time to strike. However, the brunette looked at him sharply and smiled, thereby surprising the boy very much. He turned to the drone and whispered whether he was using the shield correctly, because it seemed like they were looking at him, and in response he heard that they were using as many as 4 pieces now. The hero looked at the cook again and asked if this was true. After all, this corresponds to an advanced level of stealth. Is this really some kind of monster? But his comrade continued to watch the girls battle and said that based on the situation, it seemed that the monster was training this 3-weed hunter. Let him fight alone. You cannot interfere with this. Because of this, the boy stood up and said that he understood everything, so he would do it. Then he turned around and thought where else was something. A huge crowd of monsters appeared in front of him, and the question is, does it really want to show its strength? Of course, this team began an operation to destroy the enemy. In 2 they managed to destroy all the counts, and finally the guys appeared from the gate. These 2 were able to destroy the core and return back as a full team, though the girl was unconscious, and the hunter and the returnee successfully completed the task. After some time, the girl woke up in the hospital. She had a strange hospital ceiling on her, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she thought that this was a rather unfamiliar place for her. Then she jumped up and said that at the end she fainted. She only remembers how she fought these monsters in a trance. Memories immediately began to pop up in her head, but at some point she got too carried away and fell out of reality. She is even a little embarrassed by the fact that everyone fought well. Finally, someone attracted her attention. The girl turned around. The curtain jerked sharply and the secretary came in, looking at her in surprise. It turned out that he had been next to her all this time. The young man began to shake her and ask if it was true. She was in pain, and it was unclear what had happened. When the boy handed her the phone, he said that it was a very large sum of money that had been transferred to the guild account from the organization. Now everyone was stunned. The letter said that in recognition of her contribution to the operation to destroy the gate and hard work on the contract mission, they were transferring 10 million won. The girl was very surprised and shouted how many zeros there were. Now she could not worry about money. In response, she heard that the secretary did not understand what the girl had done. In the meantime, she grinned and replied that the count had won again, clearly proud of herself. The secretary turned around and grinned and said that it was all thanks to the one who had returned, thereby angering her a little. The girl sighed and said that she had received a lot of praise from the teacher and had increased her level. Would that be enough? He thought that the promotion from master to teacher was cool. He assigned a man and said that he had heard that the doctors had also tried. The muscles were torn. When everything healed, she would become even stronger, and all under the guidance of this man. The girl was literally blazing with energy and said that she could not wait. She wanted to start practicing right away. As soon as everything healed, she wanted to fight more. The young man added that this was good, but she needed to calm down a little. Why so excited? The ward was common, so they asked to be theirs, but the guys were discussing that if they went to the dungeon now, they thought she would become even stronger. She wanted to increase her level. She wanted to enter the dungeon as soon as possible. Suddenly the curtain moved aside. A nurse entered and said that this ward was designed for 6 people, we need to be quieter. There was a dialogue between them, that maybe he wants to move to a single room, and the girl said that it costs money, a waste, and in that case be quieter, said that she understood everything. Her abilities again changed to stinginess. At that moment, the cafe was quiet and calm. The protagonist was sitting over a cup of coffee and reading a newspaper. He drank his favorite drink and carefully studied all the contents. It was written there that the successfully destroyed gate of Sectora and the crystal were also destroyed. Also, muscles and the organs are entering the organization in large quantities. The development of artificial muscles for combat equipment is gaining momentum. The tests are going well. A large contribution from a member of the First Order Union. Also a large contribution from the head of the guild, and the Red Tigers were encouraged and awarded. The cook read all this and thought that it was not even such a big deal, and she already wanted to put up a monument to him. It's amazing. Then he put the newspaper down and said that he thought the girl would be busy leveling up, so she would not have time for a monument. After which the cat came up to him and said that all the preparations were finished, visitors would come tomorrow, and he said that this was good. And the droplet at that moment was busy washing the windows. His specialty is sticky cleaning. He uses his body as a sticky material to absorb dust. The brunette smiled and told him that this was also a good job. Then he looked out the window and added that everyone would work well today. On the same day, a sign appeared on the door that the restaurant was open today. The girl got ready and shouted that she was going there right away. She didn't even answer the question of whether she wasn't supposed to rest. Some time passed. People gathered on the street near the cafe. One of them was the hunter of Sector A, Kim Chansik. He looked at the other hunters of Sector A and said that it was time to conquer this terrible pancake with seafood and green onions and complete the strange culinary test. Then he put his hand in his pocket and added that they should use all their knowledge to put an end to this bloody battle. And then he pulled out a bag from his pocket. It would be his weapon, the quack, the hottest pepper on the Scoville scale, the galactic ripper powder, all 5 stars in spiciness. At that moment they were wearing jackets that are used in polar regions to fight the cold, 4 stars in cold protection. Finally, this bag of pepper was opened, and everyone immediately poured the contents into their mouths. It was a complete absorption of doping. After which the animated guys went towards the restaurant and shouted that they had to win a pancake with seafood and green onions. But suddenly one of them stopped and noticed something. There was a sign that said that the exotic challenge of everyone's favorite first season was over. The second season of the exotic challenge starts today, and to pass it you have to eat hellfire soup. This news, of course, really upset the guys. Meanwhile, inside, the main character continued to cook this soup and said that Quack was running around. He smiled and said that firstly, he sold too much of it. It is abnormal to eat the same food all the time. Resistance may appear, which will reduce the effectiveness, and the diet itself becomes unbalanced. Opposite was a blonde man who asked how so. On his planet he ate only lamb steaks, and for a whole month he had diarrhea. Then the boss raised his head and asked if his mother had not taught him not to be picky about food, and he answered that does he look like a person who listens to his mother. The blonde turned and said that it looked very spicy. The brunette continued to stir and said that it really was very spicy. After all, it was hellfire soup, 3 red stars, so the blonde said that he thought that the effect of it was magnificent and asked what was special about it. The boss answered that isn't it important for a modern person to remove everything harmful from the body? It has the effect of burning all types of waste, for example, smoke, nicotine, heavy metals accumulated in the body. The cook also added that ogre meat is the best tonic. It is great for improving blood flow and relieving fatigue. The question immediately came up whether this was an advertisement. When the blonde turned back, he asked where such a result comes from. In the background, meanwhile, the cat continued to sweep, and the imprisoned hunters were sitting in the bags. The boss looked at them and asked if Koreans like spicy food. He thought it suited their taste very well. One of the guys was literally barely holding back tears and said that what he had just eaten was very spicy. He had eaten a lot of red pepper, but this was the hottest dish. The boss was a little confused by this and said that if these people gave up after the first spoonful, there would be many portions left. The blonde came closer and said that this was the right decision in today's reality, and then he went the other way. He approached these guys and said that he had important information for them. They asked again. The waiter raised his hand and said that the boss had conveyed that this stew has excellent nutritional and tonic properties. Then he introduced the man and added that this means that the nutrients penetrate the body of the enemy and reduce the likelihood of malnutrition or weakness throughout the body. That's news. After which he bowed and added that it was also good for men's health. The guys immediately started shouting, "Is it really good for men?" Their ropes literally started to break at the same moment, and the garbage bag was also torn. When the prisoners stood up, the cat was horrified by what was happening around. But the hunters themselves were shouting that this was a declaration of a new war. Then they sat down abruptly, and they raised their hands so that they could get their order. They ordered 1 bowl of hellfire soup. The boss meanwhile was shocked by how cleverly the waiter had tricked them. Finally, Kapla brought the last portion of soup. The blonde came closer to his boss and whispered that these were stupid people. That's why it worked with them. They used to be frogs. He heard that it was very tasty, and in response he heard that he didn't know. He only lived through those times. The blonde started laughing and added that he wasn't sure if it was of any use for this. They wouldn't get stronger anyway. But there was one thing. The brunette scratched his head and said that it really could be strengthened. He presented a small diagram and said that there is yin and yang, and 5 elements. The spicy taste is yang. It symbolizes warmth and masculinity. This dish combines the masculinity of an ogre and a spicy taste, creating a strong yang energy. At this point, the waiter was a little confused. Meanwhile, the guys continued to eat and said that it was very spicy. Although strength was appearing, there was more and more of it. The surprised guy asked again, and the main character answered that there would be quite a lot of strength. The worker immediately took off his apron. He threw it aside and sat down at the table, said that he wanted to eat a plate of this fiery soup. He also added that he was done for today, so he asked to treat him like a guest and bring him a plate quickly. At that moment, the door to the cafe opened. The brown-haired man entered and did not understand what was happening. There were people sitting behind the counter who were barely coping with the task of eating soup, especially the blonde who scooped it up with a spoon and shouted that it was very spicy, but was going to eat it all, become stronger and more courageous. Then the guy came up to the main character and asked what it was and whether this dish really had such an effect. If so, then it would be in great demand. The brunette leaned towards him and said with a smile that the truth was a lie. He introduced the hunters and said that the skin would become cleaner due to the removal of sweat and toxins, but the whole effect was an increase in concentration and relief of fatigue. According to the theory of yin-yang and the elements, this is good food for women because it fulfills the lack of yang energy, and immediately the question came, did he really lie then? The cook exhaled and said that he simply did not want to look at how his employee looked down on everyone. Schott thought about it, said that this was quite understandable my reason. Then he smiled and added that in any case he could not pass by his new dish, and asked to bring him a plate. The main character smiled and agreed. So the evening came. Suddenly someone put a bag of milk on the table. It was the same blonde who couldn't finish it and said that he didn't understand why this was happening. He even ate 4-star dishes, but couldn't cope with 3-star dishes. The main character stood in front of him and just watched with a smile. Then he raised his head and thought that he knew why this was happening, but didn't want to tell him. At that time, all the guys around were practically unconscious. No one had finished the soup. So the second season of the exotic Hellfire Soup Challenge began, and the number of people who completed this challenge was still 0. Several days passed. One night there was thunder, lightning, and heavy rain. Inside and in the cafe set, the main character is a droplet and an upset cat. The cat lowered his head and said that it was raining. In response, he heard that it was promised in the weather forecast. But he was upset by the fact that opposite him lay a raincoat and rubber boots of a girl. From this, he could barely hold back tears. The brunette noticed this and thought that it was already lunchtime. Probably everyone was worried about what was happening. Suddenly the door opened. The guys raised their heads and looked to the side. Then a man in a cloak entered the room. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked what this man was doing. And the man took off his hood and said that Yunha's abilities had awakened. And then he looked at them with a serious look. Meanwhile, in the underground bunker, so that the apartment was quiet and calm, there was a meeting in the president's office. The man told the director that he wanted to ask if he knew the difference between an awakened person and an ordinary person. He asked again in surprise. Then the director introduced the awakened person and said that the difference here is whether there is a core in the body that collects magical power. The man leaned over and said that this is true and asked what about leveling up. In response, he heard that it is determined by the amount of preparation and victories over monsters, to which he said that such an increase happens very rarely. Then he introduced many people and said what the possibility of the very beginning is. That is, when there are no abilities yet. For example, wouldn't it be great if he was like the blonde guy who was among the 100 most capable in the world? And this man continued to leaf through the questionnaire and said that he wanted to know if a third-rate hunter could become a first-rate hunter overnight. If this were his report, he would send him to the Arctic. The director replied that the Arctic was too far away. He also said that perhaps the girl's data was just not very reliable yet, while the other looked at her questionnaire. The director looked down and asked if he personally knew the head of the guild. In response, he heard that no. Then he would remember such outstanding abilities. Concentration is one of his compatible abilities. He literally played out the girl's fight in his head while he said that she could save her strength. It was interesting. Let the Red Tiger Guild concentrate on the upcoming work. He wanted to watch her. The director thought that he could not believe that he really liked the head. Nevertheless, he answered that everything was clear to him and said that he would do something. But then he was interrupted and said that they still wanted to ask him something personally. The man tapped his finger on the table and said that according to the current results of the study, the one who returned seemed to be a reliable person. And before his eyes appeared the questionnaire of the main character. Then the question was asked whether he thought so. Where is the director? He exhaled and thought that, as expected, this was more important than the head. He frowned and concentrated. And then he looked up and said that he thought he could be trusted. His charisma was amazing, and he did not even know what the limit of his ability was. Slowly you can become dependent on him. Because of this, the man grinned and asked what about the director. He was a little confused and answered that it was difficult to leave a person without super protection, whom both the organization and the state could not touch. Because of this they lose control. You need to be ready for anything. The young man lowered his head and answered that this was indeed the case. Then it was time to choose, and immediately received a counter question. Because of this, he had to explain that as the president of the organization, who doubts and wants to control everything, as a teacher who overnight turned a third-rate hunter into a first-rate one. He looked up and said that he would even trust him with his child, and all this was said by the president of the organization, Ju Hyokjin, but the director was no longer listening to him, thinking only about whether the president really has a child. Then he lowered his head and asked who in his opinion would win. The guy thought about it and answered that maybe it was because he had previously carefully sorted out everything, did not understand the saying that no child can defeat a parent. He even got a little upset and said that now he understands everything. Meanwhile, the cafe was quiet and calm. The main character was sitting and studying some information. His photographs showed dilapidated, flooded and frozen cities, after which he handed the photographs back to the agent and said that when a child wakes up, he roughly understands what this means. Then he stood up and said that there was one but. He looked at the brunette and asked who it was in front of him, and the woman said that her name was Baeksanyang, Yuna's mother. Then the brunette was surprised, and the woman meanwhile raised her head and asked how this man knew about her and if she wanted water. If we dive a little into history, then she is an important representative of a large Korean company, the founder of the first generation. The incident with the appointment of her granddaughter as the successor of the company caused a storm in the world. Nevertheless, she headed this company, and even more shocked by the news of her marriage. Her husband became a professional gamer and president of the Cyberdyne company, currently the president of ISAC. And so the main character stood in front of this woman and said that it must have been hard for them to hide the girl's real last name. In response, he heard that of course, because this is her father. After which the brunette looked around and thought that he guessed about this when the child was provided with security from the First Order. But the parents turned out to be more influential than he thought. So now he raised his head and said that he wants to know why they personally came here. The woman smiled at him and said that this man supported her child, so she wanted to meet him, and she also had a request that she would like to voice in person. The young man was a little wary and asked if it was because of the girl's ability, and her mother smiled and said yes, she did not want it to sound like a stream of creation, but she asked to teach her. The protagonist was a little confused and asked what she could teach her. The woman then raised her hand and said that he had experience in teaching two people a mysterious restoration technique that cured another hunter, and thought that he was ideal for the role of a candidate to whom she could entrust her child. From this the brunette thought that he even felt somehow awkward. Then he exhaled. He raised his head and said that he agreed. He would not crucify himself. In response, he immediately received a question whether he agreed. Then he put some kind of tablet on the table and said that he did not know what these people had found, but there was something else. He smiled and said that before asking him for anything, you need to eat something, and on the tablet it was written about that very hellish soup. The brunette was clearly confused when she heard the question whether she was ready. The fact is that she is the third in the generation of the company's owners and is used to eating in restaurants. Her grandfather was the first founder, who was born into a family of a poor farmer. He carefully tried to hide his past with current wealth and thus accustomed his descendants to this. Because of this, the woman is especially obsessed with tasting, which she does in any free time. Her grandfather believed that the most important thing is good nutrition. He raised her as someone who would try possible exquisite dishes, which haunted her all her life. Even as a child, the girl tried most of the most delicious delicacies in the world. It seemed that she could no longer be surprised by anything. At some point, sitting in a restaurant, she put down her fork. Then she exhaled and simply turned away. No food caused her admiration. The cooks were indignant. However, fate brought her to the main character's restaurant. Finally, she was served that berry soup. The girl was shaking and did not want to try it and asked if this was really food. Well, the cook just stood in front of her and waited for her to start eating. The mother of his student raised her head and said that the dish was quite aggressive. In response, she heard that it was the first time she heard such an assessment, and she definitely did not want to eat it. The thoughts were about how it does not matter what an outstanding chef prepared it. The dish becomes a dish only when it is eaten, but this dish causes other emotions. As if a rocker was standing in front of her and shouting whether he will lose or eat it, and the thoughts were as if she was told this, too strong an argument. When the woman looked at the plate, she saw spicy steam, like lava, penetrating right into her eyes. How can you eat something like that? It is very spicy. And there were also thoughts about the blonde she had met recently, and it was obvious that if she lost, she would lose face just like him. Then it was decided to put the spoon down on the table and that this should not happen. She had a whole plan to overcome the crisis. The first point, if this cannot be avoided, then you can try to negotiate. So the woman raised her head and said that she was grateful for the opportunity, but she thought that food had nothing to do with it and asked if money would do. Her capitalist smile was level 99. Money is an excellent negotiating tool. If the issue is still not resolved, then most likely the amount was insufficient. The brunette thought about it and thereby surprised her. Then he smiled and said that it was too boring, without unexpected turns, so he refuses. Here he surprised her even more than before. The young man raised his hand and said that if everything could be solved with money, it would be boring, wouldn't it? As if he told her that she was not interesting enough. The girl immediately jumped up and shouted, "What about threats?" Because the second point was, in order not to get your hands dirty, you can use your connections. Then she pointed her hand at the guard and said that he was a regular customer here. You could use competent subordinates at the right time, and this was the greatest advantage. But the cook again refused and said that he did not agree. Then he exhaled and replied that if a woman does this, others will do the same, but this is not impressive, right? He also added that there is nothing to think about. If she does not eat this, their conversation will be over, and thereby led the brunette to a dead end, made her think what will happen to her if she eats this. She had the ability to foresee, maybe look a little into the future, which the woman decided to use right away. Let's go back to her youth. No one knew, because the girl did not go out into the world then. But in fact, there are also awakened high level, who have combat training, know that she can trust only herself, and always need to improve herself. She was able to meditate easily, and her ability to bring her short term almost always helped her in her personal life. When a woman looks into the future, no one around understands what is happening, as if she is just sitting at the table. But in fact, at that moment in her head there is a picture of a girl screaming that she is very acute and thinks that this should not happen under any circumstances. However, opposite is a cook who does not agree to a different outcome. The main character at that moment smiled and understood that the woman would eat everything. After all, a picture of the blonde eating soup flashed in his eyes, and thoughts that he had previously eaten a 4-star dish, but could not even finish it and was very upset about it. But there is also the head of the guild, who ate everything under fear of death. She was very diligent. At some point, she even picked up the plate and began to drink directly from it. In other words, success or failure is determined by something else. And this is the despair that the brunette has now come to. Just at that moment, the woman exhaled. Then she raised her hands and tied a ponytail, said that sometimes even knowing that she will lose, you have to act. Finally, her hair was ready. She frowned and said that she had to accept the fight at any cost. A security guard came up to her and said that he did not know if everything would be okay because this soup looked very spicy. The chairwoman exhaled and said that everything was fine. They needed to start wearing glasses like their father immediately after that she received an offer to leave there. But nevertheless, the girl's mother took a spoon and said that she did not understand. Did she really look like a person who gave up? Then she raised her hand and added that she could not miss the opportunity to give the best education to her child. After all, this is her favorite daughter, and only these thoughts warmed her soul at that moment. The first portion was already on the spoon. This dish made her tense, but nevertheless it ended up in her mouth. Tears immediately flowed from her eyes, and the screams were only about the fact that it was very spicy. The guards no longer knew how to help their boss at that moment. Nevertheless, the woman tried to fight back her tears and thought that she simply had to eat it. At some point, she also picked up the plate. She raised it higher for convenience and continued eating one spoon after another. It was obvious that it was very difficult for her, but the cook was pleased. He smiled and thought that if so, the battle was over. Some more time passed. The cat sat in horror to the side with the droplet and watched this strong girl. The guards were also watching her. Everyone was shocked because the plate was empty. The chairman's face was incredibly red from the sharpness, but the question immediately did she really eat everything? It can't be. Is this water enough? The main character stood opposite and thought that the second factor of success is stress. I imagined the human brain and thought that the spicy taste is pain. The brain, which feels pain, reflexively produces endorphins. They temporarily reduce pain and at the same time stress. In other words, for people who usually experience stress, spicy soup hellfires are like a means of stress relief. The guy smiled and thought that this is why people who do not experience stress cannot finish it, because the spiciness kills them, and so it was with the previous hunters. Then he looked at her and activated his ability, thinking that compared to them, this girl is different. While she was trying to cope with her emotions, information appeared above her that she has an ability, short-term foresight, quality, motherly love, self-esteem, and anomalies are precisely a state of stress, accumulated stress of the company's chairman. This is not a joke. After that, the guy put the dishes on the table and said that he had prepared it for dessert. He smiled and asked the woman if she would recognize what kind of dish it was. But she smiled and said that she would not do it anymore, she would not be able to eat anything. At that time, there was still a sign on the street with information about the second season of the Exotic Challenge, and the number of those who had completed the second season was 1 person. Even the sun seemed to shine even brighter that day. A couple of days passed. Little Yunho was brought to a restaurant and she was having a good time with Kitty. The girl was having fun and said that now they can play together every day, and her friend was obviously happy with it too. At that moment, the main character was standing on the second floor and thinking about something. He was standing near the room and thinking that he could give it to the baby, but there was something that bothered him. Suddenly, someone came up to him. It was a droplet that took him by the leg and seemed to be thinking about the same thing that the guy himself was thinking. Then he picked it up and agreed. Smiles appeared on their faces, and the brunette said that they needed to buy more furniture they would choose together. Downstairs, he was met by a security guard who handed him a card. The brunette looked at it and asked if this was the same legendary black card. An exclusive card for their organization was right in his hands. After which the cook picked it up and asked if he understood correctly that it was for buying furniture, but in response he heard that of course not, you can take any furniture from the store without free. He also explained that the card could be perceived as a small token of gratitude from the chairwoman, and then the brunette was confused, said that the card had suddenly become very heavy. Nevertheless, he put it in his pocket and said that usually they didn't show so much attention to him, but it was impolite to refuse, so he would accept it, and the guard said that he was grateful to him for this. He would be very worried if he refused. The cook came closer and embarrassedly said that it was nice to receive something like this. The rulers of his planet made them work all day without pay, and thereby greatly surprised this man. The protagonist remembered how he worked there and said that how Taras the king asked him to teach his son fencing for free, said that since he was a warrior, he should do it out of a sense of duty, and then he heard in response that the chairman at least observed the labor code, to which he said that he could convey his gratitude to her. The guard raised his head and said that in that case they should go to the store, and the cook replied that he needed to change clothes. You can't go there looking like that, right? But the brunette was a little confused and said that there was no dress code for VIP guests. Nevertheless, the young man began to shout that there was one for him. He did not want to attract attention to himself. Then the security guard said something strange, called him powerful, immediately receiving a question about what it meant. The man imagined the guy in a tracksuit and explained that some people deliberately dress sloppily so that they had a twist. I heard that people like it. But the main character shouted that he did not like it. He was still embarrassed by the fact that he was generally treated as a VIP client. Because of this, the security guard turned away and said that this person was not just powerful, but also delicate. After some time, they finally arrived at the furniture store. Inside there were various exhibits and goods for sale, including children's furniture. There were also clothes on some shelves. The guys walked there and discussed that the baby was arranging her room for the first time herself, and it was very exciting. She picked up the picture she had drawn and said that that's why she drew the room she wanted, and immediately received a comment from the cat that it was very cute because he was drawn there. The brunette thought that it was too much of everything. The kitten came closer to the picture and said that there was one but. There was no bed in the room, there was only a sofa, but it turned out that it wasn't even a sofa, but a cat bed, which the little girl had drawn. She had drawn a room for the cat. So he had to upset her a little, and through clenched teeth tell her that of course it was a very cute room, but it wouldn't suit her. After which the cook stroked his head and said that they needed to arrange a room for the girl, and she asked again in surprise. Then Mila smiled and said that a bed and a table would be enough for her. The thing is that her mother had everything, but at the same time nothing, and she was raised by a father who considers efficiency and practicality to be the main values. Because of this, the main character raised his hand and said that then it is possible to do so. If you want to live in the same room with a kitten, then they will furnish it together. It was clear that both the baby and the cat were very happy, and the cook raised his head and said that he completely trusted them in this matter. Nearby stood a security guard who listened to all this and broke into a smile. Finally, the kids turned around and ran for furniture. They were so happy. And then the security guard approached the main character and said that the search for furniture would take a lot of time. Maybe he could feed them, but he replied that this was a store. First let him look at everything, and then they would eat. He also stroked the droplet on the head and said that they needed to figure everything out. In response, he heard that he understood everything. They could go their separate ways and then meet here. Finally, the security guard followed the girl and added at the end that he would look after them, so he wished the guy a good time, and the young man thanked him in return. Suddenly, the man wanted to say something else, that someone apparently had some business. The protagonist was clearly confused and thanked him for his concern. Then he turned around and added that it seemed like someone was looking right at the back of his head. He also asked why not stop spying on him, and a human village appeared there. It was Alistair, barely holding back her tears. The blonde came closer and called him bad, and the brunette asked why they had to meet again. He threw up his hands and asked if they hadn't broken up forever before. What did he do to deserve this? But the girl started screaming that she didn't understand the essence of the question. What did she do to deserve this? Maybe she should remind him about the children. He had slime on his shoulder. Was he really making fun of her? Everyone around heard this and began to discuss whether the guy really divorced the elf, took over their guardianship and abandoned them for the slime. Simply amazing. The young man came closer and whispered to her to speak more quietly. You can't come to the store with weapons. But the blonde continued to shout. Does she really want to deceive the elf? Not a word about children. At least put everything in the inventory, or is it collecting dust? They were standing in the middle of the shopping center and discussing that of course the main character neglected this, but he had already introduced him to two hunters. In response, he heard that he knew everything. One had a belt, the other a dagger. Well, is that not bad? And the girl shouted that nevertheless these two came to visit. The cook closed his eyes and said that this meeting was of no use to him. Artifact is not worth a few pennies. He bought it just in case. You need to be wiser, but there is one but. Therefore, he embarrassedly said that meetings and marriage are of no use. He does not understand her, asked her not to use such words, otherwise people will misunderstand, and the blonde continued to insult him. Finally, the guy couldn't take it anymore and started yelling back that she should agree because if anyone heard it they would think it was an accident. And the blonde was yelling that it was because this guy abandoned 500 elf children. The brunette got angry and said that it wasn't so, then ordered the droplet to jump on her and wash her mouth out, which he did. A second later, this droplet was right on her face, and everyone around stood and watched this whole spectacle, at the same time discussing the 500 little elves and saying that this man was an asshole. The main character was just in a budget, didn't know what to do with this situation, so he stood in the middle of the center and thought that he should pretend that he just didn't know her. However, then the guys moved to a coffee shop. The young man ordered food and drinks and said that he wanted to know what happened to the Crystal Valley workshop. The elf replied that first she wanted to ask herself, what is this man doing here? He raised his head and said that he came for firewood and tools. Instead of buying furniture, he could make it himself, and asked what an elf does here. The blonde waved her hand and answered with a question, smiling, and heard that a smile is not an answer. The guy was clearly angry and said that it was so elven. He didn't know what to say, and so he just smiled, and immediately received the answer that he knew elves as well as people, and it was infuriating. The elf turned away and said that she knew the old man who owned this store. She presented the tree and said that there was some kind of secret auction where only the old man's acquaintances could participate. Among the bots there was a sacred tree, the very world tree. After which a dialogue took place. The girl shouted that this man was an amateur, did not know that the world tree and sacred tree were different things. The world tree was something that was hard to find, and wanted to see at least a twig. The brunette thought that it was hard to tell everything apart. He already had 3 branches of the world tree. Then the girl waved her hand and said that she came to buy it. It looked like he came for firewood. She did not like what was happening. Everything looked like a dream, and immediately received the question why. She grinned and said that she had a membership, and raised a gold card, added that even if she recommended his candidacy, he would only be accepted in a year. Then the young man thought about it and thought that it was obvious. But nevertheless, he presented his black card, and it seemed that they told him that he could do whatever he wanted. After some time, the guys moved to somewhere where there was a huge aquarium. It was an underground secret auction house of the store. The guy looked around and said that it looked more like a cafe with an aquarium than an auction house, and in response he heard that he was a very suspicious auctioneer, ever imagined an auction with beautiful women. And while the droplet was eating potatoes, the young man replied that this is exactly what he imagined when they talk about a secret auction house. Most auctions in his homeland were exactly like this. Then he turned and asked what was wrong with her face, because the girl was sitting unhappy, and answered that she did not understand what kind of creature this was. Then she remembered how they went there, said that at the entrance they checked her card, but this person did not. People just let the suspicious person with slime on his shoulder through. But immediately the question came up why the girl was upset about this. The elf jumped up and started screaming that she missed the opportunity to see him embarrassed after the refusal, and again received the question, "What's wrong with that?" The brunette stood up and asked if it was because of this. He had a black card in his hands, which clearly surprised the girl. She pointed at it with shaking hands and said that it was the same card that was rumored. She also asked how he managed to do this. The cook answered if that was really what it was called. Judging by her reaction, apparently the reason was in her. The elf frowned and said that now she understood what kind of person this was. She jumped up and started shouting that this was the one who didn't even need to be checked for a card, with a black card, but no one knew him. So there was only one answer. The main character said that he didn't know what the answer was, but it would be wrong, and asked her to calm down. But the blonde didn't stop and said that he was right, adding that this was the chairwoman's secret son. It seemed that the main character was ready to hear anything except this, and the people around immediately started whispering. And then the elf adjusted her glasses and said that there had been rumors for a long time that the president had a child. 9 years had passed since his wedding. What did he think about it? All the evidence was there, but the Brett's thoughts were that it was just a lie. He frowned and turned to her. Then he raised his hand and said that if he were this man's son, he would be 9 years old now. Did he really look like a 9-year-old? Finally, the elf strained all her brain and thought carefully. Then she became embarrassed and asked if people really matured differently than elves, or if he had an aging curse. In response, she heard that it was better for her to talk less. It seemed smarter when she was just silent. So they did not chat near the aquarium for some time. It seemed to her that the guy was joking, so he did not add anything. And the fish just swam peacefully inside the aquarium. Finally, the auction began and the first lot was brought out. It was a painting depicting a forest. People began to compete for it and raise prices. At some point, the host raised his hand and said that one of the bids had won. After a while, there was a break and the guys went to eat again. The young man wiped away his tears and said that, of course, the paintings and artifacts were very good, but the auction for the right to manage an orphanage was so touching. Then he took out some kind of booklet and added that their sacred tree was also in this auction catalog. It turns out that this tree had a special story. The young man introduced the girl and said that this tree improves the air. The auction had problems with the bronchi, but having lost her husband, she put the tree up for auction for those who needed it more. Isn't that touching? He could barely hold back his tears and said that you need to be a good organizer to organize such an event, and the elf raised her head and said that she saw his face. But I don't know if he is a good person or not. Then she looked around and said that decent people had gathered here. She looked at the guys who were talking nearby and added that these people don't care about money. They are ready to invest in society. She thinks that's why there is a church atmosphere here, not an auction. Everyone gives things to those in need. Then she put her lemonade on the table and said that this is what she strives for. She frowned and added that the auction is the only way for her to become famous. He just needs to make furniture. Let him quit. The guy turned around and asked again in surprise, then said that he has 3 children, wants them to breathe healthy air. Does she really feel sorry for them? The blonde got angry and shouted that an amateur would not be able to cope with the sacred tree. And the cook exhaled and said that it could be done differently. He looked into her eyes and said that he would attract everyone's attention, and then she would have to make furniture. The girl asked again in surprise. But the guy then raised his card and said that in any case, if he wanted, he would win the auction, and let him understand what it was about. But doesn't she really want to earn points and experience? Now it looked like a deal between a millionaire and an ordinary worker, and the young man said that he would pay, and the elf should get experience and attention. For her it looked somehow unprofitable, because she would have to be free labor. But then something dawned on her, so the girl extended her hand and said that she agreed. She grinned and said that this could be done. This was a favorable condition. And the brunette grinned and realized that everything turned out the way he wanted. Then he extended his hand forward and said that he agreed. He looked into her eyes and said that she would have 3 days to work. He also frowned and asked if he really thought that he didn't know their Russian jokes. Since they live a long time, they stretch out the work for a long time. Somewhere around 50 years can do this. But he managed to beat her and said that she should not be offended, but it would not work with him, and the girl clearly got angry. Then she began to cry and scream that the cook knew the elves too well. Her scream about her bad luck could be heard even on the street. Some time passed. The guys moved to another place and were busy with the forest. Now work is underway here and on landscaping the territory. Even trees passed through the portal. At some point, the young man took one trunk and lowered it lower. Then he shook his hands and said that the only thing missing here was this tree. He raised his head and said that the forest that grew itself is something unreal. Gardening has reached a new level. Then a droplet poured into the water in the pond through the portal. Water comes here through the gate. Soon there will be a lake. And next to this lake at that moment a kitten and a girl were planting flowers. The main character added that he still loves it very much. Then he looked at the holy tree. He came closer and said that this is a sacred tree, and just standing next to it, the mind is cleared. Not for nothing it is considered holy. Then he imagined what will happen when the tree grows, and thought, wouldn't it be wonderful to read under such a tree? But furniture also needs to be made. Both are important. Then he clenched his fist and said that it was decided. He was determined and added that it needs to be multiplied, that everything will definitely be solved. All over the world, raising children is a difficult task. Every mother faces it. What needs to be done so that the child does not cry? What needs to be done so that he does not get hurt? What needs to be done so that he grows up healthy? Many parents face these questions and do not find the right answer. People from his planet found answers to them. It was like a bolt from the blue. If a child cries, a backpack cries again because he is weak, and all this will be solved if you make him stronger, turning him into a demigod. The main characters told this story to their friends and said that this idea was from people on his planet, but there was a problem. Introduced Korea and said that the author of this radical idea was the ruler, Gerald Renfro. Then the girl looked up and asked if this man had issued a decree. In response, she heard that the young man was surprised that she knew such words and confirmation of her question. The guy continued to talk about the common people and said that for the birth of the heir, the king created cooks, magicians, so that they would figure out how to make him stronger, and all these people tried at the same time. Then the girl asked what they were doing. And then the young man raised his hand and explained that in the end these people created a potion that would make the child stronger. When the child drank it, his body became stronger, and he no longer got sick and did not store. The kitten said that it was great, and the first time he heard about it, and the baby asked if the queen liked it. The brunette turned away and said that on the contrary, he did not like it. He got very angry and immediately asked why. When the guy presented a lot of gold, he said that firstly, the ingredients were very expensive, and then he heard that he had succeeded. But the cook presented the king again and said that secondly, the research took so much time that the prince had time to grow up, and there was no point in all this anymore. And he also added that the secret was in one book, and the book was in one corner of the royal library until someone found it. Just the main character once came across it, and completely by accident. And now he was standing in the cafe and saying that he wanted to try to cook it, but it would take a lot of time, so he needed to play upstairs for now, and the kids agreed. After that, the guy climbed into his inventory. He held out his hand and said that he didn't tell the kids this, but there was one but. He looked down and added that he had actually cooked a more amazing dish. The thing is that the king's dish is a good supplement for children, but in fact it is a fertilizer that accelerates plant growth, and its purpose was completely different. Finally, the guy took out the first ingredient and put it on the table. It was dragon scale. It is used for baby food, so this angered the king. He had a huge red fruit in his hands, and the scales were hard and thick enough to withstand a sword and magic. But nevertheless, our cook extended his hand and swung, and then with one blow he was able to cut these very scales. The brunette stood behind him and was very surprised when he saw this process, because there was a lot of dirt around. Indeed, from one blow of the cleaver on the scales, everything around flew apart. The energy of the sword is a whirlwind. You need to concentrate and increase your strength. When the main character chopped the scales, he looked at it and said that we need to move on further. He took out another item. It was the horn of the Leviathan. If you imagine this beast, then it is a dragon living underwater. He thinks there is no need to say that it is as hard as the scales of a dragon. Nevertheless, the young man chopped it well and said that this also needs to be finely chopped. Suddenly, something distracted him. The brunette came up to him and asked what this man was doing, asked him to teach him, and immediately a question came up about what we are talking about the dish. The guy then continued to chop the ingredients and they shouted at him that he just continued to notice everything. Is this cooking? But the cook was a little confused by these words. Then he pulled out his weapon and asked Bruno if Bruno really wanted to learn this. Then he swung and made one blow. What the boy saw shocked him. After all, the main character scratched the answer right in the air with his cleaver, and the boy started shouting why he didn't want to teach him. The cook exhaled and said that he didn't want to teach a child who addressed an adult as you, and thus shamed the boy. On this day, the announcement of the free super was still hanging at the entrance, but the ingredients for the new dish were already on the table. Dragon scales, parts of the Leviathan horn, and the bone of the Skeleton King. This cooking ended. The brunette saw all this and thought that these were precious things rather than culinary ingredients. This is how much everything costs. But the cook immediately poured it all into one vat and said that everything needed to be mixed and fried until done. And at the same moment he understood that the most difficult part was about to begin, and that made him tense, because now he needed to control everything, the power of the fire, the shaking of the dishes, and do it carefully enough. And at the same time, he needed to control the flows of magic so that his dish would turn out. The guy looked down and thought that he had thrown out everything unnecessary. He needed to improve the rest with the help of magic, and when repeating this over and over again, the difficulty increases. Then he frowned and thought that his assistants would have eaten it without any problems, but here he needed to make this little girl sit down. The thing is that her power is not so stable yet, but everything will get better soon, and now the girl is literally radiating energy in different directions. Some time passed. The brunette had already fallen asleep because he had done all the work. and there were very few ingredients left at the bottom of the cauldron. Finally, the main character exhaled and thought that the king's secret dish was ready. Evening had come. The brunette was sitting at the table and asking about ravioli, and he was wondering what kind of dish it was. And the cook was standing at the stove and saying that these were Italian dumplings and putting them on a plate. Then he picked up one dumpling and said that they were made of pasta dough with beef and cheese. After which a dialogue took place. The waiter asked if there was a difference between dumplings. The main character answered that in fact there was no difference if you look into their origin. Then ravioli came from Eastern dumplings that were brought by Marco Polo. These are Italian explorers of the 13th century, the author of a book on the study of the East. The main character also smiled and thought that he was too busy preparing flour, so it was hard for him to prepare another dish because he was also a person. And he held the plate forward. He served this dish to the kids and invited them to start eating. Then he picked up the spices and said that now the kitten and the girl will meet every 2 days, it will be necessary to sprinkle this dish with pepper. The little girl looked at him in surprise and asked if this is really a secret. And the young man shook the spices again and answered that yes, this is magic pepper that will take care of the growth of her body. The girl looked at him and thought that she also knew this look of many guests suffering from the cook's food, and immediately imagined these people. Then she lowered her eyes and thought that they just sprinkled a little pepper because so it probably tastes normal. At that moment, the kitten picked up the button and wished everyone a pleasant appetite. I heard the same from the droplet and the girl. And so the first dumplings were speared on a fork. The baby ate, the girl and the droplet, everyone was in shock. They began to spit and shout that it was not tasty at all. And the cat continued to eat and said that this dish had a very noble taste. Literally barely holding back tears, and added that it was both bitter and salty, reminded him of the desire for a piece of lead with a magical taste. And he also remembered his grandmother, thought that he wanted his grandmother to try it too, and the cook replied that she would recognize him. Then the girl turned around and asked if everything was okay, said that something was wrong with the cat's tongue or that he had argued with his grandmother. But he barely answered that by the standards of his planet it was excellent food, and immediately received sympathy from her in response. The brunette watched from the sidelines as the guys barely managed to eat it. Then he exhaled and thought that it was just a child, so it was not tasty for her, and he himself only learned the taste of strange food when he grew up. At that moment, the cook decided to study everyone through observation. He looked at the cat and thought that he had not changed. Kapelka had not changed either, but he had grown a little. Then he looked back and thought that the most important thing was the girl. She held these dumplings and said that they were very tasteless, but unstable. Amana returned to normal. Also, the chupik on her head began to shake. He thought that it was necessary to investigate what kind of magic it was and how it appeared. And he also remembered the mother of this girl and thought that at least it would not harm her. As the chairwoman was worried, it would be possible to use pepper somewhere else. Then the young man lowered his eyes and told the cat that he wanted to step away for a minute. Asked him to finish eating it all, he replied that he understood everything. And so the young man moved to their forest. He watered the trees in the past, looked after them. Blossoms had already begun to appear on the branches. This water should have been enough for it to continue. And the guy also picked up the pepper, said that he wanted to know what they would be like when they grew up. And he immediately sprinkled pepper on the plants. As soon as it reached the branches, something began to happen. The trees began to grow with incredible speed. Its trunk had grown 10 times, and Stalin's branches were much thicker. Now there was a full-fledged large tree in front of him. The effect was simply incredible. The surprised brunette looked at him and said that he had to call the elf in a few days to make furniture. Then he landed on the roots and said that he had found the furniture, the baby's magic had stabilized, everything was going well. So he could rest, and today had been a very productive day. Some time passed. The emergency recovery area at the airport was quiet and calm. The board showed flights in the arrivals area, and journalists gathered near the entrance. Finally, a man appeared there. One of the people stretched out his hand and shouted that he had finally appeared. A bald man in a cloak walked straight towards the reporters. He was wearing black glasses and was ranked 91st in the First Order, the Immortal Walt. The reporters ran up to him and shouted that this man had arrived in Korea too suddenly, asking why he was in such a hurry here. But then the man was pushed away by his hand. The man came close and said that he had come here to catch liars who do not keep their promises. The First Order rating is a simulation, and in this rating, the man fought against a superstar. For lower-ranked players, for high-ranking officials who are losing their place in the rating, losing is unprofitable, so the guys met immediately. Lower-ranked players prepare rewards for rating battles. For example, the blonde man prepared a sword and said that the reward is the Sword of Winter Malice. This will be enough. If he is scared, he can just run away. But the man stood opposite and kept silent. At that moment, the blonde pulled out his gun and said that no matter how muscular he was, everyone was equal before a gun, having returned from another planet. This man was full of confidence, having risen from 100th place to 92nd. It was this man who ended his winning streak. The bald man literally killed this man with one blow, but he did not receive the sword. After a while, he came to the office and heard that the blonde had gone on vacation. He was simply furious, shouting that he was sick or busy. He had an urgent matter with him. Now this man was on the verge of life and death. He found an excuse not to give him the sword, and now he was on vacation. Is this really true? The woman replied that such a thing exists. Then she imagined how she took out this guy and said that he was a helpless scum. If not for her boss, she would have thrown him out long ago. And the man thought that this had gone too far. It was necessary to look at his credit history since he was trash recognized by colleagues. Nevertheless, he came closer and asked, "Where is this bastard now?" The brunette turned and replied that she would like to apologize for the inconvenience, and again received the question, "Where is this question?" Meanwhile, the guy was in the restaurant. He was standing in the toilet and looking at himself in the mirror, saying that today he is such a handsome man. This was 10 minutes before the hunter arrived. The young man moved to the main hall, sat down on a chair and yawned, said that it was scary that he had been resting so much lately. Then he looked at the brunette and said that at one time he worked a lot of overtime to get 2 days off. Do they know why this is so? And in response he heard that he is older than him. Then Dell held his laughter and asked if, but this man participated in fewer missions. The brunette clenched his fist and said that he cannot do anything because his ability is still not activated. His rival continued to mock him and said that he does not hear what he is saying there. This is the loser who ended up in the hospital, right? And a squabble began between them, while their comrade was just drinking coffee in the background. He looked up and said that he didn't like this way of life before, but it got much better when the Black Hawk became the boss, and the cook emphasized that she didn't have much work now. The brown-haired man turned around and added that it was true. It was a rest now, it seemed. The all-metal heroes were working hard. He imagined the battle and added that after the last generation of monsters and thanks to the new material, they worked around the clock, so he was relatively free. The main character asked if it was good, but the guy turned away and said that of course it was good, but he was worried that there might be other problems. Meanwhile, a baby, a droplet, and a cat were sitting outside. They were just sunbathing and enjoying the weather. Finally, that same bald man appeared on the horizon. The cat noticed him and was very scared. The same door to the restaurant opened. The man flew in with incredible aggression and shouted that the blonde had been here all this time. He got scared and asked how he found him. But the hunter didn't listen to him, continued to get angry and shouted that he needed to give him his weapon, called him a swindler. His official code name is Unbreakable Diamond, but no one calls him that, so it's a shadow nickname. Another nickname was given to him by those who know his fighting style, immortal or zombie, because thanks to his ability to force a fight, he can withstand any attack, and his fighting strategy is to refuse to strike the enemy's bones. It all looks scary. And Bio, he is literally a zombie, but there is one problem. Although he looks very impressive, lack of strength to attack. Despite the fact that the man is definitely strong, to cover this disadvantage, he takes item farming very seriously. Although he was dealt with, the main character, who beat up their newspapers and asked the blonde why he needed this sword so much, let him give it to him, since he promised. And the man, like a child punished in the corner, said that it was right. But finally the cook exhaled. Then he came closer and said that he did not understand why the bald man made such a fuss about it. The guests were coming now. In response he received an apology. The blonde then raised his head and started shouting that he was too old to sit on his knees with his hands raised, and immediately received a question whether he really wanted to shame him. Did it seem to him? Or were the workers' hands dropping? Immediately the newspaper appeared in front of his eyes, and for some time the guys sat like that. The cook said that they were just thinking out loud and asked the brunette to follow him. Here he happily agreed. When the man turned, addressed the blonde and asked who the owner of this establishment was, he asked again in surprise. The hunter explained that he got excited as soon as he saw him and immediately pounced on him in the restaurant. But the main character simply extended his hand and reacted so elegantly, was able to subdue 2 members of the First Order, but cannot believe that he did it with a newspaper. Literally beat them and put them on their knees. The waiter grinned and replied that even this man did not know this, and even more so a citizen of Venice. And he added that he was a returned man, thereby surprising the hunter, who asked if it was true because this man was so strong. The bald man also turned around and asked why this guy was showing off so much, and he answered that he just worked here, and immediately received a question about how he combined this with work and in the First Order. At that moment someone was photographing the guys, and immediately there was a bright flash. It was the brunette who took a photo of them as a keepsake and said that it was nice to see him humble. The blonde said that he would get more from him after the punishment, and the bald man thought that it was a Black Hawk who was in 65th place. Why did he also work here? He looked at the cook and thought that the top 10 included those who had returned, and he had 2 employees from the First Order subordinate to him. He was only worried about the question of what the hell was going on in this Korea. And so the evening came. Finally, the guys were removed from the punishment, sat down at the table. The cook came closer and said that he had thought of something. Wouldn't it be easier to give him the sword, as he promised? But the blonde Yara refused and shouted that he didn't want to do it. Then he raised his hand and shouted that he couldn't, it was a sword that couldn't be given away. He immediately received a question about what kind, and shouted that it was given to him by a strange food god. It was clear that the main character was a little confused, and realized that this was the same god, asked if it was a nickname. The brown-haired man at that moment got up and asked why the blonde had risked such an important thing, and he answered embarrassedly that if he hadn't done it, he wouldn't have gone to the raiding match with him. Then he fell to the floor and started shouting like a child that he didn't know. He knew that he had to, but he couldn't give it to him. Then the bald man thought about whether it was worth taking the sword from this survey at all. Then the main character approached him and asked if he understood correctly who it was and was addressing him, asked what about something. Handed him the menu and said that they eat here, the restaurant has a challenge where you can win equipment, and surprised the hunter very much. Also smiled and asked that first you need to pay a registration fee, but this person will be released, you need to pass the challenge while there is an opportunity. And then the hunter thought about it, and the brunette stood in the background and smiled sarcastically. While the bald man looked at the menu, he thought that this is an exotic challenge, not such a bad offer, apparently it is not very tasty. Frowned and thought that he can change his mind, so we cannot miss this opportunity, while they were trying to come to their senses. Then the hunter raised his head and said that he agrees. He smiled back at the cook and said that this is a good decision. And the blonde then stood up and shouted 5252 and added that he always believed in bosses. Showed a thumbs up and added that he thinks everything will go well, this is the so-called Korean solidarity. But then gloves flew into his hands. The main character approached him and said that this is Korean solidarity, but he is not doing it for free, you have to understand that all this happened because of him. So he presented a fishing spot in his forest and said that starting today, he would work until 6 to decorate the fishing spot, and no complaints, and immediately threw him another scoop and a pot holder. The waiter picked up the gloves. Then he left there and said that it was bad luck. The next day, everything calmed down. All the kids gathered outside at the table and were ready to eat. But the girl suddenly turned around and saw something. There were some strange whiskers lying on the ground. She got up and asked what it was. Then she called the cook, he turned around. The little girl ran closer and asked if he knew what it was lying there, and heard that it was good luck. Then she handed this whisker to the cook. He bowed down and said that it was a lucky cat whisker, and a question came back immediately. The guy presented little kittens and said that, unlike ordinary cats, these ones shed little, their whiskers fall out even less often, that's why they say that it is good luck. He even put it in a jar and said that something good should happen now. The little girl thanked him and heard that now she could go and rest. Then a brunette came up to the cook and said, is it true, or is it like the existence of Sada? He nudged him with his shoulder and said that of course it was true. In response he heard that it was still a lie. He was not a child, he could not be fooled. But the cook exhaled and thought that he was a naive boy. He was deceived. Meanwhile, on the second floor in the room of the little girl and the cat, it was quiet. The girl was lying on the bed and looking at her phone. She thought what kind of luck would it be? She thought for a long time about not knowing which of these designations of luck in the dictionary suits her. For example, the first designation is something good that brings happiness. For example, the goddess of luck. The second designation is something that does not depend on human actions. What kind of luck will there be that depends only on the will of heaven, or fate? She was tormented by this question, and downstairs, cleaning and work were in full swing. The blonde man was washing the floors and could no longer cope with his fatigue. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and asked what luck was. He smiled and replied that it was something he didn't have, but wanted to have, and he also wanted to sleep. On the orders of the boss, he had been cleaning the fishing spot all night. The girl was upset and thought that this man was no help to her. She didn't even know who to ask. But then she saw a hunter sitting next to her and doing something. He was still trying to eat that soup, and he was cursing very loudly. In her eyes he looked like an octopus. The little girl came closer and asked the man if it hurt him, and he could barely hold back his tears and said that he was sad. No, it was because the soup was very spicy, but he still had 20 approaches left at that moment. A dialogue took place between the guys. The girl decided to ask him what luck was, and in response she heard that in most cases it was a trick of scammers. A return question was immediately received. The uncle raised his head and said that people who are trying to deceive often say this. You shouldn't believe those who talk about luck, especially guys like this one. And he pointed to the blonde man standing next to him. Then he got angry, and the girl thought that apparently the uncle still hadn't recovered from the injuries inflicted on him by this man. Then she put a glass of milk on the table for him. She bowed and said that she wished him a speedy recovery, and the man turned around and said that he didn't know where she came from, but thanked him. And then a napkin was applied to his lion. The blonde said that he was sorry that this was happening. He was incredibly angry and said that the man had come all the way to Korea for him, and now they were wiping his underwear. This man got even more angry and started shouting that there is a saying here, you fart from anger, and another shouted that she was suffering here because of him. Does he really not know what it is like? And to which the bald man replied that despite his appearance, he graduated from a prestigious university. The girl was standing nearby and listened to all this in shock, thought that it seemed that these people did not get along with each other. Then she looked out the window and thought that for sure she could ask the cook again. Before that, the courier was standing and saying that of course there was a lot of water. Thanks to the gates and the tree there was enough water, so she could use as much as she wanted. But then he picked up the receipt and said that we need to look at the numbers. This was only the water bill, thereby embarrassing the owner of the establishment. The guy remembered the lake and tried to justify himself by saying that he washed a lot of dishes, but this answer did not satisfy him, so he said that he washed a lot. And the little girl continued to watch all this, thought that it seemed that the cook was busy. Then she turned around and heard that this is exactly why the blonde man was an idiot. There at the table sat O'Keefe and Jihyun, discussing that every night this man cleans up the fishing spot, and the girl replied that it was a pity for this kind man. And this time the little girl thought that these two were chatting so happily. Usually they look angry, but never talk to them. Maybe it's all because these guys cleaned up the aftermath every time after going out to the instigator of the accident, and now they look quite calm. So the girl came up and greeted them. The woman turned around first. She smiled and wished her good morning, and then asked what happened. In response, she heard that she wanted to ask them something, and asked what she was interested in. The girl came closer and asked what luck is. The woman raised her hand and said that it is winning a big lottery, and imagined replenishing her account. But the young man immediately closed her mouth and said that luck is when you have something good for no reason. The little girl thought about it, even asked again. And the young man leaned closer and said that, to put it simply, everything he does turns out well, everything he wants comes true. And then the brunette looked at the flask, said that since everything she wants, she needs to think about it. She closed her eyes and thought that there were many good people around her. She imagined in her head the owner of the restaurant, the droplet and the kitten, as well as her beloved mom and dad. She also imagined the employees and visitors of the establishment. There was even a blonde man who could not be trusted with anything, and a chat who was a little scary with a woman, but they were also good people. And most of all, she wanted one thing, to meet her parents, especially one of them. The girl looked at them and said about her dad, she misses her dad and wants to see him. Meanwhile, something happened in the Nyeongsan temple. There was a cat sitting there who said that this was a very nice wish, most likely it was the one responsible for luck. He introduced different people, said that it was a busy time for a wish, some even tried to cheat when they stole these mustaches, or were very greedy, imagined wealth and stole it specifically for this. Then the old cat stood up and said that here it is, a wish that is worthy of fulfillment. He approached the portal and added that for the first time in a long time, he fulfilled someone's wish. And then all the energy went down. It reached the restaurant itself, and immediately a bright light appeared. And a moment later the president appeared in front of the guys. He did not understand what was happening, and the baby was so happy. The president somehow miraculously ended up there, literally teleported. To plunge a little into the past, on the earth for the first time there were rifts in the form of different portals. Numerous monsters came out of the gates and devastated the world. The Un first protected the earth, but then suffered colossal casualties and collapsed, leaving only ruins. Then they appeared, a protective organization. Under their leadership, the monster was exterminated and the world was restored, but some enemies still remained, so the earth was in danger. The old government wants to regain control over everything, and gathers the aristocracy for this. Demagogues incited people and sought to get their own benefit at various meetings. Even terrorists armed with their ideology were going to attack the government, the discriminator, who say that the awakened are not considered humans. In this situation, the heart of the organization is underground in a bunker, and the president's office is located there. It is no exaggeration to say that his safety will be imaginary. There was a man at that time holding a meeting and said that first she would solve the problem with the terrorists. We need to split them from within and not crush, and he was supported. The man also said that their leadership is most likely not so united. First we need to deal with them. This was the president of the organization. But at the moment when the guy said that after conducting reconnaissance, we need to contact someone, a bright light appeared. And then some portal appeared under him. No one understood what was happening. The man started screaming and asking what was going on. And a moment later he disappeared completely. Everyone started screaming. There was a commotion in the bunker. No one understood where the president had gone. Meanwhile, it was quiet and calm in the restaurant. And then the man was there. Everyone around was in shock. The man himself did not understand what had happened. He soaped himself and thought that he needed to calm down. Where had he been called? Then he looked at his hand. There were some numbers on it. It was unclear what they were, but he had 10 minutes. Then he raised his head and saw people. They were familiar to him, specialists from his own organization, Sector A, and around there was a restaurant that had returned. Suddenly a girl came up to him and addressed him. She had tears in her eyes. She was incredibly happy. and then she threw herself into her dad's arms. And the guys nearby were shocked that the president of the organization was the father of this baby because it was a secret. The same brunette covered her with his jacket and hid her from their sight. The guys looked at each other and frowned, thinking that they did not know what had happened, but the president's personal affairs were top secret. This could not be leaked. They also looked to the side, where at that moment the blonde continued to fight the bald man and thought that this boy especially should be under their control. And the same opened his jacket, but the blonde noticed them. It looked strange, because the guys were standing with a stretched jacket, and the question was what was there. They said that the coat was too dusty, now everything needs to be shaken out. Then the woman turned to the president, said that there was a staircase nearby. He thanked her and said that the details would come later. And the brunette got up again and said that then they should go to the basement. The brown-haired man agreed. And they began to move sideways to the side. To say that it looked suspicious is to say nothing. The blonde even got a little distracted and asked what was wrong with them. And the bald man replied that he didn't know anything either. Then it dawned on him. Of course, the thoughts were to substitute his intelligence level, and the guy decided that these guys were dating and were going to do something indecent in the basement. The bald man said that he even envied them a little. And the hunter added that this woman left a superstar to date him. What about her eyes? And in response she heard that if there was something wrong with her eyes, she would have dated him, and then heard that it was better not to make him cry. In the basement, meanwhile, there was only one lamp shining. The guys gathered downstairs with weapons and discussed that they had to protect the basement at any cost. There was no need to worry, just in case the guy was armed, and the woman said that she had a pistol for self-defense. Then he looked around and said that there was something else. Now they knew the most important secret of the organization, and looked at the basement. While she was saying that who would have thought that the baby was the president's daughter, her mother was the chairwoman, and her father was the president. Those two were already sitting in the forest and talking, and the brown-haired guy answered her that he didn't really want to know confidential information. Suddenly he was called. She turned around. The girl was a little embarrassed and asked if it didn't look cool now. They were secretly guarding the president. And because of this he was also embarrassed and said that there was definitely something in it. But at the same time you need to keep a cool head. The door upstairs was closed, and the guys decided that they had to continue doing business. That evening, dinner finally arrived in the restaurant. The cook came up to the guys and began to feed them deliciously. Then the main character looked at the little girl and asked if she was happy to meet her father again. And she answered with an incredible smile that she was incredibly happy. She remembered how she sat and hung out with her dad and discussed everything, the good, the bad, and the new. But then his wrist began to temporarily contract. There were 30 seconds left, and this time was very little. The girl grabbed her father's sleeve and did not want to let him go, and he looked at her with a smile and sighed. Hearing that everything was fine, they were destined to see each other again. The main character listened to all this and thought that she was probably offended, but he was still happy for her. Her abilities also continued to develop, and thanks to this, her magic calmed down. Is parental love really better than 100, or does it seem like that old cat did a good job? Also, the children's lives stabilized, and all of them were happy. The guy looked at all this and smiled and thought that now was the time to do it. Morning came. The lights were on everywhere in the restaurant, and the main character went up to the second floor. He entered the room and turned sharply to the children. He smiled and said that he would like to offer them a pork cutlet. However, they did not move to the kitchen, but to the city. A visit to the veterinary clinic awaited them. The cat and the droplet turned around and saw their owner behind them. He looked quite frightening and asked if they had arrived here yet. And his eyes at that moment were filled with misunderstanding and aggression. After all, they had been deceived and brought to the hospital. At that very moment, the blonde was heading towards the restaurant and humming a song. Then he got drunk and laughed. In his head there were memories of the fight. He worked very hard and paid his debt to an empty head. And he also remembered how he fought with the brunette. Now he would not need to see him. And the bald head flew away. He smiled and thought that he could finally eat in peace. And when he opened the door, he greeted everyone and asked for a menu. However, the picture before his eyes was quite strange. The cat and the droplet were very upset. They were both in a bad mood and said that they had trusted the owner before. The guy sat down and asked the main character what had happened, and then he became a little embarrassed. He remembered how they gave the cat a shot and said that he had deceived them when he said that he was going to eat with them, and instead he had taken him to get a vaccination. They didn't like it even more than he thought before. The droplet was jumping all over the room, and so they got angry and went crazy all over the restaurant. Nobody wanted to eat afterwards, and the atmosphere was not very good. The meat in the cutlet was not cooked very well. Because of this they were even more upset and didn't even finish eating. The blonde turned around and said that the cook was very bad. He was deceiving children. The girl came up and said that he was really deceiving badly. The brunette thought that this was really so, but why get angry? He exhaled and said that it was right, but he could not follow their lead, and looking at the upset kitty, the blonde asked what was going on, did not understand why this was happening to the slime, did he simply disobey his superiors? And the brunette then turned around and said that if this man were on their planet, he would have run to the clinic like a good boy. Medicine there is not so developed, in order not to get sick you need to study, and there are too few hospitals. And most doctors are charlatans, they treated everything with bandages, and therefore people went only bandage. The blonde heard this and said that it was time for the boss to demonstrate his skills, and asked what was on the menu today. The cook thought that this person was very smart. Some time passed, and the waiter looked at the dish very surprised. There was very appetizing fresh meat, fresh pork. The cook turned around and thought that thanks to her, their anger would go away, and he would be able to make peace with the droplet and the kitten. There was such a person before, he thought that this was ordinary food from his planet, and therefore did not experience any emotions from it, and also reasoned why not eat something tasty. People tend to be gourmets, they have not lost their taste. But why do they make something tasteless and at the same time eat it all anyway? This person followed his desire, ate tasty food, ate and ate more and then something happened. His table was literally bursting with food. As a result, he became today, this was his punishment. The blonde listened to all this and asked if this pork really was a person at first. How can you eat something like that? But in response he heard that he had to listen to him until the end, because it was just a legend, although there is still some truth here, and immediately the question came up, is this human meat or not? The cook turned around and said that, besides, it is impossible to eat it on his planet, the gods have a monopoly on it. Then he stroked a piece of meat and said that people should not eat everything, otherwise everything will end deliciously. The waiter was surprised and asked where the pig was from then, and the young man imagined a whole field of piglets and said that this was given to him for defeating a demon. The gods grow these pigs in the best conditions. These words inspired the blonde very much, and he said that he wanted to know what he was going to cook from this delicious meat, cutlets or maybe minced meat. But the main character turned and asked about the dish. Good meat does not need to be cooked, it is high-class food. And he began to cut. Finally, the table was set, there was a lot of everything, and the guys noted that now they felt like real Koreans, they would like to eat kimchi and rice right away. But the brunette picked up the tongs and said that they had to wait, because something still had to be cooked on the grill. Then he grinned and thought that it was kimchi, which he made himself, therefore with a twist. He also looked at the table and thought that garlic, and lettuce, and leaves, and salted shrimp and much more, all of this is first-class food as actors. But the main character was in the hands of the little girl, this is meat. Nevertheless, the cat and the droplet were still sitting at the table unhappy. The girl then approached the guy and said that they were still offended, how angry did they have to be? But the cook took a piece of meat. Then he smiled and said that everything would pass now, and he put it on the grill. The aroma immediately spread throughout the yard, including the kitten and the slime. The girl came closer and said that this smell was simply amazing. But the cook looked the other way and thought that in this case it looked like the game was over, because when the piece of meat was ready, everyone looked at it with impatience. Finally, this dish was on the table, and the cook wished everyone a bon appetit, although half of the table was still not happy. The girl and the waiter immediately began to eat. After that, the blonde raised his head and felt simply incredible pleasure. Then he even blushed and said that it was delicious to the point of losing consciousness, changed, monopolized by bugs, and the little girl confirmed that it was very tasty, and the brunette said that then you need to eat more. Then he turned and said that the cat and slime should also eat. Do they still not want to try? They looked at each other. Then they were a little embarrassed and said that they would try a little. As soon as they ate, they immediately felt this incredible taste. Tears appeared in their eyes from how incredible it was. The young man thought that he was glad that everything was fine, he would not upset them anymore. The waiter at that moment turned into a demigod and thought that today there were no enemies, and thanks to the slime and the cat were honored with such food, this is the holy multi-armed superstar. After which he grabbed the remaining pieces of meat and began to eat them very quickly. The cat began to scream that it was not worth touching. But the young man answered, is there really his name on the meat? The one who takes it first eats. And the girl turned and screamed that this man is very nasty, even the uncle has not eaten anything yet, so it is necessary to stop. But in response she heard that they can do whatever they want, hatred is temporary, and meat will remain in his heart for a long time. Then the brunette came up to him and said how this man does not get tired, all the time being so bad, and the kitten barely held back tears and screamed that it was very tasty and really hates this man. Suddenly someone repeated after him. The guys looked at the droplet in surprise because something happened. The baby grew up and continued to repeat I hate, I hate, I hate, although before that he had never spoken. If you delve a little into history and imagine a slime, then although this monster is the most common, there are many types, which complicates their research. The main characteristics are absorption, mutation, and division. They eat everything in a row and increase their size, even insects. For example, the pudding slime from the main character's planet feeds on food scraps, so it becomes more pudding. Wild slimes feed on dirty water and swamp soil. When reproducing, they turn everything into toxic waste, and they themselves continue to exist in it. In short, slimes adapt to the environment. The girl listened to all this in surprise and asked again about adaptation, and the slime still continued to scream that he hated everyone around him. And he came closer and said that while this baby lived with them, he adapted to the human environment. He also added that now he speaks in a female voice, as if copying a girl, but will accumulate experience and then copy other voices, and the little girl listened to him attentively all this time. The young man also stroked the droplet and thought that this is why the environment is important for children, but for a slime it is even more important. Meanwhile, the kitten continued to stroke him and thought that he would never have thought that he would encounter such a thing. Finally, the cook coughed and decided that he should also be more careful now. He looked around and said that now everyone talks to him constantly. The girl agreed. The kitten said that he understood. And the droplet shouted that she hated everyone again. And the young man thought that he needed to quickly teach him other words besides hate. Suddenly the girl smiled and said that she wanted to ask something else. She turned around and asked if he understood correctly that the blonde became like this because of his environment, like the droplet. But the cook looked at the little pig and said that he was born like that. The pig is the essence of this man, into which, apparently, he turned. After which the main character came closer and asked if he was embarrassed, but it was necessary to share meat. It turns out he ate it all alone. Then he grinned and added that he warned that the myth about the pig was partially true. His appearance is the consequences of gluttony on meat. It turns out he got what he deserved. The cook also added that he should not worry so much. He did not become a pig forever, and in response he heard a questioning oink. The guy said that if he thought carefully about his behavior for a day or two, he could become a man again, and the pig thought about it. A day or two, should he be a pig all this time? And the little girl came closer and apologized, said that his clothes looked funny, and the cat said that he should be ashamed. The pig began to cry and think what kind of voice he has. Just a pig? A pig? What kind of punishment is this? Being a pig is terrible. He was so offended by all this, but he could not even say anything. After some time, he went to the center, to the organization. He came there with his friend, and I was clearly in a bad mood. The brown-haired man looked at him and asked if he wanted to go with him to China. The pig asked again. And the guy imagined pig fights, said that there is a famous pig fight festival there. You can send him on behalf of the First Order. And then the young man thought that he was being mocked, showed everyone his anger, and his friend told him to cool down. But the pig continued to be angry and thought that this had not done anything yet, and she would definitely take revenge on him. He remembered how the other employees laughed at him, and how the company was asking for pork advertising. All this was mockery and just funny. Nevertheless, his friend turned and said that even so he had something to do, and the pig asked again in surprise. He said that he can't take a vacation, and work doesn't wait, and because of this the blonde thought that his friend had gone crazy. How can he fight like that? Then the brown-haired man frowned and looked around. Other employees were looking at them from around the corner. They immediately grabbed the pig and went somewhere. Then they turned around and carried it away. But the guy said that it looked like the director had plans for him. Did he think he could deceive him? After which he put on his glasses and added that the man who was in geological exploration thought that his physical abilities had not changed. Now he would even be more useful than before. He looked at the pig and said that he could try to communicate. He even needed to get up, and mentally asked everyone to let him go. Put him in his place, and thought that these people were crazy. Now he was a pig of the First Order, and responsible for restoring the gate. 2 days passed. The restaurant was quiet and calm. Finally, the door opened and all the guys looked away. The brown-haired man entered with a pig and glasses. He was clearly shining. Everyone was happy to see him and even filmed him. He became a superstar, and the guys on the side were discussing that this guy made a noise and everyone heard it. The brown-haired man was definitely unhappy and said that this man, or rather the pig, does not know how to be aggressive, but all the delightful glances are only on him. Now he is literally a superstar. Their strategy was this: there was cover in front of him, but he had never done this before, and he does not have such skills either. However, this guy turned into a piglet, although he became smaller, but at the same time did not lose his agility and can always run away, which he did when he met with monsters, became a sensation, being an evasive tanker. The monsters, as if obsessed with him, pursue him, although he did not do anything to them, and they chase him and do not stop. The main character exhaled and thought that this is true. These pigs have their own special delightful smell. And he explained that when people see this piglet, they most likely don't think that he's cool, they just like it, but he also clearly likes it. But with monsters, everything is different. Delicious food runs in front of them, as if it's already cooked, and naturally, it makes them angry. The brown-haired guy listened to all this, coughed and said that he had heard that he would only be a pig for 1 or 2 days, and immediately asked what was wrong. The guy turned around and said that he would like to extend this period. And then the cook looked at him in surprise, even asked again. The guy explained that their researchers would continue to study his smell, They say that if he manages to develop a scent that attracts monsters, it will be able to change the paradigm of the fight. No inhabitant of another planet could even imagine something like this, and as soon as they had such an idea, because really everyone in the lab was actively trying now. Then the cook exhaled and thought. Then he read the back of his head and said that nothing can be done, he doesn't want to talk about it, but he will, and immediately heard words of gratitude. He leaned over and said that he had to listen carefully in order to continue being a pig and that he had to do something. He listened to all of this and was very surprised. There was literally horror and fear on his face, and he wondered if this was really the way. Meanwhile, in the organization's research center, 2 scientists were looking at the screen and saying that it was amazing. Monsters were chasing a pig. I would never have thought that pig pheromones could attract monsters. Piglet pheromones, should this pheromone be called that, with meaning. The man turned around and said that isn't it strange that it attracts noseless monsters too. Another thought about it, said that maybe they are attracted by its appearance. The structure of a pig is something that is beyond their understanding. Then he lowered his head and added that they don't know so much, and how can they call themselves scientists after that? Yes, but when funding, they need to show the results of their research. The scientists also introduced the president and said that the president supported the successful result of their research. As soon as the research is finished, he will be able to restore the missing footage. He will allocate astronomical amounts for this. But despite the large amount of data collected, they have no results. In the end, they have what they have. Then he introduced the magician and said that this is magic. Damn it again, it is the enemy of science. He came closer to the screen and said that nothing could be done. They didn't like it, but the mages were getting funding. Too much time would pass, and what about the other problems? The man turned around and asked if he really wanted to say that the superstar had become a pig forever. There was no need to worry, it could be solved. After which they moved to the center of the organization. There, on the roof, stood a brown-haired man, thinking about something. His thoughts were different, and he thought that he couldn't do it. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. The director came up to him and offered him a cigarette, and they both lit up. The guy stood there for a while, and asked how the research was going. How much longer would he have to be a clown? He continued to lose his hair literally from every breath of wind, and said that until overseas mages joined the investigation, nothing could be stopped. The guy lowered his head and said to sit like that. The other said that he didn't believe them anymore. Wasn't it clear that nothing was working? Then he turned around and asked if this was really the only way. The young man looked down and said that the teacher said so and that was all. The principal got angry again. He looked back and thought that this was a real curse. Someone's screams were heard in the corridor. The pig became a real star, all because of her. If we dive into the theory a little, the pig's curse overtook this guy when someone overate, broke the rules and fell under the curse. How to remove it? Surprisingly, everything is simple. You need to fast for 2 days. The curse is needed in order to condemn the arrogance of people and those who dare to challenge God. But if a person repents, the wrath of the gods will subside. And what if you want to leave the curse? Then everything is simple. You need to continue to be arrogant. That is why he was elevated to a god, so that people would constantly praise him, raise his spirits. Finally, the guy turned around and shouted that he couldn't do it anymore. Every time she praised him, he felt like he had cockroaches running all over his body. The man replied, "Does he really think it's any different for him? And who's happy here?" He introduced the girl and said that she was giving him a massage right now. How did they get to this point? How else could they hold out? Maybe this person could manage to maintain his appearance on his own. The man came closer and took the guy by the shoulders, said no matter what happens, this is the most important thing for them now. Doesn't he understand? And he replied that he doesn't want to understand it. And then the director said that it's impossible, they need to keep working, and this is not up for discussion, he needs praise. Everyone pampered and cherished this person, and this person is the second most effective worker. The director, that is, himself, ranks first. Can he start oppressing him because of his class? The young man put his hand to his face and exhaled, said that it was a nightmare. That was the end of their conversation. A few days later, everything was still going on in the center. The girl who was drinking her tea appeared. She was sitting opposite the director and heard the question that they were sent here for research. She smiled when she heard that the president was serious about this research and said that this was definitely the 13th place of the first order. The girl put down the cup of tea and said that they had to get down to business. She leaned back and said that the thing was that this curse was essentially a divine power, and immediately received a question in response. She imagined thunder and lightning, said that it was impossible to win in a fight with a god. You need to do everything possible to calm them down, and it is difficult for ordinary people to understand magicians. Then she turned away and added that in any case, pheromones can be extracted as a substance. She looked around and said that of course, extraction and creation are different things, but still, the fact is that with the appearance of the magician, the research went full swing. Soon the research group managed to structure and extract the pig pheromone. This required a lot of effort. They managed to reproduce the body of a pig that attracts the attention of monsters. They began developing a mannequin with pheromones in the balls. They even created a model. And finally, they managed to create this pig. The pig mannequin was ready. Everyone literally rejoiced partly. The final name was a control balloon, or sauces it was like a blonde. The center's hunter researchers were rewarded for their contribution. They received a large bonus for productivity from the organization. Except for one, the blonde was left with nothing. Although he got fat and shouted that experiments were conducted on him, did he really not deserve this? A friend came up to him and said that this was a phenomenon, a talking pig. This made him very angry. And then he pretended not to recognize him at first, said that he had gotten so fat that he thought he was still a pig. Why shouldn't he lose weight? That's the result of constantly being praised and still eating and doing nothing, just an inflated ball with a weight gain of 19 kilograms. And a few days later, work was in full swing at the restaurant. The main character received that very mask and asked if this was really the prototype. And the brown-haired man came up to him and said that it was a very effective prototype. He also pointed to the button and said that if you press it under the tail, a pheromone will come out. Then you need to throw this ball in the right direction for the monster to immediately move there. Research has shown that this is work. You can deliver them to the inhabitants of Sector A, just in case, and frankly, I'm surprised that the inhabitants of the planet Cooks, they invented something like that. The young man was surprised at first and asked again. But the main character introduced his compatriots and said that they were just training, thought that they lacked physical fitness, not brains, and it was terrible. The dialogue between them continued for some time. In any case, he thanked him and heard that he did not know how to use it, but was glad to help. The cook also smiled and said that he wanted to ask something. He looked at the guy and asked how Jihyun was doing and clearly surprised him with this question. After which the brunette spread his hands and asked if everything was okay with them. He smiled and said that he recently went to the cinema and saw them in a cafe. He remembered that day. It happened literally the day before when the guy was walking down the street. He turned around abruptly and saw something. The guys were entering the cafe together. They were both wearing glasses and civilian clothes. Because of this, the guy was a little embarrassed and seemed to understand everything. The guys themselves found themselves inside a cozy coffee shop. They ordered a drink and started talking. The young man looked down and said that as expected, this coffee is an order of magnitude worse than what the teacher makes, and he put on glasses for camouflage. Then he looked at his girlfriend and asked if she wanted to talk about something. She was literally burning with embarrassment when the guy accidentally said that he wanted to leave his administrative position and move to a combat unit. He introduced her as a hunter and said that he constantly eats the teacher's cooking, so now her combat mouse must have increased many times over. And in the same organization in a combat unit you can earn more. It is quite the only thing that he is thinking about whether to change his position. But when the girl said that this is a love problem, the young man was very surprised. He was a little confused and said, "Do you really look like an expert in this field?" And she embarrassedly said that this is not it, and received a question, "What then?" The young man thought about it, said that if it is about love, then they think it is better to ask the blonde. The girl slammed her fist on the table and said that you can't do this. The brown-haired man was very surprised and thought what kind of reaction this was, or if her problem was that same guy. From the girl's reaction it was clear that the problem was really connected with this idiot. The young man stepped back and asked in surprise if she had really fallen in love with this idiot. In response he heard that he knew that this was nonsense and said that they knew but still said such things. The woman looked up and said that if you look at the situation objectively, everything looks different. The first organ, a nice man, appearance, what he treats carelessly, often appears in advertising, so he goes to grooming procedures quite often. Physique, it is difficult to find people among the first order who would not be in excellent shape. Although he recently lost 19 kilograms, he still looks great. Money, contrary to expectations, is very interested in real estate, quite enterprising and rich. Recently his finances are at zero because of the charity show with the returned. Nevertheless, the young man treats them with trepidation. If you close your eyes to this moment, he is an ideal candidate for a groom, with the exception of only two things, behavior and character. And this was the biggest problem, and what embarrassed her. The girl also raised her head and said that she knew that in this regard, a worse person could not be found, but if you look closely, this beast listens to her, as if it were a dog that she was able to tame, although the guy who does not even put the branch director in anything, listens to her quite well, and indeed, he also has a rather sweet side, but here the guy did not understand what she was talking about at all. Then the woman explained that if you look closely, he has his cool sides. When they recently opened the 5th level rift, he went through the gate alone, and then helped her. The guy thought that he watched the video from the body camera. No matter what kind of person he was, it was really cool, but even if so, it was still strange. And his club showed his displeasure, and the girl sat opposite and said that therefore, if you take care of him, like his adjutant, won't it get even better? This was already a serious symptom. The young man stopped her, said that they should wait. He exhaled and explained that he understood perfectly why she decided to consult with him and not with the teacher, did not want to interfere in other people's love matters, but only this time he would give advice, and immediately heard words of gratitude. The guy looked up and said that of course he wanted to apologize, but he would immediately jump to conclusions. It was just Stockholm Syndrome. The brunette heard this and was a little confused, even asked again. But if you dive into the details, this term arose because of one case with a hostage that happened in Stockholm, where I had to work as a policeman. In extreme situations, when the criminal and the victim are isolated, like in the situation with the thief and the hostage, the criminal can occasionally demonstrate humanity and courtesy, and the victim begins to feel sympathy or empathy for him, which is what happened to the guys. Then the blonde behaved just like her savior. He cut the bonds and pulled the girl out. Then he turned around and said that it seems like this is the end, and apologized for dragging her in. He didn't want it to turn out like that either. The girl sat there and thought that this guy was just a poor guy and fell in love with him, but in real time she started screaming and screaming that it was not to the same extent. She just felt a little sorry for him. And the brown-haired man exhaled and said that this was just the beginning. He added that it seemed like she had symptoms, she should try to think about him slowly, and she immediately started shaking. If you think about it slowly, to be honest, there are a lot of memories of how the order was annoying, all sorts of bad nonsense was happening. But there is also pity for this cute cat, although it is annoying. But pity, why should she feel sorry for him at all? She imagined how she hit him on the head and it became easier, she just wants to beat him up. Then the girl lowered her head and said that without understanding since when this is happening. The gestalt was destroyed, but still, it seems, common sense returned to her. Then her friend said that they immediately moved away from the question of relations with this person. He wants to ask something, and then she raised her head and asked what was wrong. The young man raised his hand and said that if you fall in love with someone, then definitely not with him, but with Seungwoo, right? Then he imagined this guy and said that her appearance and abilities and condition, no one can compare with him, especially this stupid squid. Especially if you consider behavior and character, so rudely compares, recognizes his qualities, but what's wrong? The girl was a little embarrassed and said that she did not perceive him as a man, and immediately received a surprised question why. She looked out the window and said that if she was speaking accurately, she simply did not see him as an object of romantic feelings. The guys discussed this for some time. He was more like an object of worship, but so amazing that he could not be reached, as if I felt that he should be revered as a god. And really, I did not even understand the respect that I felt. Maybe this is worship, really, as if I wanted to pray to him. Then the guy lowered his head and said that now he understood everything, and yet there was one but. He looked at her and said since she already wanted to get to know this blonde better, there is nothing else to do but check his eyesight. And again, let's return to the present. The main character was discussing with the guy in a restaurant that they just had a similar conversation, but they are not dating. The brunette was embarrassed and said that he thought too much, and the brown-haired man exhaled and said that the teacher was also often mistaken and looked like a newbie in love affairs. This made the guy completely confused. There was a minute's pause, and then words about how it was. He was a little upset and said that maybe that's why he had been solo all his life. Even the blonde was of interest, but nothing like that ever happened to him. Then he got really upset, covered his face with his hands and said that he had been alone for over 40 years, and he could be called a generalissimo even solo. Yes, this man is the god of the sword, victory and strange food, but still, the title of generalissimo of the loneliness front suits him perfectly. After some time, the guy moved to his forest. He met the kids there and said that they needed to start training today. He showed a huge bull and said that this was their first opponent, a Gorgon rank, a strong monster. On Earth she was given a high rank. He also looked at her and said that despite her clumsy build, she was incredibly strong, but she also had a real weapon, the so-called eye that changed her gaze. With the rays from her eye, she could turn what she was looking at into stone, so it was necessary to bandage her eyes. He also looked at the kids and said that she had a weak spot, and the stone-changing gaze was so strong that they said that it gradually turned her head and the area around her eyes into stone. So because of her heavy head, she turned very slowly and rarely hit the target. The young man smiled and said that if you knew these features, you could easily defeat her. Then he pointed to the food and said that the tasks for today would be as follows, and avoid the attacks of the Gorgon, get fossils from her head. If you boil this part, you can get a surprisingly tasty dish. If you complete the task, cook them a tasty soup. Everyone was happy. The guys talked for some time. The guy asked the kitten to look after the kids. He agreed. And so the fight began. Everyone ran away from this bull, and the guy sat down to the side and decided to fish for now. So some more time passed. He said that money is good, such an ideal artificial lake. It was high time to contact the organization for help. Introduced these guys and said that if he were a naturalist, Then this is construction and engineering for VIP service for creating a personal landscape design, water quality control service, disinfection service, and other various services. Well, what can you do? It is good for children to be in a clean and safe environment. After all, he cannot deny that a mother will do everything for a child. Then he turned to the side and said that no matter what, next to such a glorious house, everything will be fine. It was a log house made of divine wood. He also looked at the water and said that it was good. Both the water and the air, everything is perfect. He was pleased with the fact that it must be, this is the very land of bliss. But suddenly someone appeared near the portal. There was some monster who noticed that everything had been going smoothly up until that point. They were like ghosts, the land of the dead belonged to them, and they decided to attack. This spirit looked scary and said that this bastard was making this up. The ghost lord wanted to take his fields back. The thing is that before the destruction, this place was teeming with ghosts, and they were literally driven out of there with the help of forces. Scientists worked, asked for more stimulation. To make it even stronger, the Zero prototype is his greatest masterpiece, and this was said by the same scientist who later became a ghost. Initially, he planned to subjugate the world with the help of the Zero prototype. If this is his child, naturally, it will obey him because a child is an instrument of parents. But halfway there was a miscalculation, and an accident occurred. He had to shoot himself and say that it was all over. Well, in fact, it was luck. The Zero prototype opened that very place, and it became the land and death, and this man turned into a ghost lord, more precisely, and became the king of these souls. He thought that through the open rift, he would finally be able to get to another dimension and rule there, but this man ruined everything. And he was looking at the main character at that very moment, who was fishing and bored. Then I looked around and said that after his appearance, this land was covered by a forest, life arose here, it purified the energy of death, the basis of his power. I also looked at my subordinates and said that even more so, he is so strong that it will plunge anyone into despair. So much so that even those who surpass the human race can do nothing. Twice as strong as the Zero prototype, 3 times? No, it is even possible to imagine. He was angry and said that he has weaknesses. Firstly, too many useless attachments. Did he really forgive the Zero prototype and make him a pet? At that moment, when the baby slime was running away from the bull, he added that it does not matter how strong he is if his spirit is so small. The guys were actively hunting this bull, while the Ghost Lord said that in addition, there is also a girl and a cat, a lot of weaknesses that need to be protected. And just then she jumped off the branches to attack the bull from above. She managed to break off one of the pieces. Then she lifted him up, and Lord noted that he would take them hostage and along with the ghosts that were under his command, and both saw him and captured his mind. But then something distracted him. The fish began to bite, but there was one but. The main character himself was not there. It was unclear where he had gone. Because of this, the Lord was very scared and thought that he had overlooked him again. She began to look around and did not understand where this person had gone. And the brunette was above his head all this time and said that he thought that he has had villains and stories, so he looked into his memories. He frowned and said that it was truly disgusting, so it was that same person, that bastard, whom he had seen in the slime's memories. The Lord tried to transform into a person. He thought that this person had changed so much, but he did not give him such an opportunity and immediately attacked him. The young man lowered his head and said that he would not waste time, he would get straight to the point. And the ghost became a ghost again and said that he had many souls under his control. If he destroyed him, they would not be safe either, but in response he heard that he had something to say, and quite a lot, but he had no reason to listen to him. Therefore, he pierced him with his sword even more and destroyed him. As a result, only bright flashes of light remained from the Lord. He looked around one last time and said that it was a mistake in his nature, cruelty, perhaps more than in anyone else. True, the brunette at that moment did not even raise an eyebrow. Finally, everything was quiet again. A bright light appeared, and the clearing was empty again. The guy looked at the sky and said that the holy sword will show the subordinate souls the direction, and they are reborn in a new world. Then he looked at his shadow and smiled. They can be called real warriors. Evening came, they finally prepared dinner and wished bon appetit. The kids managed to collect the bull's scales, so today's dish was a soup with bitter stones. The little girl tried it and said that it was a very tasty soup, and the cat noted that the broth was very thick and satisfying. Droplet also began to talk more and more, said that these were stones, delicious, and the stones were super. The brunette was pleased that they liked this soup so much. But then the slime threw the spoon aside and said that he was tired of it, and began to get upset, and the cook said that you need to behave decently at the table and heard in response that it was much easier to drink it. Still, children at this age need to be taught a lot, and the main character understood this. From table manners to survival, how to make friends from getting closer to others, all this had to be learned, and to distinguish good from evil, how to determine what would be right for him, small children had to learn this from the very beginning. Here the brunette got a little upset and thought that although he was confident in his teaching work, could he be a good parent? because he had never been married, let alone dated. I didn't know what to do. Well, then he was distracted when they shouted that it was not allowed. The guy got scared and asked what was going on, and the girl got angry and shouted that if you swear, then do it properly. She started looking at the drops and shouting that you can't use your hands when you eat. He got scared, but nevertheless, he picked up the spoon and said that he would use it. The little girl added that she was very ashamed that it had come to this. Then the guy did something strange. He took and bit the drop. While she was crying, he said that now he would always bite him for bad behavior, but that was too much. The kitten interrupted him and asked him to pay attention to itself. And while he was drinking coffee, he said that corporal punishment and punishment are very harmful for emotional development, and this was fair. Therefore, the guy realized that he also had a lot to learn. When night fell, he said that it was necessary to slowly return home, and everyone agreed. It is possible to move to the regional general council of the organization. In the Asian branch, there was a meeting. The man raised his head and asked to listen to the lady. A woman approached the microphone and introduced herself. She was the strategic consultant of the organization. She presented the company's development scheme, said that as everyone knows, guided by the instructions of the chairman for the implementation of public interests, it is necessary to continue to provide appropriate support to the organization for peace throughout the world, but there is one but. She lowered her eyes and said that recently the growth rate of Sector A hunters had changed a lot. Then she looked towards the director and said that there is also a warrior snack restaurant there, so the situation is quite complicated. And she turned to the director, to whom she said that this is a big nuisance. The man was confused and thought that lately there are not many opportunities to hold an overeating challenge. Even if the cafe does not open, what should he do? The owner of the establishment is almost constantly absent, because he is engaged in the development of the baby, and it seems that now this is happening more and more often. He was told that regardless of the reason, growth was rushing, he had to try, and he agreed. But suddenly someone laughed and attracted the director's attention. It was another man who said that the branch director should listen to the instructions of a stranger. Such stupidity that you can't even hold back your laughter. It was the director of the Hong Kong branch. The man at the hops ate and said that the Warriors snack bar, and which is so rumored, is also nothing special. He added that if not, then the military discipline of the Korean hunters has fallen greatly. And this was true. The director was upset. The guys from their branch always lacked military discipline. Is this kid really giving him a scolding now? Although there is a significant age difference, this criminal, a native of the triad, strange. If you delve into the history of this man, then this is a case when a criminal and a triad was appointed to a position only thanks to administrative skills and abilities. And the director simply can't stand him. Hates the circumstances that lead to the fact that they have to hire criminals, and also hates the fact that this man is capable, and he has everything under control. Besides, he is much older than him, but looks much better. This infuriates him, even makes him shake with anger. The man could not contain his anger, and thought as soon as he returned, he would immediately take care of the Warriors' snack bar. Some more time passed. The snack bar was quiet and calm. The promotion was still holding. Poe met people and said that he was thinking of taking a break. But there were a lot of soldiers there, and it was unclear where so many people suddenly came from. Tiro came up to him and said that, by the way, about this there was an advertisement, and immediately a question arose about what kind of advertisement. Bear said that the branch director went to a meeting this month and then scolded everyone. First of all, the blonde came to the guys and said that their branch was a complete disaster, and they got angry and said that today all meals will be set as overeating challenges, and ordered all employees to do it. It seems everything was going downhill. The cook thought that if you think about it, then lately he only spied on children and did not do anything about hunters. Then he thought that they protect peace in the whole world and also care about their country, and now they suffer so much it is really hard for them. The guy looked back and thought. There was a sign about the challenge, and the thought was that then it would be better to reduce the afterlife of Hell's Kitchen. The dishes for the overeating challenge were not chosen for entertainment purposes. They are made because they are needed, and he began to imagine all these dishes. The deeper the cracks, the more the hunter will need the poison resistance skill. The hellish court cleanses the body best, removes toxins, and improves the general condition, so even if you do not finish the portion to the end, the overall effect is enough. But suddenly someone raised their head and said that they had eaten everything, thereby attracting attention to themselves. These were the office hunters who said that it was very refreshing for them, as if they had been born again, and the second one also ate everything. The hunters turned around and said that they were speechless. They couldn't do it. How could office hunters do it when traditional field hunters couldn't handle it? The cook looked at them and wondered how unexpected it was. Was office work really more stressful? Then he introduced the director and thought that although stress was a relative concept, even in a safe office it depended on the person how much stress he would accumulate. Another hunter then looked at them and asked why their sweat was such a strange color. And indeed, their sweat had acquired some strange hue, as if there were toxins right on their hands. Everyone around them started whispering and saying that this had never happened when they ate before. If you ate everything, there would be such consequences. In that case, was that really so? But the cook suddenly clapped his hands and drew attention to himself, smiled and said that this season had come to an end. 2 people had succeeded. Then he added that they could stay with them, return soon with an updated menu, and thought that he had just caught the clue to victory when everything ended. After which the information about the challenge was removed from the board. The chef went to the refrigerator and said that now that 2 people had managed to finish the dishes, others would start to notice, so there was no point in challenging. And when he opened it, he noticed something. He had no worthy products left at all, and what to do with the next challenge, because the refrigerator was completely empty. As soon as he closed it, he said that everything was decided now. He turned around and said that it was time to go to the dungeon for ingredients for the first time in a long time. Meanwhile, on his home planet, life was in full swing in one of the cities. People were entering the sacred land, the Temple of Light. There was a man sitting in the office, a blonde man, a divine commander from the legendary 4 heroes. Suddenly he was strengthened, and he said to pass. A knight approached him and said that he had an urgent report about the incoming force, and immediately received a question in response: could these really be the remains of the Demon King again? But the man came closer and said no. To be more precise, this was a public meeting popular among adventurers. The blonde was a little confused and asked what this meant. Even he needed to report on this. He was so busy that he was ready to die, but then he heard that he should listen to the end. This was a huge problem. The knight came closer and explained that all these people were adherents of anti-traditional nutrition. And this news surprised him so much that he even asked again. The thing is that these people deny the gastronomic culture of the planet, and claim that their food culture is superior to everything else, terrorists devoid of humanity. These people call themselves Cintaberry. The general listened to all this and said that he seemed to have heard about them somewhere. The man came closer and said that the name meant that a person should eat the cuisine of the place where he was born. It carries the desire to eat something tasty. He presented different foods, said that according to them, they randomly spread the rebellious food of their world. The blonde threw up his hands and said that there should be a limit to this, since local crops should differ from the culture of their world. But the man said that no, these idiots even grow potatoes. This news has already finished off the general. After all, a dangerous product, a real wolf in sheep's clothing, brought from the land, very tasty when baked, this is potatoes. And if you also cook it, you'll just lick your fingers, but for example, like French fries, with all this it does not give any effect. And he thought about it and said that apparently, a cook appeared who learned the agricultural techniques of this world. He has both the skills and the beliefs. That's right, forbidden ingredients, such as potatoes, are quickly spreading among the warriors and adventurers. In addition, there are even signs that this has spread to the nobility. There are rumors that the offspring of several noble families attend their meetings, secretly come there and eat too. The general was unhappy with this news. Then he stood up and said that it was not that he could not understand it, but it was still very bad. He went to the window and added that it was true that the food of their continent was tasteless. Then he introduced people from other worlds and said that they suffer because of food when he was a warrior. He even once tried to find ingredients from another world to help his suffering comrades, and then he heard that the gentleman was saying very dangerous things. But he slammed his hand on the table and said that this was limited to only people from another world. He clenched his fist and added that the nobles of their world were a completely different story. A hairpin by eating strange food was the duty of nobles. It was unthinkable that taste would be more important for a long time. He frowned and said that they should be arrested immediately, asked where these people were. And the knight lowered his eyes and said that they had a main headquarters. It would be very difficult, and immediately a question arose about where this headquarters was. The man thought for a moment and said something. Meanwhile, the cook continued to do his business. A portal opened in front of him, a trading stall in a great labyrinth. If you imagine a great labyrinth, then in a rare case, when the gates connecting the rift merge and remain in this world, or, more simply, this is a huge dungeon. This labyrinth is famous for its bad reputation, because as the name suggests, it has no end. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters you encounter. The record belongs to the main character, the 1229th floor, where there were an incredible number of monsters, but even he could not completely pass this labyrinth. Now the guy was confused and said that it should be so, but there was one thing. Opposite stood a woman and sold potatoes baked in oil. On her plate lay very tasty food, goblin sautés, and next to her stood guys with a mug and drank a strange drink. The young man was confused, asked what the hell it was. Everything was completely different from what he remembered before. There was some kind of fair here. He thought that he should try it for taste and asked for one bubble. The order was accepted. Then they gave him a mug and gave it to him. The young man tried it, and then he was surprised, said that it was very tasty. For some time he looked at it and thought that on the ground they add topica to it, but here it is probably quite difficult to add it, so instead they use slime. In fact, it was floating in his drinks. Then he smiled and asked how they came up with it. The man said that it was quite difficult. Similar ingredients or materials from the monster contained deadly poison. He also introduced the monster and said that it would be bad then, and Chef Albert gave advice to try using slime. The guy was surprised and thought what kind of Albert this was. Then he went on and looked around. There were different plates on the tables, with all sorts of dishes. He also gave birth to other benches, tried everything everywhere. The first floor of the labyrinth is a food court where people sit at a table and eat, mostly business style. Then he looked away and said that even this bubble surprised him. He imagined the ingredient and thought that the chef would have used another method instead of slime. But as far as he knows, pearls can be made from plants of the world, and the effect, the ecos will be good. He exhaled and thought that using slime has its advantages. You can cook a lot of portions, and anyone can repeat the recipe. If all this is recorded, then growing slimes on the icon is much easier than using technology to neutralize toxins in plants of the world. In other words, it is very good for business. He also looked at the other products and thought that the same thing with goblin sautéing, with potatoes and oil, and using sugarcane for the sauce maximizes the sweet taste. He looked around and thought that it was exactly what was so lacking in the dishes of his world, which is why they focused on this aspect. The guy also imagined that same chef and thought that growing potatoes and sugarcane here were pretty serious crimes, so these dishes could be equated with an act of terrorism. He smiled and thought that this was becoming very curious. There was no one in the distance, and the thoughts were that the one who denied gastronomic culture by force cooked delicious dishes, who was this Albert? Meanwhile, on the third floor of the Great Labyrinth, they ran into the office of this Albert. He raised his head and paid attention to what was happening, and soup was cooking in his saucepan. The man looked at his assistant and asked what happened, and he said that there was one suspicious person there. The gentleman lowered his head and said that they really came. He looks like a man from the order. The guy ran closer and said that it was not the matter. He walks around everything from the first to the third floor and eats very greedily. Then it must be not a man from the order. Albert looked and thought that if it was a man from the order, he would start praying and causing a fuss as soon as he saw this. Then why suspicious? And there were no answers. But the young man noted that this man was incredibly good looking. Then he added that they said earlier, you need to be wary of beautiful warriors, since they are probably influential people. And the main character was just handsome, and isn't it suspicious that a handsome warrior eats everything with such zeal? It's amazing how well it was to work with such idiots. Finally, the man took off his hood and said that he would meet him in person. Then he looked at his assistant and asked where this man was now. It was the head, Albert. If you dive into the history of this man in more detail, Albert is an international YouTuber, has 50 million subscribers and runs his own channel. He uses a hit game for virtual reality as the basis of content, takes care of cats, and at the same time creates reviews of street food. They also shoot reviews of various stores, and at the same time help those who have ruined the establishment. He received phenomenal popularity because he combined 3 pillars of the internet in his content: animals, food, and games. But the cherry on the cake was his graceful appearance, which attracted everyone around, but in fact he looked different. And now the guy was walking down the corridor. Then he met the main character, introduced himself and said that he was Korean. In virtual reality you can hide your face with an avatar, but in reality he doesn't look very good. The main character smiled and said that if they find out about this, they will probably criticize him. The guys hid in one of the rooms on the second floor of the Great Labyrinth, where the guy said that they used the name Albert here. Then he got a little embarrassed and explained that a German-style pseudonym is quite common in this field of activity. Well, because it looks respectable, the messenger they met earlier also has a different name. The cook smiled and said that he liked the real name better, but for some reason his interlocutor started spitting blood. And then he smiled and said that it was better to keep it a secret, and thought what was going on. He looked at this guy, remembered how he walked the streets of the labyrinth, and thought that a suspicious person was reported, so he went to look at him. They were watching him from different angles, discussing whether this guy was really suspicious. He was so handsome that he really did raise suspicions. And while they were discussing that it was clear at a glance that he was an influential warrior, the guy heard them. He turned around and looked, asked if it was Albert, and he thought that who would have thought that he would be caught right there. But now the cook threw up his hands and said that he was a big fan of his broadcast. He recognized him immediately as soon as he heard his voice. Albert thought, what kind of fan is he that our noisy street can recognize by his voice? The young man looked around and said that he wandered through the shops in the labyrinth and thinks that for some reason an entrepreneurial approach is felt. He remembered these streets, added that in fact the gentleman had a hand in this, and in fact the spirit of trade is felt in the back streets. But Albert looked at him and asked him to keep it a secret and not tell anyone. And then he remembered his character from the internet and asked why there are so many Earthlings on this planet. You have to understand that if someone recognizes his face, he will come back and expose him, and then he will be in a very difficult situation, so he asks not to tell anyone. The main character listened to him and smiled. Then he turned away and added that he ate only sweets, so now he felt bad. The same guy handed him Coca-Cola and told him to drink it. The cook took it and asked if it was really cola, one of the most valuable items here. You can count it on your fingers. In response, he heard that he hoped it would be able to persuade him. And the cook said that he drinks it so often that he is already bored, thereby leading the guy to a dead end. Nevertheless, he opened the can. Then he understood the hand and said that he was joking, asked to keep it a secret, so there is no need to worry about this. And the brunette thought that if cola is boring, why is he drinking it then? Suddenly the cook raised his hand and said that he has a good idea. The guys chatted for a while. In one of the establishments, a code came up to them and asked what they would like to order. This is a waiter on a business trip. The young man looked at him and noted that there are a lot of cats here. In other places you won't even meet one. And the other said that there are just a lot of former warriors among them. He also introduced these animals and explained that they are the best workers. They work hard and are very strong. If not for them, the business in the labyrinth would have died out long ago. The cook also looked at the waiter and asked what he could recommend. He said that now is the mushroom season. The guy was surprised and said that everything is clear to him since it is the mushroom season. He introduced these huge monsters and said that once a mushroom almost killed him when he was low on energy. He even misses this time and immediately received a question whether he really misses such a thing. He answered that when something passes, it becomes a memory. Albert will understand when he returns, and here he thought that if upon his return everything will remain a secret. But the guy smiled again and said that he would have fried mushrooms. His order was accepted. Suddenly he was distracted by a question about what he wanted to say. Albert was clearly tense and said that he wanted to clarify whether he was going to threaten him here after he found a weak spot. The main character smiled sarcastically and asked what would happen if he threatened. But he handed him the piggy bank and started shouting that this was all he had, and asked for mercy, and the guy said that he was joking, and it would be better to put the wallet away. He thought that he couldn't just chatter whatever he wanted. Everyone took him seriously. Nevertheless, he folded his arms and said that they should get straight to the point. He looked at his interlocutor and said that he would like him to sell him ingredients. Then he threw his head up and said that he wanted to receive deliveries of products mined here, while thinking that, frankly speaking, running around the labyrinth in his free time and hunting is very troublesome. In general, it may seem from the outside that this person is destroying the ecosystem. His hunt can take away someone's bread, so if possible, it is worth holding back and not going inside, of course. You can't count on first-class ingredients from the 800th floor, but still, such products are not intended for cooking. Ingredients from the 50th to 600th floors will be quite enough, because they are used most often. The guys were sitting at the table and discussing that if they supply the cook with products, he will be able to provide many amenities, and immediately a question came up about which ones. The guy raised his hand and said that he could stop at the order pack. The brunette heard this and was very surprised. He thought that they really managed to really annoy him. Illegal cultivation of potatoes and sugar fat man, distribution of recipes and their direct sale, as well as lobbying among aristocrats for the sake of initial capital, all this was behind their backs. It would not be surprising if their holy knights ever came, if they, former warriors, united and fought, not that they could not win, but if the battle could be avoided, it was better to do so than to meet a horde of knights. The guy thought that such a situation was a rather tempting offer, so he asked in surprise if this was a trap. He leaned over and said that it simply sounded too good to be true. If there were doubts in the mind, how could one immediately believe it? And the cook said that it really was. He smiled maliciously and added that on the other hand, how could one simply refuse? And indeed, Albert understood that he could not refuse. Then he began to shout so that it was even heard outside the office that it was a threat, but in response he heard that he said that it was a deal, just a deal. Meanwhile, it was quiet and calm in the Temple of Light. The guys moved there, and the main character went to the general, where she told him everything. And he leaned over and said that they hadn't seen each other for so long, so he was curious about what this man would say. Then he jumped up and started shouting that he didn't understand what kind of outrageous thing he had just said. Then he ate it and added who in their right mind would sign a non-aggression pact with them. The cook just smiled and said that it was better to be calmer, listen to him and he would understand everything. The question immediately came, what else? The guy introduced the knights and said that if force were used now, it would inevitably lead to war, and it didn't matter who would suffer, the Holy Order, or the warriors and seek adventure from the labyrinth, everyone would suffer losses. In any case, it would be a loss for the military power of their city. Didn't that bother him? The blonde frowned and said that even if so, it was not a problem that could simply be ignored. But the young man came closer and asked, couldn't it be ignored and driven away? He added that the warriors were originally from another world, so you can turn a blind eye to them, and put his hand on the table. He smiled and added that if the influence spreads to the ruling class, then that's a different matter. The general replied that this man is well informed. They call themselves some kind of caste, but they are the same. He also said that they have a leader, but they have this man too. The brunette nodded his head and said that he was speaking correctly. Then he came closer and said that it was better that the representatives from each side came to a fair agreement. In response, he heard that even if they wanted to agree, their leader would never leave the Great Labyrinth. Here the cook was a little embarrassed and said that there was no need to worry about it. There was a magic word that would make him leave. And this word was Albert Simnel. The young man looked straight into the eyes of the general and explained that instead of Albert Bernstein, he should be called Albert Simnel. Some time passed, and soon negotiations took place on neutral ground between the Sacred Order and the sect. The sectarians promised to stop selling food to the aristocrats of this planet and signed an agreement, and the order allowed them to conduct free trade in street stalls and sell food within the Great Labyrinth. The general himself was present at these negotiations. In addition, at each level of the labyrinth, Holy Knights will be on duty as observers, and adventurers who arrive from the Earth will have to undergo training in the food culture of this planet. There were many more minor points, but in the end the agreement was beneficial for both parties and a long contract was signed. Finally, the guy moved back to his cafe. He was busy preparing another dish. He smiled and said how good it was that everything ended so gloriously. Then he bowed his head and added that he also received a small tasty benefit and could now cook. And then he opened the lid of the barrel in which he was cooking. In front of him was a new dish, and it turned out very tasty. It was natural rice with matsutake. The door to the restaurant opened. The guys came in and asked what that smell was. Was it really what they thought? Then they were happy and said that it was a very noble smell and prepared for food. Freshly cooked rice is a luxury. But their joy ended exactly at the moment when the cook said that it was not for them but for children. Then he picked up the pots and explained that he wanted to apologize, but the belly of the mushroom had no effect. He had something else for him, for example, other dishes, especially for hunters. At first, his comrades were surprised and asked again about the belly of the mushroom, while imagining it and saying, is this really what they think? The cook came closer and asked, are these people not used to this yet? Then he put the pots on the table and said that the mushroom is a type of monster, so he thinks that the dishes can also be called mushroom. The brown-haired man noted that it seems that this will not be the taste he expected. If you imagine this mushroom, the height of a small host is 1 meter and large ones can grow up to 10 meters. The body is arranged like a person, 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head. It looks a little creepy. He even fights like a person and also does boxing like a kangaroo. He protects his head with both hands and it looks very impressive. And he also very quickly steps with his short legs and moves from one place to another. And at the same time he can use his entire body to deliver a powerful blow. If we talk only about power, it is enough to take out even a huge ogre with one blow. But due to the fact that he receives energy exclusively through photosynthesis, he cannot fight for a long time. Their limit is 10 minutes, then he simply gets tired. Therefore, the mushroom pickers of that planet must wait until he runs out of breath, but the taste is definitely worth it, at least by the standards of the planet. Also, the hat is terribly bitter, the fists are so sharp that they burn the mouth, and many are sour like vinegar. Then the girl could not stand it and began to scream. Children even know what these matsutake taste like. Wouldn't the mushrooms be happier if someone who knows how to appreciate their taste ate them? Poe thought about it and said that this makes sense. For children it can be a specific ingredient, because both the taste and smell are quite strong. Then he raised his hand and said that he would have to fry the beef with the mushrooms. The children would eat the meat first anyway. It would taste better, and the children were only more surprised. Now they had no other chance but to eat what they were served, and their mood immediately worsened. They began to envy these children. The next day, people gathered near the restaurant again. There was a new sign there. It seemed there was information about the 3rd season of the challenge. Indeed, the 3rd season of the challenge was declared open. It was divided into several stages. The first stage was fried mushrooms, the second stage was rice with mushrooms, the third stage was stewed mushrooms, and you could choose different stages for different purposes. For example, the head in order to become smarter, fists to become stronger, legs to strengthen health. The children read all this and discussed it so that compared to the last season, this looks good. Last time it was a real nightmare. Then they presented a map and said that, by the way, I haven't eaten mushrooms for a long time. There are still many places in the provinces where the gates remain. So it is not yet so safe to pick mushrooms, as luck would have it, because now you can eat your fill of these mushrooms. Also, someone looked at the conditions again and said, is it true that the effect will depend on what part of the mushroom you eat? They don't know. They have strength at a loss, so you only need to invest in your fists. And another said that he wants to aim for the head. But finally, a brown-haired man appeared in the distance, asked, so you need to find the optimal path and choose the prepared part for yourself. The girl stood nearby and said that everything seems much more complicated than the rice with mushrooms that they ate last time. Is it really true that the status of truth increases? And the guy replied that the teacher could not lie. Then she adjusted her glasses and said that the dishes have a doping effect, like potions. Potions usually temporarily increase statistics. Her friend thought about it and said that it was the teacher's dish, so it was worth expecting that the effect of increasing statistics could be permanent rather than temporary. And in response, he heard that he wouldn't know if he didn't try it, and a report would have to be written. So the guys went inside, and someone was watching them from the side. It was some guy who adjusted his glasses and asked if his friend had heard him. It was one of the hunters, and he said that if there was something that they made even smarter, it was the ideal menu, and his friend, a brunette, said that he didn't understand where he had seen the ideal menu. The guy in glasses turned around and asked if he really didn't understand. He said he would make it smarter, but the friend was still standing and didn't understand anything. Finally, the door opened. A guy came in and said that he would like to eat mushroom heads and more of them. The cook turned around and asked again in surprise about the quantity, and he raised his hand and said that it was not for him. It would be eaten by a very stupid person, for a person from the first order who, in order to pass the midterm exam well, spat on his duties and caused trouble. But then someone hit him on the head with all his might. A brunette appeared behind him and told him to shut up, and he explained that they would make him smarter as if the dishes were created for him. But the comrade continued to tell him that he had to shut up, although his grade on the exam was very bad, and the average grade for the midterm exam was C. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.